Hegel's undiscovered thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics, what only Marx and Tillich understood. Copyright 2012 by Leonard F. Wheat. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, stored in a retrieval system, or transmitted in any form or by any means, digital, electronic, mechanical, photocopying, recording, or otherwise, or conveyed via the Internet or a website without prior written permission of the publisher, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical articles and reviews. The genesis of this book dates back to 1956, when I was preparing for my doctoral oral exams at Harvard. I was scared to death that I would be asked to give an example of one of Hegel's dialectics. Having searched in every available textbook and having found nothing but the usual abstract descriptions of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, I felt helpless. Fortunately, nobody asked the dreaded question. And, as I now realize, I needn't have worried. No potential interrogator, this includes the noted professor who taught the course I took in medieval and post-medieval political theory, could have answered it either. In fact, although I didn't find this out until 50 years later, the year I got my degree, 1958, was the year Gustav Müller wrote his revolutionary, and until now widely endorsed, article declaring that the formerly universal belief that Hegel used thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics is just a legend. A second graduate school development initiated a slow train of events that would lead me to an understanding of Hegel. Two of my friends were auditing a course taught in Harvard's Divinity School by Paul Tillich, the noted Protestant theologian who was one of only 5 faculty members honored with the top-of-the-line title university professor. My friends were baffled by Tillich's abstruse language and impenetrable concept of God, and they were surprised by his negative attitudes toward a wide range of Christian beliefs. Tillich's liberalism piqued my curiosity and stuck in my mind. There it sat for a half dozen or more years. Then one day, while browsing through some publishers' closeout books on sale, I came across a copy of Walter Kaufmann's The Faith of a Heretic. I bought it. In it I found Kaufmann attacking Tillich for using ancient formulations of belief to express his own lack of belief. Although Kaufmann had no idea what Tillich meant in calling God being itself, Kaufmann clearly, and correctly, as I later discovered, saw Tillich as an atheist who was reinterpreting every doctrine of Christian mythology to give it non-supernatural content. Now my curiosity was really piqued. I decided to gain a first-hand acquaintance with Tillich's thought. An arbitrary but lucky choice from among Tillich's many popular style books led to my reading The Courage to Be. It quickly became apparent that Tillich was indeed hostile to Christian supernaturalism, the afterlife, divine moral codes, all the other contents of religious tradition, and the ultimate concern of Christians, obviously God. Then the bombshell, the negation of the negation. My academic background in political science and economics enabled me to instantly recognize those words as Marx's phrase for dialectical synthesis, specifically, for the replacement of capitalism, the negation, or antithesis, of feudalism, by communism. I didn't learn until much later that negation of the negation was first used by Hegel, from whom Marx borrowed it. I now knew that Tillich was practicing dialectics. And 3 pages later, when Tillich spoke of the God above God, it was apparent that he had constructed a hidden dialectic moving from, 1. A thesis of yes to God and to the supernatural in general, to 2. An antithesis of no to God and to the supernatural in general, to 3. A synthesis that combines yes to God with no to the supernatural. The dialectic thus moved from the ism, yes, affirmation, to atheism, no, the negation of the yes, to espousal of a non-supernatural God, a higher yes, the negation of the no, soon rephrased by Tillich as the God above the God of the ism. The question became, what is this cryptically described God above the God of the ism? I read more books, both by and about Tillich. It didn't take long to figure out that the God above God was humanity. The evidence came from many directions and included 2 other dialectics. One was, 1. Thesis, God, the believer source of wisdom, 2. Antithesis, man, the atheist's source of wisdom, and 3. Synthesis, God equals man. The second dialectic was 1. Thesis, revelation, the product of God, 2. Antithesis, reason, the product of man, and 3. Synthesis, revelation equals reason, the product of God equals the product of man, which means God is man. An especially telling piece of evidence was Tillich's insistence that the norm for a systematic theology should be Jesus as the Christ, the Jesus of mythology, contrasted with the real historical Jesus. According to Christian theology, cited by Tillich, Jesus as the Christ was fully God and fully man, not half God and half man. Only if God is humanity is that possible. Reading the books about Tillich, I soon realized that the many authors who had written books or commentaries supposedly explaining Tillich's thought recognized neither Tillich's use of Hegelian dialectics nor the identity of the God above God. Tillich was variously interpreted as a theist, a panentheist, a pantheist, and a mystic. Many of those who considered Tillich a theist seemed to think the God above God was merely non-anthropomorphic, an amorphous spirit, not a person with arms and legs who sits on a throne in heaven, not Genesis's anthropomorphic prototype of whom man is the physical image. Others apparently thought the God above God was just friendlier and more loving than the nasty, punitive, homicidal Old Testament God, supposedly the God of the ism. Only Kaufman and Alasdair MacIntyre recognized Tillich's unqualified anti-supernaturalism. I decided that another book about Tillich was needed. So I proceeded with the necessary research. I pored over the 3 volumes of Tillich's systematic theology, read all the rest of Tillich's books and Robert Tucker's Philosophy and Myth in Karl Marx, and struggled with Hegel's Phenomenology of Mind, the Bailey translation. Tucker's book familiarized me with Hegel's and Marx's concepts of self-alienation, or self-estrangement, and thereby enabled me to recognize Tillichian self-estrangement and reconciliation. Tillich's books, in turn, clarified many of Hegel's ideas, most notably, a. the relationship of Christian mythology's concept of separation and return, union separation reunion, to Hegel's and Marx's dialectics, and b. the movement from potential essence, potential unity, yes, to actual existence, actual separation, no, to actual essence, actual unity, a higher yes. My research led to the publication of Paul Tillich's Dialectical Humanism, Unmasking the God Above God, Johns Hopkins Press, 1970. More to the point, it also led to a basic understanding of Hegel's dialectics and Marx's dialectical materialism. But at that point I still thought Hegel's dialectics were common knowledge among philosophers and political scientists. So that information, which in any case barely scratched the surface of Hegel's vast repertoire of dialectics, went on the shelf. Marx was another matter. I now realized that the base superstructure dialectics of Marx that I had been taught in graduate school and had read about in several books was not the genuine Hegelian dialectics of Marx's dialectical materialism. Maybe someday, when I had time to do some more research and writing, I would write an article about Marx's dialectics. But other interests and obligations put that project on the back burner, more or less forgotten. Time passed. I wrote a few books and articles relating to my professional field of economics. In 1997 I retired. During the next 10 years, a couple of unprecedented, highly detailed, marvelously complex, intertwined triple allegories, one in film, one in literature, engaged my attention. These led to 2 more books. One was about Stanley Kubrick's film 2001, A Space Odyssey, deservedly ranked among the 10 greatest films of all time by the British Film Institute. The other interpreted Philip Pullman's multiple award-winning His Dark Materials fantasy trilogy, with its cleverly disguised story of the warfare between knowledge, symbolized by golden dust that drifts down from the sky, and religious superstition, symbolized by mind-devouring specters. Interestingly, Kubrick's film and Pullman's trilogy both symbolically depict the death of God, something we also find in Hegel's phenomenology. But Hegel and Marx still failed to attract my attention. Then one day Marx came to mind. I decided to see if the Wikipedia articles on Marx and dialectical materialism could use some editing and improved accuracy. As expected, neither article had more than a highly abstract explanation of Marx's historical dialectics, Marx's actual thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics, and their underlying concepts were apparently still unknown. I also found, however, that Wikipedia forbids editing and revisions that add original ideas and material to its articles. So I kept my hands off the two Marx articles. As of this writing they remain incomplete and inaccurate. My attention turned to Hegel. Maybe the articles on Hegel and dialectics could use some help. Since I still thought Hegel's dialectics were well understood by academicians, I wasn't deterred by worries about originality. Then came the dawn. The Wikipedia articles on Hegel and on dialectics described dialectics only in terms of the same abstractions that frightened me in graduate school. In fact, the article on dialectics, far from providing even one concrete example, denied that Hegel used the thesis-antithesis-synthesis formula. And it again misconstrued Marx's dialectical materialism. I decided to write a journal article explaining Hegel's and Marx's dialectics. That task required consulting a vast number of books and essays on Hegel's and Marx's thought. I needed to verify that my insights and ideas were original and to learn whether Hegel's related concept of spirit was understood. I found that what I learned in college was now universally repudiated. Those authors who had anything to say about dialectics either expressly denied that Hegel used the thesis-antithesis-synthesis formula or reinterpreted Hegelian dialectics beyond recognition. I also learned that more than half the authors who were willing to venture an opinion about spirit had the misconception that spirit is a supernatural entity, partly theistic, i.e., panentheistic, or both transcendent and immanent, in most interpretations. These authors were taking Hegel's references to God literally. The other authors, presumably unacquainted with Tillich and the close parallelism between Hegel's thought and Tillich's, had their own misconceptions about spirit, although they did recognize that spirit is non-supernatural. I was also able to verify that Marx's thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics were universally unrecognized, except in the abstract. And in delving deeper into primary sources, Hegel's own writing, I discovered that there was far more to Hegel's dialectics than I had realized. Dialectics everywhere, including 4 different outline levels of phenomenology of spirit and 3 outline levels of the philosophy of history. I tried writing that journal article, but my product was wholly unsatisfactory. There was simply too much material for an article, even if I threw out the material on Marx. I could not leave so much unsaid, I could not leave so many specific, but hidden and unrecognized, dialectics unidentified and unexplained. So I scrapped the article and wrote this book. More than 2 centuries have elapsed since 1807, when G.W.F. Hegel published his first major and most famous work, Phenomenology of Spirit, aka Phenomenology of Mind. The philosophy presented in this work and in Hegel's later posthumously edited history lectures, The Philosophy of History, is noted for its mystifying dialectical method. Hegelian dialectics is said to revolve around 3 progressive stages of development: 1. A thesis, which is an idea or concept; 2. An antithesis, antithesis, an opposite idea that contradicts the thesis; and 3. A synthesis, a climactic idea that somehow combines the thesis and the antithesis, or the best parts of them, into a sort of compromise, reconciliation, or previously unperceived identity. Yet to this day, none of the innumerable Hegel interpreters who have written in English or whose works have been translated into English and, from powerful indirect evidence, none of the untranslated European interpreters either has more than a superficial, non-substantive understanding of what a thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectic is. No author has presented even one accurate example, taken from Phenomenology of Spirit or the Philosophy of History, of a sequential thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectic. The static triads of Hegel's logic have been called dialectical in different senses but do not qualify as thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics. To make matters worse, For the past half-century it has been fashionable to deny that Hegel really used thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics. Writing in 2007, Vereen provides an accurate, up-to-date assessment of the prevailing attitude among scholars toward the moribund idea, which I intend to resuscitate, that Hegel uses thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics. No first-rate Hegel scholar speaks of Hegel having a dialectic of thesis, antithesis, synthesis. 1. The nature of the problem. It is true that a few of Hegel's labels for specific dialectical stages, for example, Oriental despotism as a history thesis, have been offered. But nobody has recognized the antithetical concepts that particular pairs of thesis and antithesis labels represent. Neither has anyone shown how or where Hegel merges the two members of any pair of opposing concepts into a synthesis. The thesis-antithesis conceptual pairs include the following: universal and particular, one and many, union and separation, essence and existence, divine and human, inner and outer, in itself and for itself, potential and actual, unconscious and conscious, artificial, man-made, and natural, God and man, Father, God, heaven, divine, man-made, and Son, Jesus, earth, human, natural, God in heaven and God incarnate, abstract and concrete, theology, revelation, and philosophy, reason, God, divine ruler, and monarch, human ruler, independence and dependence, freedom, release from superstition, and bondage, enslavement by superstition, truth and falsehood, natural, physical, law and psychological, mental, law, moral, societal, law and natural, personal, impulses, inner law, of the heart, personal, and outer law, societal, predator and victim, subject and object, internal, self, approval and external, societal, approval, theory and practice, validity and invalidity, woman, family, divinity, and man, state, humanity, divine law and human law, morality, moral law, and human nature, natural behavior, conscience, inner law, and morality, outer or societal law, identity, one, and non-identity, many, thought, an idea, intangible, and substance, something physical, tangible, one ruler and many rulers, one ruled territory and many ruled territories. In some of these thesis-antithesis pairs, the thesis concept is combined with either unconscious union, or potential union. The antithesis concept is, in turn, combined with conscious separation, or actual separation. Double opposition between a two-part thesis and a two-part antithesis results. Perhaps, given this clue, you can already anticipate the format many of Hegel's synth essays use. Some of the above concepts have been discussed in the literature, but not in the context of thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics, identified as such. Where particular concepts have been discussed, they have often been treated incidentally, without particular emphasis on those concepts and without their being labeled thesis and antithesis. And no synthesis has been identified. Nor has anyone explained the several formats a Hegelian synthesis can use. Moreover, nobody has recognized how Hegel based his thesis-antithesis-synthesis formula on Christian theology's two separation and return, union, separation, reunion, doctrines. In fact, 13 interpreters, I'll get to them shortly, explicitly deny that Hegel's thought really is dialectical in a thesis-antithesis-synthesis sense, because neither these interpreters nor any of the hundreds of other interpreters they have collectively consulted have been able to deduce and assemble specific Hegelian dialectics. Other interpreters have indirectly denied the existence of thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics by defining dialectics as meaning something else. That something else has typically been either, a, the static triads found in Hegel's logic being, nothing, and becoming is the usual example, or b. a clash between two different viewpoints, not reduced to concepts, that Hegel supposedly never merges into a clearly articulated synthesis. I base these statements on a survey of the writings of a. 190 authors of books, book chapters, book introductions, and articles explaining Hegel's philosophy, and b. an additional 56 authors of material on the dialectician Karl Marx, not counting 13 Marx authors also on the Hegel list. Most of the surveyed authors read German and cite German language studies. Yet none of these 246 authors understands concretely, not just abstractly, what a sequential thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectic is, even after doing an independent literature survey and independently analyzing Hegel's or Marx's writing. For example, Stern, in his book Hegel and the Phenomenology of Spirit, 2002, lists in his bibliography 167 Hegel interpreters whose works he consulted and who, in turn, did their own literature surveys, bringing the number of directly and indirectly surveyed authors into the high hundreds. The works Stern cites include 13 written in German and 3 in French. If the 167 authors surveyed by Stern included in their own surveys an average of just 2 additional authors not on the survey list of Stern or the list of one of his other surveyed other authors, Stern would have indirect coverage of 2 times 167 equals 334 additional Hegel interpreters, or direct and indirect coverage of 501 authors. Yet neither in his own survey nor in his own highly detailed analysis of phenomenology has Stern found a triad such as 1. Predator, 2. Victim, and 3. Predator equals victim, Hegel's Faust dialectic, whose concepts he can identify and whose synthesis, example Faust, a predator who becomes a victim in the Faust dialectic, he can clarify. Like many others, Stern mistakenly regards Hegelian dialectics as nothing more than an abstraction opposing viewpoints, imprecisely defined and not necessarily opposites, whose opposition Hegel never satisfactorily resolves in a recognizable synthesis that incorporates both the thesis and the antithesis or parts thereof. Point 2. If none of my 246 authors and none of the literally hundreds if not thousands of other Hegel interpreters they have directly and indirectly surveyed has ever been able to identify in Hegel's thought a genuine thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectic, then it is virtually inconceivable that some other author, the many German authors included, has provided the missing insights. Point 3. Conceivably, some of the early post-Hegelians, the so-called right Hegelians and left, or young, Hegelians did understand Hegel's dialectics. One of the left Hegelians, Karl Marx, definitely did. But any such understanding among the other post-Hegelians has vanished. It probably never existed. Be that as it may, the only writers I have encountered whose works do reveal a solid understanding of Hegelian dialectics are Marx, Marx's collaborator Friedrich Engels, and Paul Tillich. I'm not entirely sure about Engels. But these philosophers, dialecticians themselves, have not tried to explain Hegelian dialectics. Their understanding is revealed largely in the dialectical formats they use in their own philosophies, analogical formats that reveal a secure grasp of Hegel's dialectics. Tillich does provide some additional detail concerning dialectics, most notably, a. the relationship of dialectics to Christianity's 2 separation and return myths, b. separations being an antithesis and returns being a synthesis, and c. the existence of an original identity alluding to a thesis of the one and the many, many separated objects, to which Hegel so often refers. I emphasize that I refer only to the sequential triads of phenomenology and Hegel's philosophy of history, not to the static triads of Hegel's logic, most of his other later writings, and parts of phenomenology. A very few of Hegel's dozens of dialectics do not display thesis-antithesis time sequence. The sequential dialectics describe both the spirit's approach to self-realization over time and history's unfolding over time. Findlay accurately summarizes and paraphrases Hegel: time is the form of this self-realizing process. Until spirit reaches the end of the requisite temporal process, it cannot achieve complete self-consciousness. 4. The literature, denial of dialectics. Before examining the abortive efforts of some authors to identify true dialectical triads in Hegel's thought, we need to be aware that almost all Hegel scholars who mention dialectics now deny that such triads even exist. I have already commented that it has become fashionable to deny that Hegel uses thesis, antithesis, synthesis dialectics. The 13 interpreters mentioned earlier who deny that Hegel's writing contains any dialectics are Müller, Kaufmann, Young, Wilkins, Maker, Solomon, Wood, Pinkard, Dove, Kreitz, Fox, Beiser, and Varine. 5 Müller was the first to reject the formerly popular idea that Hegel uses dialectics. Ever since Müller propounded his thesis, new authors have been jumping on the Müller bandwagon. Still other authors, such as Forster 6, ascribe dialectics to Hegel but reinterpret the concept so that dialectics no longer means thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. To many authors, a dialectic is nothing more than a section or subtopic of phenomenology. Consider what the following skeptics have to say. Müller. Gustav Müller, 1958, wrote an article that marks the beginning of a wave of skepticism about Hegel's dialectics. This wave is now rolling into its second half-century. The article's title, The Hegel Legend of Thesis, Antithesis, Synthesis, states Müller's conclusion: Hegelian dialectics is just a legend. Müller writes that Hegel's peculiar terminology and style have produced several legends. The most vexing and devastating of these is that everything is thought in thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Müller begins by attacking Stace, who, after trying and failing to show that Hegel used dialectics, excused Hegel's failures as irregularities. But, says Müller, the actual texts of Hegel not only occasionally deviate from thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, but show nothing of the sort. Müller goes on to argue that Hegel used the three terms together only once. The first Hegel biography, he argues, does not mention thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. More telling, the very important new Hegel literature of this century has altogether abandoned the legend. How did the legend originate? Müller says it originated in a very popular 1843 book by Heinrich Moritz Cailleboz, professor of philosophy at the University of Kiel. Cailleboz, referring to being, nothing, and becoming as the first trilogy, applied the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis labels to the three concepts. Marx took up and spread the terminology. Müller concludes, once the Hegel legend was established, writers of textbooks in the history of philosophy copied it from their predecessors. 7 An obvious fault of Müller's analysis is that he is looking in the wrong place. Hegel's logic, which is where Stace looked for dialectics. He should have looked in phenomenology and in the philosophy of history. Ironically, Müller was right about Hegel's logic: it has no dialectics. Kaufmann. Kaufmann, in his book Hegel, A Reinterpretation, 1965, is particularly forceful in denying that Hegel used dialectics. Kaufmann cites Müller and repeats Müller's argument that Hegel didn't use the terms thesis, antithesis, and synthesis together to identify stages in an argument. Kaufmann doesn't realize that Hegel generally used other terms such as moment, factors, negation, second realization, and third stage to identify dialectics. But Kaufmann's indictment of the idea that Hegel used dialectics is largely original. He begins, whoever looks for the stereotype of the allegedly Hegelian dialectic in Hegel's phenomenology will not find it. What one does find on looking at the table of contents is a very decided preference for triadic arrangements. But these many triads are not presented or deduced by Hegel as so many theses, antitheses, and syntheses. It is not by means of any dialectic of that sort that his thought moves up the ladder to absolute knowledge. 8. Phenomenology's table of contents triads actually include 4 hidden dialectics. Beyond the table of contents, Kaufmann says Hegel's master and servant fable comes closer to dialectics. I will show in chapter 4 that it actually is a dialectic, but he sees no identifiable dialectical stages in the fable or elsewhere in phenomenology. Continuing, Hegel's later works are different in many ways from his first book, but, his dialectic never became the ritualistic three-step it is so widely supposed to be. 9 In these later works, the organization becomes neat to a fault, triads everywhere, but not theses, antitheses, and syntheses. 10 Kaufmann vehemently and incorrectly attacks the idea that Hegel's philosophy of history is dialectical. It actually has 10 dialectics. Kaufmann's conclusion about whether Hegel has a dialectic, there is none. 11. Young, 1972, develops the proposition that Hegel's dialectic is not thesis, antithesis, synthesis, but is instead simply thesis and antithesis, repeated over and over. There is no synthesis. Or, as he puts it, the dialectic method is essentially based upon a principle of negativity, the opposition between two concepts. Developing his analysis, Young writes, even a superficial survey of the passages in Hegel's writings in which dialectic is made the subject of explicit discussion will reveal a surprising fact. Hegel does not define dialectic in terms of the triadic movement from thesis through antithesis to synthesis. The dialectic, in his view of it, is more immediately related to the antithetic than to the synthetic aspect of his method. 12 It would seem that, if Young is correct, Hegel's reference in Phenomenology's preface to the triadic form that has emerged as a new science must refer to either something other than dialectics or to something with no synthesis in its triad. 13 Does triadic form really mean binary form, which is what Young implies? And why did Young settle for a superficial survey? Superficial effort, superficial conclusions. Wilkins. One of those who deny that Hegel used dialectics, Wilkins, 1974, is notable for his focusing on Hegel's philosophy of history, where Hegel's use of a three-level hierarchy of triads, 10 triads altogether, is conspicuous, even if the dialectical content of those triads requires deciphering. Wilkins is content to paraphrase Müller, the legend or myth has grown that Hegel's philosophy was a tightly deductive system with an almost impenetrable technical vocabulary, and a system in which a dialectic of thesis, antithesis, synthesis predominated. According to this legend or myth, everything in the world was held by Hegel to be deducible from his system and explainable in terms of the thesis, antithesis, synthesis formula. 14 Wilkins exaggerates the legend. I seriously doubt that anyone ever claimed that Hegel said everything in the world can be explained by dialectics. But that doesn't matter. What does matter is that Wilkins gives us another voice explicitly denying that Hegel used thesis, antithesis, synthesis dialectics. Maker. Picking up where Müller left off, Maker, 1982, argues at great length that Hegel does not have a dialectic method. 15 According to Maker, Hegel's phenomenology, his science of logic, and his encyclopedia each employ a different understanding of dialectic, none of which amounts to thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Since phenomenology is the only volume of these three that concerns us, I will focus on his phenomenology discussion. Maker writes, the dialectical phenomenological method of the Ph.G. Phenomenology of Geist of 1807 is no method at all. 16 Instead it is a long, tedious, my word, discussion of consciousness. Maker is totally unaware of the unconscious thesis stage that precedes consciousness. Consciousness, according to Maker, advances through various forms that are not theses or antitheses and finally arrives at absolute knowing, which is a dialectical synthesis but which Maker does not recognize as such. The nature of the synthesis is explained in Chapter 3. Solomon, 1983, begins his Chapter 1 section on Hegel's method, dialectic, by saying, I will be arguing that Hegel has no such method, at least not in the phenomenology. What we do get in the phenomenology, that might warrant if not deserve the name dialectic, is a metaphor. It is the idea of the universe as, in some sense, a living process, growing according to its inner rules and potentials. 17 Hegel's so-called dialectic, he says, is not thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Instead it is the process of discovering the limitations of various forms of consciousness. 18 Indeed, this image of consciousness in self-transformation is the key to the phenomenology and its dialectical method. 19 Here Solomon goes astray by failing to notice that consciousness is the antithesis of the opposite of unconsciousness, which is part of the thesis stage of Hegel's overarching dialectic. The basic pattern of the dialectic of the phenomenology is an attitude of 1 confidence, then 2 confusion, withdrawal, desperation, or doubt, finally 3 a new reconciliation and confidence. But, this pattern of 3 should not be interpreted as thesis antithesis synthesis 20. A final point, the pattern of Hegel's strategy can also be described in terms of an overall tendency, at every stage, to move from the particular to the general. 21. This is untrue. Hegel's overarching phenomenology dialectic moves from 1 universal, which means general, to 2 particular to 3 universe composed of particulars, separation and return. Most of Hegel's other dialectics don't use general and particular as concepts, although the antithetical concepts divine and human, sometimes used, reflect general and particular, or 1 universal divinity, sometimes spirit, sometimes God, and many particular humans or, more broadly, objects. Strangely, in another part of his book Solomon mentions in passing, but overlooks the significance of, something Hegel wrote in an 1800 fragment. In this fragment Hegel provides what Solomon calls an obscure discussion of the union of opposites. 22. That is an obvious description of a dialectical synthesis. A union of opposites is a synthesis of opposites, the opposites being a thesis and an antithesis. Had Solomon latched onto this clue and searched for opposites and their syntheses, he could have found them in phenomenology. Finding them would have simply entailed keeping an open mind regarding Müller's legend conclusion while looking for concepts that can generally be reduced to 1 or 2 words, specifically, the 35 pairs of concepts listed at the beginning of this chapter. Wood, 1990, is the next interpreter to explicitly deny that Hegel uses dialectics. What he has to say, however, is pretty much a regurgitation, enhanced by sarcasm and other inflammatory language, of what Müller wrote. The regrettable expounding of this theme, reconciliation of contradictions, through the grotesque jargon of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, began in 1837 with Heinrich Moritz Caligula's, a Baudelarizer sick of German idealist philosophy, whose ridiculous expository devices should have been forgotten along with his name. This triad of terms is used by both Fichte and Schelling, though never to express Hegelian ideas. The use of Caligula's terminology to expound the Hegelian dialectic is nearly always an unwitting confession that the expositor has little or no first-hand knowledge of Hegel. 23. Pinkard, 1994, begins much as Wood does, but without the sarcasm. He refers to the ongoing myth, started by the deservedly forgotten Heinrich Moritz Caligula's, of Hegel's system as consisting of some oddly formal triumvirate of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, terms that Hegel himself never uses and that also completely mischaracterize his thought. 24. Hegel's dialectic, as described by Pinkard, is much the same progression of negatives that Jung and Solomon described earlier. A reflective form of life consciousness takes such and such to be authoritative reasons for belief and action. Those types of reasoning then generate within their own terms skeptical objections against themselves. As Hegel puts it, they generate their own negation. That form of reflective life, however, turns out to be unable to reassure itself about what it had taken as authoritative for itself. The new form of reflective life that replaces it and claims to complete it, however, takes its accounts of what for it have come to be authoritative reasons to be that which was necessary to successfully resolve the issues that were self-undermining for the older form of life, but this new reflective form of life in turn generates self-undermining skepticism about its own accounts, and the progression continues. 25. Pinkard sees nothing he would call a synthesis in this trail of events. The basic flaw in his analysis is its failure to reduce those reasons and forms to simple one-word and two-word concepts. No wonder he can't find any syntheses. Also, I wonder why Pinkard thinks Hegel himself never uses the terms thesis, antithesis, and synthesis is a reasonable argument, given that Pinkard himself acknowledges Hegel's use of negation, an obvious substitute for antithesis. Hegel also uses many other substitute terms. And surely Pinkert is familiar with the Hegel-Marx-Delitzsch phrase negation of the negation of the antithesis, which refers to the synthesis stage, which replaces the antithesis. Dove, 1998, writes that the notorious triad, thesis, antithesis, synthesis commands attention not only because it misrepresents Hegel, but because Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit was probably the first philosophical treatise whose method was radically and consistently non-dialectical. 26 Expanding on this point in a note, Dove says that Ivan Ilyin was, so far as I am aware, the first to develop the insight that Hegel, in his philosophical method, was no dialectician. Ivan Ilyin, Die Philosophie Hegels als Contemplative Gotteslehr A. Frank Verlag, 1946, 126. Iljin's argument, persuasive though it is, does not focus on the phenomenology, but deals rather with Hegel's authorship as a whole. 27 Would it be unreasonable to suggest that, since Iljin gives short shrift to phenomenology, Dove should have substituted some of his own original analysis of phenomenology? Kreitz, 1998, in his preface, very quickly writes off the idea that Hegelian dialectics employs thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Perhaps no philosopher has ever been so ill-served by standard summary interpretations as Hegel has. The familiar mechanical three-step, for instance, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, a formula he never used, is a dead caricature of everything Hegel ever meant by dialectic. 28 Like so many other interpreters, Kreitz refers to Hegel's dialectic from time to time but usually seems to mean nothing more than the ill-defined structure of phenomenology. He never clarifies what he means. Well, at one point he does say this: the life of reason capable of comprehending its movement he would call dialectic. 29 But whatever that means, it isn't the three-step. In fact, late in his book Kreitz describes a four-step dialectic. The dialectical moments of this fragmentary existence, spirit's many localizations and historical episodes, Hegel says, are consciousness, self-consciousness, reason, and spirit, that is, as immediate spirit, that is not yet the consciousness of spirit. 30. Fox, 2005, is somewhat less emphatic in denying Hegel's use of dialectics but nonetheless succeeds in delivering the same point. He writes, it is regularly, but erroneously, supposed that wherever Hegel discerned opposing tendencies he posited a thesis and an antithesis, which yield ground eventually to an all-embracing synthesis. This is an unfortunate caricature. Not only is this picture unfortunate, it is ironic, because Hegel himself denounced such recipes as lifeless schemas and as examples of monotonous formalism. 31 It is erroneous to suppose that whenever the evolution of knowledge or belief is viewed dialectically, this automatically entails that an irreversible shift from some position to its opposite is taking place. Fox identifies this error as attributing a thesis-antithesis-synthesis structure to Hegel's method of reasoning. 32. I am forced to comment that Fox's research on this point is sloppy. The lifeless schema Hegel denounces is that of Kant, who is explicitly named. Hegel says that since Kant dialectics has, however, been raised to its absolute significance and has become a science, the emphatic capitalization is Hegel's. 33 Fox also errs in suggesting that the evolution of knowledge or belief that occurs in phenomenology and the philosophy of history typically does not entail a shift from some position to its opposite. The fact is that the shift typically is to an opposite position, from the first member to the second member of one of the 35 thesis-antithesis pairs vertically listed earlier in this chapter. Beiser. Whereas thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics is undeniably a methodology for presenting ideas and developing a philosophy, Beiser, 2005, says, Hegel utterly opposed having a methodology. Beiser then proceeds to abstractly redefine thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics out of existence. When Hegel uses the term dialectic, it usually designates the self-organization of the subject matter, its inner necessity and inherent movement. This summation is highly ambiguous, but the context makes it clear that Beiser thinks dialectics is nothing more than the forward movement, development or progression of thoughts, ideas, or concepts that display conflicting tendencies or contradictions. The conflicts and contradictions entail disagreement or difference but not necessarily thesis-antithesis style oppositeness. Dialectics has no specific form or structure. Most important, Visser sees in dialectics no element of synthesis. So we can talk about Hegel's dialectic after all, provided that we see it as nothing more than an a posteriori summary of the formal structure of his investigations. 34. Vereen. In 4 places Vereen, 2007, denies that Hegel uses thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics. First, he explicitly endorses Müller's legend thesis. 35 Next, he says Hegel's dialectical method, like Socratic method, is not properly a method. Why not? Because the misnamed method concerns 2 moments as Hegel describes it, not 3, and consciousness never unifies them or synthesizes them. 36 Later, discussing the Hegelian concepts in itself and for itself, Vereen writes, if we were to call the in itself a thesis and the for itself an antithesis, we could not go on to call the in and for itself a synthesis. The constant conjunction of 2 moments is not a synthesis, my italics. Accordingly, the standpoint of absolute knowing is the realization that there is no synthesis of the 2 moments of knowing. 37 Finally, defining the German dialectic in a Hegel's terminology appendix, Vereen has this to say: Hegel's dialectic is unlike dialectic as it is commonly understood. Hegel never describes his own dialectic as having the form, thesis-antithesis-synthesis. 38 For Vereen, and many other interpreters, a Hegelian dialectic is simply the conflict between 2 opposing viewpoints or concepts, those moments, a conflict that has no resolution. Other authors. Though not denying that Hegel uses dialectics, other authors as well as some of the above ones render the concept lifeless by removing its heart, lungs, and brain, the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Many of these authors use the word dialectic to refer to whatever section of Hegel's phenomenology they happen to be discussing. For example, 16 authors refer to the master and slave dialectic or use similar words. 39 Master and slave really is a thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectic. I explain this dialectic in chapters 3 and 4, but these authors don't recognize it as such. They are simply referring to the topic of the moment. One of the authors, Visser, is so undialectical in his interpretation of what he calls the dialectic of lordship and bondage, master and slave, that he describes not 3 stages but 6.40. Still other authors think a dialectic is just a movement from one idea to a contradictory, but not necessarily opposite, idea. There is no synthesis, except that some interpreters hold that a long series of misnamed 2-stage thesis-antithesis dialectics culminates in a final synthesis in the form of spirit's self-realization at the end of phenomenology. Even this final synthesis is not a true synthesis. The long chain of supposed theses and antitheses provides no single thesis and single antithesis that a synthesis could combine, and no interpreter even attempts to show that self-realization combines an identified thesis concept and an identified antithesis concept from a preceding chain. The misuse of dialectic and dialectics is pervasive. The abundant discussion of these terms, and the accompanying affirmations, sometimes just implicit, that Hegel uses dialectics, do not refute my assertion that Hegel's genuine thesis-antithesis dialectics remain unrecognized more than 200 years after the 1807 publication of Phenomenology. McCumber comments that the interpretations of Hegelian terminology are unimaginably diverse. He elaborates, in the beginning of the 1980s, at a symposium on Hegelian dialectic and formal logic, Jaco Hintikau counted over 20 different senses given to dialectic by the participants alone. 41 A 2010 essay collection edited by Leonard, the unifying topic of which is Hegel's dialectic, has essays by 13 authors. These focus specifically on what the authors call dialectics. But in the book's introduction, The editor defines dialectics not as thesis, antithesis, synthesis, but as a way of thinking where in all cases the reference is to antithetical, oppositional, or contradictory arguments or features. 42. Three characteristics of this description epitomize the universal misunderstanding of what a Hegelian dialectic is. First, the antithetical or oppositional features are not identified as opposites, they are simply different or in conflict, whereas in a genuine Hegelian dialectic the antithesis is the opposite of the thesis. One contributor, Brinkman, does speak abstractly of two opposites, but he does not identify them as thesis and antithesis, falsely claims that one is stronger than the other, fails to recognize the thesis and antithesis concepts universal and particular Hegel alludes to in the Force and Understanding material Brinkman bases his discussion on, and is unable to provide concrete dialectical examples of Hegel's amorphous abstractions, moments, opposites, self-identical, self-sundering. Brinkman, like so many others, is discussing his own cloudy redefinition of Hegelian dialectics, not the real thing. 43. Second, in the Limnates description, mirrored in the various essays, there is no synthesis, no combining of an initial pair of opposite concepts into a third concept that includes both of the first two, or parts thereof. Third, the opposing entities are described as arguments, whereas Hegelian theses and antitheses are not arguments, they are simple concepts such as one and many, conscious and unconscious, and divine and human. We see that in the year 2010, 13 Hegel specialists, all of them presumably well versed in the Hegel literature and focusing on the topic of dialectics, are really discussing something other than thesis, antithesis, synthesis dialectics. The literature, false examples of dialectics. Among those authors who don't deny that Hegel uses dialectics are some who try to provide examples, taken from Hegel, of thesis, antithesis, synthesis dialectics. These supposed examples seek to overcome a basic problem with expositions of Hegel's thought. The problem, just about everyone having even a superficial acquaintance with Hegel understands the general or abstract but not the specific or concrete format of the dialectical triads attributed to him. The general format is thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. These three stages usually always, in the case of Hegel's history dialectics, occur in chronological sequence, but there are exceptions. The words affirmation, yes, negation, no, and negation of the negation, a double negative is an affirmative, a higher yes, are sometimes used in referring to the dialectic's three stages. For example, negation of the negation is used in reference to syntheses by all four of the dialectical techniques' outstanding users: Hegel 44, Marx 45, Engels 46 and Tillich. 47. It is usually claimed that the synthesis becomes the thesis of a follow-on dialectic, which leads to a long stream of subsequent dialectics, but in fact only one of Hegel's syntheses becomes the thesis of a follow-on dialectic. You would think that, given the abstract understanding of what a dialectic is, there exists somewhere in the Hegel literature a concrete example of a dialectic, an example found in Hegel's work. By concrete, I mean an example that doesn't simply label each stage but, 1. Shows the thesis concept or concepts, the substance behind the label, 2. Shows the antithesis concept or concepts, which must be the opposite of their thesis counterparts, and, 3. Shows how the thesis and antithesis concepts are combined in a synthesis that really synthesizes. The concepts must be precise words, usually just one or two, not general descriptions of subject matter. A thesis concept, a word or two, and an antithesis concept must be combined in the synthesis. That's what synthesis means. A synthesis is the result of putting together, assembling, or combining parts. Synthesis is the opposite of analysis, which means taking something apart and looking at the pieces. In the field of literature, professors like to substitute construct for synthesize and deconstruct, a horribly pretentious word for analyze, but the general idea is the same. No such example of a Hegelian synthesis, a combining of parts concepts taken from a thesis and its antithesis, exists. When students and scholars search in textbooks and in more focused and detailed analyses of Hegel's philosophy for even one concrete example of a thesis, antithesis, synthesis dialectic, no genuine example can be found. All we have are false examples. Below are some that I have found. Supposed examples from Hegel's logic. Quite a few interpreters, most notably Hartmann 48 and Forster 49, have reinterpreted dialectics as a method embodied in the hierarchical system of triads found in Hegel's logic. Logic's many triads have been cited as examples of dialectics, but these triads lack the element of sequence, they are just static triads. Even worse, as Stace and Findley have pointed out, many of these logic triads have arbitrary if not nonsensical antitheses and syntheses, and a few triads have 2 or 4 parts instead of 3.50. Take a look at the fold-out chart inside the back cover of Stace's book. Labeled Diagram of the Hegelian System, the chart shows a multitude of hierarchically arranged static triads. The hierarchy is laid out sideways, with its peak, the idea, or all reality, on the left. The 2 uppermost terms in each triad, example transparency and refraction, are supposedly antithetical. The third, example color, is supposedly their resolution. But ask yourself these questions. Is art the opposite of religion? Why not atheism, philosophy, or science? Is religion the opposite of art, which is man-made, artificial? Why not nature, that is, naturally occurring things? Is philosophy the synthesis of art and religion, subjective fields? Why not culture or the humanities? Is painting the opposite of music? Why not cacophony or silence? Is music, aesthetically and emotionally based, the opposite of painting, also aesthetically and emotionally based? Why not science, empirically and rationally based? In what sense is poetry a synthesis of art and music? Is sea the opposite of atmosphere? Why not vacuum? Is atmosphere the opposite of sea? Why not land? Is a continent the synthesis of sea and atmosphere? Why not planet? Is a vegetable organism the opposite of a terrestrial organism? Most vegetable organisms are terrestrial. Why not an atmospheric or oceanic organism? Is a terrestrial organism the opposite of a vegetable organism? Why not an animal organism? Is a monarch the opposite of an executive? Why not a maid, a clerk, or a committee? Is an executive the opposite of a monarch? Why not a serf or legislature? And is a legislature a synthesis of a monarch and an executive? Why not an English-style constitutional monarchy with a king and a prime minister, executive? Is repulsion and attraction a synthesis of one and many? Why not phenomenology syntheses, one composed of many and universe composed of particulars? Is cohesion the opposite of sound? Why not silence? Is sound the opposite of cohesion? Why not slipperiness or repulsion? Is heat a synthesis of sound and cohesion? Is cognition the opposite of life? Why not death? Is life the opposite of cognition? Why not ignorance, misunderstanding, or confusion? Is taste the opposite of smell? Or is taste like tactile feeling, vision, sight, and hearing merely a different sense? Is refraction the opposite of transparency? Why not opaqueness? Is transparency the opposite of refraction? Why not straightening, of something bent? Is substance the opposite of cause? Why not effect? Is cause the opposite of substance? Why not spirits, thought, or mind, intangible things? Is chemism the opposite of mechanism, an object with moving parts? Why not a partless object, a spoon, a ball, or a monolith? Is civil society, many, the opposite of family, several? Why not a person, one? Is family the opposite of civil society? Why not a lawless, barbarian tribe? Is representation the opposite of intuition? Why not observation or reason? Is intuition the opposite of representation? Why not misrepresentation or direct participation? Is the moon the opposite of light, the solar center? Why not darkness, Pluto, or outer space? Is the sun the opposite of the moon? Why not Earth, the body in gravitational centrifugal balance with the moon? And so it goes in Hegel's logic. Yes, a few of the triads, like the one coming up, do have opposites, and two of them have real syntheses. But in contrast with the generally sequential triads of true thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics, these few are static triads, and they swim in a sea of other triads that lack antitheses or syntheses and sometimes aren't even triads. Calling logics triads dialectics requires a reckless imagination. Whatever Hartmann and Forster may think, we should not call these triads dialectics. Being, nothing, becoming, the first triad from Hegel's Science of Logic, is often cited, for example, by McTaggart, Findlay, C. Taylor, Singer, and James, as an example of a thesis antithesis synthesis dialectic. Point 51. If rearranged chronologically into the sequence, 1. Nothing, or non-being, 2. Becoming, and 3. Being, those three elements could serve as labels, not concepts, for the stages of Hegel's basic dialectic from phenomenology. In that dialectic, absolute spirit progresses from 1. An embryonic thesis stage in which the spirit has no mind, humans haven't arrived yet, so no mind equals non-being of mind, through 2. An antithesis stage of flawed consciousness, humans have arrived with their flawed minds, to 3. Its fully developed synthesis stage, where absolute spirit comes into being. But how absurd it would be to use logic's 1-2-3 order, being, nothing, becoming, and call those three stages, 1. Being, spirit before humans arrive and spirit's mind comes into being, 2. Nothing, spirit after humans arrive, and 3. Becoming, spirit after it has become absolute spirit. In more detail, the problems of using being, nothing, becoming as an example of a dialectic that elucidates Hegel's thought are these. Hegel's spirit really begins in a prehuman era that might loosely be called nothing, neither conscious spirit, antithesis, nor absolute spirit, synthesis, exists yet. So nothing would describe the thesis, non-existence, not the antithesis. To make the example even worse, absolute spirit does not really start from a stage of nothing, non-existence, but from a stage of nascent or embryonic being consisting of physical reality, nature, without mental reality, that is, without human minds to serve as spirit's mind. There is no nothing in spirit's evolution. And neither does being precede nothing. Only in the last stage of the dialectic does absolute spirit come into being. After humans arrive, spirit acquires its mind and goes through a developing stage of self-estrangement, Hegel's real antithesis. Self-estrangement might be described as becoming, a sort of fetal stage. So becoming would be the antithesis, the middle stage of Hegel's basic phenomenology dialectic, the macro-dialectic discussed in my chapter 3. In fact, in each of the first two sentences of the final paragraph of Phenomenology, Hegel treats becoming as not the synthesis but as a descriptive label for the antithesis, the middle stage of his macro-dialectic. And in the paragraph's third sentence, Hegel says becoming is followed by fulfillment. Near the end of the paragraph, fulfillment takes the form of the absolute knowledge produced by self-realization. Absolute knowledge, not becoming, is the dialectic's synthesis. Yet being, nothing, becoming makes becoming the synthesis, the last stage. That contradicts becoming's role in phenomenology. Becoming can certainly serve as a label for the middle stage, but it can't be the middle stage concept, it can't serve as the antithesis. The reason, becoming is not the opposite, the antithesis of nothing. The concept being is the opposite of nothing, or at least of non-being. If becoming is the opposite of any concept, that concept is retrogression, decline, evanescence, or decay. Spirit finally matures into absolute spirit, which is the real synthesis of Hegel's basic dialectic. This outcome might be described loosely as being. But the sequential dialectic of being, nothing, becoming dialectic treats being as the thesis, not as the synthesis. The example, if used to represent the divine life of spirit, is a mess. My point, once again, is that logic's static triads cannot serve as examples of thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics. Hegel does provide examples, all sorts of examples. But those examples must be found elsewhere in phenomenology and in Hegel's philosophy of history. Hegel's interpreters have not found those examples. MacDonald's supposed examples. My point about logic's triads requires further elaboration, because MacDonald's detailed and complex analysis of those triads might otherwise be offered as a refutation of that point. MacDonald has prepared a diagram of the Hegelian system. It consists of 22 circles. They are arranged in 5 hierarchical levels with a single circle at the apex. Each circle contains a logic triad that is supposedly a dialectic and that MacDonald has selected from logic's much larger number of triads. Each circle except the one at the apex feeds into, via a connecting arrow, another circle at the next level above it. Another 24 circles, not shown in the diagram, send out dotted line arrows that feed into those circles in the diagram that have no incoming arrows from other circles shown in the diagram. Every circle in the diagram except the 6 on the bottom level has 3 arrows feeding into it. Solid line arrows come from circles that are shown, dotted line arrows from circles that are not shown. Each of the 3 thesis, antithesis, synthesis concepts within each displayed circle has one incoming arrow pointing to it, but the concept pointed to is never the same as any of the 3 in the lower level circle from which the arrow comes. Smaller internal arrows within each circle show that the thesis contains and gives birth to the antithesis. The thesis enters the synthesis via the antithesis, which transports the thesis to the synthesis. The diagram purports to show how logic's more important dialectics are related and how they converge on the apex dialectic, whose alleged synthesis is spirit. Oddly, absolute spirit, treated as the synthesis of a second-level circle, feeds into spirit, treated as the synthesis of the apex circle, whereas in phenomenology spirit actually precedes absolute spirit. Spirit evolves into absolute spirit at the climax of spirit's divine life, where spirit undergoes self-realization. 52. But the main problem with MacDonald's diagram is that it fails to demonstrate that any of the triads are what MacDonald says they are, dialectics. All the diagram does is show that logic's triads are arranged hierarchically, something that Stace previously showed in more detail. Take the art-religion-philosophy triad, supposedly a thesis, an antithesis, and a synthesis. The fact that art contains religious elements, example Madonna paintings, Michelangelo's mural on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, hardly makes religion the antithesis or opposite of art, it merely establishes a small overlap between art and religion. Likewise, the fact that some philosophy has religious content, example the divine right of kings, Nietzsche's God is dead, doesn't make philosophy a synthesis of art and religion, it merely establishes a small overlap between religion and philosophy. We might also observe that philosophy overlaps politics, Machiavelli, economics, Marx, history, Hegel, and education, Dewey. But that doesn't mean philosophy is a four-way synthesis of politics, economics, history, and education. Neither does it mean that history is the antithesis of politics or economics or education, nor does it mean that education is the antithesis of economics. MacDonald, like so many others, simply does not understand the Hegelian concepts of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Black-white-gray is a dialectic, although it does not use a format that Hegel uses. White is the antithesis, opposite, of black, the thesis. Contrary to MacDonald's ideas, black, the thesis, does not contain any white, it is the total absence of white. Gray is a synthesis, combination, of black and white, you get gray by combining black and white and nothing else. Gray does not get its black indirectly, via white, which supposedly originates in black. Instead, black enters directly into the synthesis, as does white. If you mix white paint with black paint to get gray paint, the black does not come indirectly from the white. The schematic arrow runs directly from white to gray. Findlay's supposed example. Findlay does try but fails to provide such an example. It comes from phenomenology. At least he is looking in the right place, not in logic. The supposed example is a wildly inaccurate assertion about a main triad of his Hegel's dialectic. Findlay claims that the phenomenology has a main triad whose members thesis, antithesis, and synthesis are a. consciousness, b. self-consciousness, and c. reason. 53. This main triad consists of the three main headings of Hegel's table of contents outline. Findlay's claim that these headings form a dialectic is rife with errors. The phenomenology's real main triad, its overarching dialectic, actually has unconscious, without the ness, not consciousness, as the thesis. And unconscious is really paired with the second thesis concept, union, so unconscious is just half of the real thesis, which is unconscious union. I develop this point in chapter 3. Far from being the thesis, consciousness really just conscious is the antithesis in Hegel's main dialectic. And again, this concept is really just half of a conceptual pair, conscious separation. Regarding the true status of conscious as part of the antithesis, note that conscious is the opposite of its thesis counterpart, unconscious. And separation is the opposite of union. Self-consciousness, the alleged antithesis, is not the opposite, antithesis, of consciousness, the alleged thesis. Instead, self-consciousness is just a special form of consciousness, a subheading of consciousness. The true opposite of consciousness is unconsciousness, which is not among the three concepts Findlay cites. Self-consciousness is actually the synthesis of Hegel's main dialectic. It is the state that arrives when spirit becomes absolute spirit, when consciousness of separation, self-alienation, changes to consciousness awareness of unity, self-realization. Self-consciousness, falsely described as the opposite of consciousness, is simply the result of spirit's climactic act of becoming conscious that the external objects it sees, in its guise as subject, a human observer's mind, are really itself, spirit, because every particular thing in the universe is essentially spirit. Reason, which Findlay treats as different from self-consciousness, is actually defined by Hegel as the spirit's achievement, via Hegel's mind, of self-consciousness, awareness that both subject and object are one entity. Spirit self-consciousness is reason. 54. And reason is the certainty of consciousness that it is all reality. 55. So reason is just an alternative label for self-consciousness, or at any rate an advanced state of self-consciousness. Even if we go by Hegel's peculiar definition of reason, reason per se cannot by any stretch of the imagination be viewed as a synthesis of consciousness and self-consciousness. What opposites are merged? How? Singer's supposed example. One interpreter, Singer, turns from phenomenology to Hegel's philosophy of history for a supposed non-logic, non-static, example of a dialectic. Singer offers what he thinks is an example of a history dialectic. He writes that, in Hegel's philosophy of history, a vast dialectical movement extending from the Greek world to the present governs world history. But the supposed dialectic is not Hegel's real immense history dialectical movement, his overarching history dialectic. Hegel actually has two overarching history dialectics, one for freedom, one for monarchy, both use the same three periods. Hegel's real dialectic doesn't begin with Greece, it begins with China. Hegel's real dialectic advances from 1. Oriental despotism to 2. Greco-Roman slave-based societies to 3. Germanic monarchy. The foregoing are Hegel's labels, not to be confused with the thesis antithesis synthesis concepts behind the labels. Singer, in falsely claiming that Hegel's main historical dialectic begins with the Greek world, says Greece represents customary morality. Customary morality is morality based on custom, as opposed to codified law. He identifies this customary morality as the thesis. The supposed antithesis of customary morality is independent thought, brought to fruition in Germany during the Protestant Reformation. Independent thought is the antithesis. But Singer is wrong. The Greco-Roman era is really Hegel's antithesis period. That period is not where the Reformation occurs. Neither is the Reformation a separate, antithetical historical period in Hegel's own analysis. Instead, the Reformation and independent thought freedom of thought belong to Hegel's synthesis period, Germanic monarchy. Martin Luther was a German monk, and the Germanic states of Northern Europe were where Protestantism not only began but was concentrated in Hegel's day. 56. Singer continues, the synthesis in the overall dialectical movement is the German society of Hegel's time, which he saw as an organic community that preserves individual freedom because it is rationally organized. 57. But, although Germanic monarchy, not German society, is the synthesis period in one of Hegel's two overarching history dialectics, Protestantism is one of the monarchy's definitive characteristics, not the substance of a preceding Reformation dialectical period. In this respect, Singer completely misses, doesn't even mention the transition from the bondage, Hegel's term, that preceded the synthesis period. That bondage was Greco-Roman slavery. In another of Hegel's history dialectics, a subdialectic covering a shorter period, the bondage is the suppression of free thought by the medieval Catholic Church, which Hegel despised. Still another problem is that Singer fails to show, and it would be impossible to show, that Greek-style customary morality from the Thesis is brought into the Germanic monarchy synthesis. In 1794, shortly after the Germanic monarchy period came into full bloom, codified law, the Prussian General Civil Code, was introduced in Hegel's Prussia. The monarchy came into full bloom, according to Hegel, only about a half-century earlier. Frederick the Great, who ruled Prussia during 1740–86, was the ruler with whom the new epoch Germanic monarchy enters actual reality, in which the real interest of the state achieves general recognition and highest justification. 58. So codified law was, along with Protestantism and monarchy, a definitive characteristic of the Germanic monarchy period. My point is that Prussian law was codified law, not Greek-style customary law. There was no synthesis of customary law and Protestant free thought. Singer apparently does not understand the concept of synthesis, for he makes no effort to show how his supposed thesis, customary law, is brought into the synthesis, individual freedom. As far as he is concerned, a Hegelian dialectical synthesis is simply the third stage of a triad, nothing more. It does not draw upon the thesis and the antithesis for its content. Singer's example, in short, is inaccurate from beginning to end. It is not an example of a Hegelian dialectic. It is not even a narrower example of a Hegelian synthesis. Strathern's supposed example. An absurd example of a dialectic is that provided by Strathern. It is this: thesis, universality; antithesis, particularity; synthesis, individuality. 59. This mislabeled dialectic actually gets off to a good start. Universality and particularity really are ways of expressing the thesis and antithesis of Hegel's main dialectic, the macro-dialectic that I explain in Chapter 3. The example's problem is its horribly misconceived synthesis. Individuality is not a synthesis of universality and particularity. Individuality is a synonym for particularity. Individuality and particularity are the same thing, individual or particular elements that constitute the general or universal category. In Hegel's real universal-particular dialectic, the synthesis is universe composed of particulars. This synthesis can also be expressed as universe equals particulars. Hegel's spirit is, to greatly oversimplify, the universe all reality. When this is understood, spirit is seen as a universe composed of particulars. The particulars are the individual parts that constitute the universe: planets, clouds, prairies, rivers, weeds, pebbles, birds, deer, humans, shops, ships, and shirts. Although Strathern does not give the source of his example, he could try to defend it by showing it comes from Hegel's logic. 60. The problem with that defense is that this triad's appearance in logic does not make it a dialectic. It is just a triad. I showed under the supposed examples from Hegel's logic subheading that the logic has lots of triads whose third members are not true syntheses. Individuality is not a synthesis of universality and particularity. Rather than including universality, it is antithetical to universality. Point 61. Tucker's near-miss example. Tucker is the one interpreter who comes close to providing a thesis-antithesis-synthesis example. I mentioned in connection with both Hegel's logic and Findlay's false example that primal unconsciousness is a salient feature, one of two such features, of Hegel's basic phenomenology dialectics thesis. Phenomenology has many other dialectics, but the basic one overarches the entire book. Tucker, alone among Hegel's interpreters, names primal unconsciousness in connection with what seems to be the basic dialectics thesis. But then he abandons this concept. And there are other problems, many of them. Part of the difficulty is that Tucker presents, in three different places, three partly conflicting descriptions that seem intended to refer to Hegel's overarching phenomenology dialectic, the basic dialectic I call the macro-dialectic. The three descriptions are these. Tucker first says, God's spirit passes from primal unconsciousness in the form of nature to ultimate self-consciousness in the person of historical man. 62. This is an accurate but vague general description of the dialectic. As far as I know, it is the only description that recognizes primal unconsciousness as what at least seems to be the thesis. The problems are that, a. Tucker does not identify primal unconsciousness as a dialectics thesis, b. A paired second thesis concept, union, of all the particulars in the universe, is missing, c. The antithesis stage is entirely missing, and, d. The synthesis, self-consciousness, does not name any thesis or antithesis concepts that are combined. In Tucker's exposition, self-consciousness is just a label, accurate but still only a label for the third stage. In Tucker's reference, it neither contains nor synthesizes concepts. 2 pages later, Tucker draws a contrast between nature and man, calling them two different grades of spirit. He elaborates, 1. Nature is externalized spirit that is unconscious of itself as spirit, it is the unconscious. 2. Man, on the other hand, is spirit in the act of becoming conscious of itself as spirit. 3. In the process of becoming in terms of knowledge, finite self-conscious spirit overcomes its finitude and rises to the plane of absolute self-conscious spirit. 63. By again pairing nature with unconscious, Tucker seems to imply that item 1 is the thesis. Item 2 fails to recognize that man, like nature, is not conscious of himself as spirit. Item 3 undeniably describes spirit's synthesis stage. But if I am correct in interpolating 1, 2, and 3 to identify thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, we have some serious problems. I will discuss these in a moment. 12 pages later Tucker offers his third version, in the well-known triadic formula, 1. The given world form or creative self-objectification of spirit is the thesis, 2. The world apprehended by the knowing self as an alien and hostile object is the antithesis, and 3. The world repossessed by the knowing self as a mental content is the synthesis. 64. The three descriptions have too many flaws to provide us with an example of a dialectic. The one important and accurate detail is primal unconsciousness. Tucker certainly deserves tentative credit for spotlighting primal unconsciousness. But we quickly run into problems and contradictions. These problems and contradictions amount to abandonment of the idea that primal unconsciousness is part of the thesis. Starting with the thesis, let's see what those problems are. Nature in its pre-human state indeed is where primal unconsciousness is found. The trouble is, Tucker hasn't said unconsciousness belongs to a dialectical thesis. And when Tucker later does say thesis, the description, creative self-objectification of spirit, says nothing about unconsciousness. Indeed, it implies consciousness. In Tucker's second description of the dialectic, which does mention unconsciousness, the concept of unconsciousness suddenly changes. The concept is now spatial rather than temporal. Nature is externalized spirit that is unconscious of itself as spirit, it is the unconscious. Here Tucker is comparing spirit in its role as an observer in spatial location A with spirit in its role as an observed external object in location B. He is contrasting a person, who is the observer and who does have consciousness, with external nature, which he says is unconscious. In truth, both are spirit, the essence of everything that exists. But what we now have is a spatial concept of unconsciousness, whereas Hegel's true concept of unconsciousness is temporal. Unconsciousness exists in time before consciousness, man's mind, comes into existence. In attributing unconsciousness to external nature, the spatial concept, instead of to a time period before humans appeared on Earth, Tucker forgets that humans are part of nature. It is not nature per se that is unconscious in Hegel's real dialectic, it is nature as it once existed before humans arrived on Earth. So when Tucker identifies nature with the externality that is observed by a human observer after humans arrive, he fails to notice that external nature has gained consciousness. Externally observed nature now includes conscious human beings, humans other than the one who is the observer. Nature is therefore now conscious, or at least partly conscious, not unconscious. When Tucker says unconscious of itself as spirit, he is not using unconscious in the sense of lacking a conscious mind, which is what Hegel means by unconscious. Tucker is instead using unconscious in the sense of unawareness. Consciousness, a conscious human mind, is present. But the mind isn't aware that the external objects it sees are essentially the same as itself. The human is unaware that both it and the external objects Tucker is calling nature are essentially spirit. Spirit is their essence. Primal unconsciousness, from Tucker's first description, is hard to reconcile with externalized spirit that is unconscious of itself as unaware that it is spirit. The second phrase describes Hegel's antithesis, not his thesis. It is in the antithesis stage that spirit is unaware that, unconscious of the fact that, the external objects it sees are itself, spirit. Hegel's spirit in the thesis stage is internalized, not externalized, it does not and cannot perceive external objects. Why? In the primordial state of nature, before man arrives, no human mind exists to perceive external objects and misinterpret them as alien. Spirit therefore exists only in its unseparated, non-self-alienated state of universality, or oneness. Primal unconsciousness is even harder to reconcile with creative self-objectification, described as the thesis 14 pages later. An unconscious, pre-human spirit can't be creative. Neither can it falsely objectify itself, treat itself as alien natural objects, things other than itself. It is therefore almost a certainty that Tucker's reference to primal unconsciousness is a reference to what is really Hegel's antithesis period, the period in which an observing consciousness is not conscious, aware, that the object it observes is itself, spirit, because both consciousness and the object are spirit. Describing the thesis as a given world form and a creative self-objectification of spirit leaves me scratching my head. If that's a thesis, what could its antithesis, its opposite, possibly be? What is the opposite of a given world form or creative self-objectification? Self-objectification seems to mean that spirit, using the mind of a human observer, misinterprets itself as a separate object, something apart from itself. Spirit objectifies, treats as an alien object, itself. But that is something that happens in the antithesis stage of the dialectic, not in the thesis stage. So Tucker's third description, the only one that actually says thesis, is plainly inaccurate. The above 8 objections relate to the dialectics thesis, as described by Tucker. We now move on to the antithesis. Tucker says the antithesis is the world apprehended by the knowing self as an alien and hostile object. That is a superficially accurate description of what happens in Hegel's real antithesis. But the description reveals no antithetic characteristics when compared with the descriptions of the thesis. What in the thesis is the opposite of apprehended as alien? To make matters worse, I see in Tucker's description of the thesis the very same thing he places in the antithesis. The self-objectification Tucker places in the thesis surely is the act of the knowing self, observer, apprehending the external world as an alien and hostile object. The knowing self objectifies itself, the external object. Instead of making the antithesis the opposite of the thesis, Tucker has made both the same. I should add that Hegel's real thesis has no apprehension. In the basic dialectics thesis stage there are no humans around to apprehend anything. A further problem, extremely minor, is the word hostile. In the real antithesis, the world, or at least objects within it, is indeed apprehended as alien, but alien has no connotation of hostility. Alien is simply a matter of misinterpretation. Spirit, using the mind of man, thinks external objects that are essentially itself spirit are objects that are not itself but, rather, alien. Alien simply means other than itself. Tucker's synthesis, which involves a repossessed world, doesn't say what it means to repossess the world. When and in what sense was the world ever possessed in the first place? When was it lost? A related problem is that the synthesis does not square with the thesis. The thesis says nothing about an earlier possession. And there is no showing that conceptual opposites are united in the synthesis. There aren't even any conceptual opposites to unite. Similarly, overcomes its finitude and rises to the plane of absolute self-conscious spirit fails to refer to anything in the thesis or in the antithesis. Tucker hasn't said finitude is a characteristic of the antithesis, although finitude actually is a characteristic of the antithesis, neither has he said what finitude means. It actually means being a finite limited particular of the universe, especially a human being, as contrasted with the infinite or unlimited spirit, which includes every finite thing in the universe. Tillich, genuine examples of thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics. To further clarify what I mean by the literature's lack of concrete examples, I will cite 4 genuine, concrete examples of dialectics from the philosophical theology of Paul Tillich. Tillich's dialectics is basically a matter of putting new wine in old Hegelian wineskins. The examples accordingly illustrate Hegel's 3 main dialectical formats. Old formats, new content. Each format is defined by the manner in which the synthesis is achieved or expressed. Tillich calls his thought neo-dialectical and dialectical realism. 65 He describes this as thinking that moves through yes affirmation and no negation and yes again a higher yes, the negation of the negation. 66 To understand the illusions you must know from other sources that Tillich, a closet atheist humanist, embraces a God above the God of the ism. 67 This God above God happens to be a non-supernatural God, humanity. 68 The initial yes combines, a yes to Christianity's supernatural God of the ism and, b, a yes to supernaturalism in general. Then the no comes along, the thinker becomes an atheist, the antithesis of a theist. His no unites, c, no to the God of the ism and, d, no to supernaturalism in general, the antitheses, opposites, of A and B. Finally, the thinker becomes a humanist who returns to yes, a yes to God. But the new yes affirms a higher God, above the God of the ism. This yes, the synthesis, combines, a, yes to God, from the thesis, with, d, no to supernaturalism, from the antithesis. The result is a non-supernatural God. That God happens to be humanity, a figurative God not openly identified by Tillich. The identity of God must be deduced from lots of clues. The thinker separates from and returns to God. Separation and return, the basic theme of dialectics. The dialectics format: 1. Thesis, A plus B, 2. Antithesis, C plus D, 3. Synthesis, A plus D. In this format, the synthesis combines one concept from the two-part thesis with one from the two-part antithesis. Summary. Thesis, yes to God plus yes to supernaturalism. Antithesis, no to God plus no to supernaturalism. Synthesis, yes to God plus no to supernaturalism. Equals yes to the non-supernatural God. Tillich provides his own summary of this dialectical process, confirming that it does entail thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics. True being the God above God, he says, must be discovered under the surface. This discovery is made through a process of preliminary affirmations of God and supernaturalism, consequent negations of God and supernaturalism, and final affirmations of the God above God. It is made through yes and no or dialectically, my italics. Point 69 The God above God is the yes above the yes and no of life and of truth. 70. A second Tillichian example of the format having two-part stages uses Hegel's basic potential actual format. In Chapter 3, I describe this format and its derivation in detail. This second dialectic follows the same yes-no-yes pattern. In the thesis stage of the ism, yes to God, man is potentially united with God. But the union is not actual, because the God man worships is the wrong God, the false God of the ism. The thesis becomes a combination of two concepts, potential plus union, of man and God. In the antithesis stage of atheism, no to God, man separates from God. Note that separation is the antithesis, the opposite of the thesis's concept of union. We now have a two-concept antithesis, actual plus separation. In the synthesis stage of humanism, man returns to God, yes to God. But the God he returns to is not the original God. It is a higher God, humanity. The synthesis borrows actual from the antithesis and union from the thesis. Summary. Thesis, potential plus union, of God and man. Antithesis, actual plus separation, of God and man. Synthesis, actual plus union, of God and man. The same thought progression is described in a dialectic that moves from theology to philosophy to Tillich's philosophical theology, a synthesis of philosophy and theology. Theology treats God as the source of truth, philosophy treats man, God's opposite, antithesis, as the source of truth, and Tillich's thought combines the two sources God and man. The resulting dialectic flows from a thesis of God, one being, to an antithesis of man, many beings, to the synthesis, God equals man, one equals many. This synthesis redefines God as humanity. Abstractly stated, the dialectic is, 1. Thesis, A, 2. Antithesis, B, and 3. Synthesis, A equals B. This A equals B format is Hegel's second format. The synthesis reveals that the antithesis is the thesis in disguise. Summary. Thesis, God, one being. Antithesis, man, many human beings. Synthesis, God equals man, the true God, the one humanity equals many human beings. The above dialectic, in turn, can easily be transformed into a particular version of Hegel's third basic dialectic, 1, from one God, 2, many, from many humans, and 3, one composed of many, equivalent to one and many. A variation of this one composed of many format is universe, Tillich's humanity, Hegel's spirit, composed of particulars, Tillich's human beings, Hegel's subject and objects. Summary. Thesis, 1, God. Antithesis, many, humanity. Synthesis, one composed of many, one God composed of many human beings. Hegel uses these three formats with his overarching phenomenology dialectic and several of its variants. I refer to the macro-dialectic that doesn't reach a synthesis until the end of the book. But phenomenology has more than 24 shorter dialectics, some of which use other synthesis formats. One of these other formats has as its synthesis A plus B, or thesis plus antithesis, which is really a slightly broader concept than one composed of many. Some of the other formats are quite imaginative. One of these has a synthesis that uses a masked actor in Greek comedy. The actor alternately wears and removes a divinity mask, thereby alternating between two roles: divine, mask on, and human, mask off, or thesis and antithesis. The actor, who plays both roles, is the synthesis. Another format likewise uses one person as the synthesis, Faust, who begins as a predator but becomes the victim of Mephistopheles, represents both the thesis and the antithesis, predator and victim. In Chapter 4, I describe the Mask dialectic and the Faust dialectic in more detail. The failure of the Hegel literature to provide genuine examples of dialectics points to a deeper problem. None of Hegel's hundreds of expositors has recognized Hegel's three main dialectical formats, presented above in the Tillich examples. For example, no expositor has been able to get from the recognized concept of self-estrangement, failure of subject to recognize external objects as itself, spirit, to the concept of many, spirit separated into many particulars, explicitly identified as a dialectical antithesis. To make matters worse, most expositors, Bailey, Stace, and Pinkard are exceptions, don't even mention the prehuman stage of natural history that provides the thesis concept of one, or unconscious union, i.e., potential union, unrealized union. The now almost universal skepticism about the idea that Hegel uses thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics of a dynamic, non-static, sort runs afoul of overwhelming evidence that Hegel does practice thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics. Among the most powerful pieces of evidence are Hegel's soon-to-be-revealed actual dialectics, the overarching macro-dialectic that spans the entire length of phenomenology, a preface dialectic, four disguised table of contents dialectics hidden among a larger number of triads, 22 microdialectics employed in the march of consciousness, and 10 history dialectics. That's 38 dialectics, not counting many variants of particular dialectics. But before we get to the highly persuasive evidence of the macro-dialectic, other evidence must be considered. This evidence shows that Hegel directly and indirectly affirmed his use of thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics. First, the text of Phenomenology is full of dialectical terminology references and allusions to dialectics, theses, antitheses, and syntheses. Second, one passage in the preface praises dialectics, even while saying it has been misused by Kant. A second unmistakably describes a thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectic, and a third alludes to Spirit's dialectical movement. Third, Phenomenology's introduction offers a detailed, if guardedly worded, description of one version of Hegel's overarching macro-dialectic. Fourth, the first primary heading of the text, A, Consciousness, has three subheadings, I, 2, and 3, that provide a hidden thesis-antithesis-synthesis perspective. I equals universality, 2 equals particularity, 3 equals universe composed of particulars, for Hegel's analysis of consciousness. Below, after explaining 10 especially important thesis-antithesis pairs used by Hegel, I will analyze the evidence from the four sources just named. Antithetical concepts. One reason previous interpreters have not found in Hegel's writing the thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectics that to me are remarkably obvious is that the first 10 of the 35 antithetical conceptual pairs introduced in Chapter 1 have been either overlooked or underinterpreted. The 10 pairs are: universal and particular, one and many, union and separation, separation equals estrangement or alienation, essence and existence, existence equals appearance, divine and human, God and man, inner and outer, unseen and seen, in itself and for itself, potential and actual, unconscious and conscious, artificial and natural. The first four pairs, and to some extent the next three, are different ways of saying the same thing. They are more or less interchangeable. Let's examine the details. 1. Universal and particular. Universal and particular means essentially the same thing as the well-known combination general and particular. That combination, in turn, is similar in meaning to abstract, vague, and concrete, specific. Universal, however, often, not always, has a more specific meaning than general. Hegel's spirit here, I oversimplify, embraces and thus unites all reality, the entire universe. Spirit includes our physical universe and everything in it. Tillich, who understood Hegel better than any other philosopher did, could therefore write that Hegel's spirit is the essence of every species of plants and animals, of the structures of the atoms and stars, of the nature of man in which his spirit's innermost center mind is manifest. This essence is not metaphysical, it is simply a mental concept, spirit. Tucker, who displays at least limited understanding of Hegel's dialectics, agrees. He says spirit's self-realization is its awareness of itself as the whole of reality. This awareness materializes in the mind of man. Man's mind is where spirit's innermost center is located, meaning that man's collective mind is spirit's mind. Hegel confirms this conclusion by saying, reason is when self-realization is reached, the certainty of consciousness a person's mind that it is all reality. 3. He later repeats this theme in his first sentence following heading 6, spirit. Reason is spirit when its certainty of being all reality has been raised to recognized by a human mind as truth. For Bailey has no difficulty comprehending what Hegel means. He states that the absolute spirit is the totality of all reality, and that, as such, spirit contains a multiplicity of narrower universals, limited general categories, such as animals. 5. But, in Hegel's usage, universal almost always refers to the physical universe: stars, mountains, cows, frying pans, fences, and so on. Universal therefore includes everything in the universe. Most important, it includes ourselves, we whose minds are spirit's mind, its only mind. Spirit has no independent, transcendent mind. Every universal, or general, category consists of particulars, the individual items that constitute the universe. The universe of flowers consists of ladislepers, chicory, spiderworts, tulips, daylilies, and countless other flower varieties. Each variety is another universe consisting of billions or trillions of individual plants. Particularity comes into play in phenomenology because man has a perceptual problem. This problem is the subject of the second subheading, perception, under phenomenology's first main heading, heading A, consciousness. Man looks around and sees all sorts of external objects: other persons, robins, boxwoods, rainbows, houses, apples, cookies, toys, lampposts, haystacks. These particulars are all spirit, everything is spirit, including the observer, called consciousness, subject, or the I. But the observer, who like all humans is essentially spirit, does not recognize the objects as spirit, that is, as itself. Spirit, the observer, instead perceives the external things as separate objects, separate from each other and separate from itself. Spirit, observing the world through the mind of man, itself, thus regards all external things as alien objects, objects that are not itself. Alien has no negative or prejudicial connotation. In Hegel's words, what its spirit does not know is that this perceived object is its own self. 6. Consequently, spirit is self-alienated or self-estranged, separated from itself. Things that are essentially one universal entity, the universe, or spirit, become existentially many things, many particulars. 2. One and many. As just noted, the universe is one universe, whereas the particulars are many. So the second conceptual pair, one and many, means roughly the same thing as universal and particular. A qualification concerning many is that, when Hegel is discussing Christianity's Trinity, one is God in his pre-incarnation state, Thesis, and many is really just two: God in heaven and God incarnate, Jesus, on earth. Spirit's task is to recognize that the one and the many are the same thing, one entity composed of many particulars. Spirit is the one entity, the universal, general, category that embraces the many particulars of the universe, which are also spirit. 3. Union and separation. Union and separation focuses on how the one and the many are perceived or not perceived. In its unconscious, pre-human state of nature, spirit has no human mind with which to perceive external objects, so all reality is united as the universe. 2 stages later, in its essential state of absolute knowledge, the dialectical synthesis, spirit belatedly becomes aware that it, now in its guise of the mind of Hegel, is one entity, a universe. This is a second state of union. But in its existential, misperceiving, state of separation, the in-between antithesis stage, spirit thinks whatever it senses, sees, hears, smells, tastes, or feels, is a separate object, hence spirit is existentially separated, estranged, or alienated from itself. That is man's existential predicament. Coming up next. Man remains in this state of self-estrangement throughout the entire book, until spirit acquires absolute knowledge in the last paragraph of Phenomenology. When spirit acquires absolute knowledge, it becomes absolute spirit, thereby tipping its hat to the metaphysical concept of the absolute, even though spirit is not really metaphysical. 4. Essence and existence. Essence and existence has two sets of meanings. In the first, essence is the way things ought to be. Specifically, spirit ought to be aware, through the mind of man, that it is all reality, everything in the universe. Existence is the way things actually are. Spirit, perceiving and interpreting with the minds of individual men, sees external objects and mistakenly thinks the objects are things other than itself, spirit. Spirit, unaware that it is all reality, the divine, thinks it is nothing more than whichever human being is doing its thinking at a particular time and place. Spirit's need is to make the way things ought to be, essence, identical to the way they actually are, existence. Existence becomes essence when spirit achieves self-realization, self-consciousness, self-awareness, when spirit becomes absolute spirit. Tillich, describing his own essence existence philosophy, which is based on Hegels, summarizes these polar concepts. Estrangement points to the basic characteristic of man's predicament. Man as he exists is not what he essentially is and ought to be. 7. Tillich's man ought to be aware that he is God, and Hegel's spirit ought to be aware, through the mind of man, that it is the universe, all reality. That's another way of saying that man is unaware that he is worshipping the wrong God. He needs to realize that he is God, or, in Hegel's case but not Tillich's, at least part of God, spirit. In another passage, Tillich reaffirms the ought to be of essence, insofar as man's existence has the character of estrangement. A double consideration is demanded, one side dealing with man as he essentially is, and ought to be, and the other dealing with what he is in his self-estranged existence, and should not be. 8. In the second set of meanings, essence and existence is another way of describing union and separation. Essence is a state where the universe, hence spirit, is united, just one entity. Essence can be, 1. Potential, or 2. Actual. Potential essence describes spirit's unconscious, pre-human state, wherein man's conscious mind, spirit's mind, is not yet available to perceive the many separate objects that constitute reality. In this primal state, the thesis, spirit is potentially united in the sense that it isn't separated. No human mind is available to separate it into all the particulars that constitute the universe. Actual essence, the synthesis, is the state wherein spirit, after a long stage of conscious separation into particulars, self-estrangement, becomes aware, through the comprehending mind of Hegel, that it is all reality. Existence is the middle stage, the antithesis. It is the state that prevails until the last chapter, and really the last paragraph, of Phenomenology. In its existential state, spirit is separated from itself through its failure to recognize itself, external objects, as itself. The spirit observer, spirit perceives itself as many rather than as one. Hegel lays out the problem: the unhappy consciousness spirit in its antithetical state of self-estrangement itself is the gazing of one self-consciousness into at another, and itself is both, and the unity of both is also its essential nature. But it is not as yet explicitly aware that this is its essential nature, or that it is the unity of both. My italics. Point 9. Existence is not as yet what it ought to be, essence. When spirit eventually returns to itself from its state of self-estrangement, spirit has made its existence identical with its essence. 10. Spirit has now become absolute spirit. When Hegel speaks of the gazing of one self-consciousness into another, his statement is misleading. The statement is true in cases where the object gazed at is another human. Humans are self-conscious. but the statement is not true when the observed object is inanimate, as is usually the case. Inanimate objects are not self-conscious. You can see that Hegel was the original existentialist philosopher. His philosophy revolves around concern about the plight of man, who is, among other things, the unhappy consciousness. The plight of man is that he doesn't know who he is, doesn't know that he is the divine. He mistakenly thinks an imaginary rational, self-conscious, omnipotent, supernatural being named God is the divine. This mistaken belief separates him from the true divine, himself. Paul Tillich's so-called existentialist philosophy is almost identical. The only difference is in the details of who the divine is: a deified universe, hence including a deified humanity in Hegel's case, more narrowly a deified humanity, nothing else in Tillich's case. For both philosophers, an alternative way of expressing the plight of man is that he worships the wrong God. And for both philosophers, the wrong God is the God of Christian theism. 5. Divine and human. Divine and human repeats the one and many theme. In Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, the divine is one rational, self-conscious, omnipotent supernatural being. Although polytheistic religions, such as Greek and Hindu religion and some forms of Buddhism, had or have many deities, Hegel ignores them and treats divine as conceptually equivalent to one. In Hegel's philosophy, spirit is the divine and is likewise just one entity, the universe. In short, divine represents the concepts of one and universal. Human, on the other hand, refers to humanity. Humanity is conceptually equivalent to many. There are many humans, billions in fact. It follows that, in places where Hegel is describing conflict or contrast between a divine and a human orientation or point of view, he is simultaneously alluding to the antithesis between universal and particular, between one and many, between union and separation, and between essence and existence. 6. Inner and outer. Inner and outer is yet another way of conceiving one and many. If I see a tree, I see only what is visible and material: the trunk, the bark, the branches, the twigs, the leaves, and maybe some buds, blossoms, nuts, or fruit. I don't see what Hegel regards as the hidden inner essence of that tree. I don't see what is invisible and non-material. I don't see spirit. Spirit is the concept that unifies into one entity the many things that differ on the outside but are identical inside. Here things get a bit complicated, because spirit can be used in two different senses. In Chapter 3, I will show that Hegel defines spirit as a four-part physical and mental entity whose physical side is the entire universe and everything in it. Spirit in that sense is not precisely what inner refers to. Instead, inner refers to the concept of Hegel's spirit. There is nothing physical about a concept. Concepts' ideas are intangible, non-material. Spirit, viewed as a concept, is the universality of everything in the universe. As such, spirit is the unifying essence of everything in the universe. Everything is essentially, but not visibly, spirit. Spirit is not literally inside of everything, because spirit is just an idea, a concept, not something material. But it is inner in the sense that it is hidden from sensory perception, just as something material that is literally inside something else, something opaque, is hidden. Hegel says, spirit is alone reality. It is the inner being of the world. 11. Inner, in other words, points to spirit, the conceptual essence of everything, as the pure or actual form of reality. Spirit is supersensible, not perceivable by the senses. The outer, the antithesis of inner, is whatever the senses, particularly sight, can perceive. Outer implies that the book is being judged by its cover. The perceived object is being judged, really misjudged by what is visible. But it ought to be judged by its invisible inner essence, spirit. Both inner and outer are characteristics of the so-called objects that subject or consciousness sees. Spirit is self-estranged, estranged from itself, because, when subject, spirit, sees external objects, also spirit, subject sees only the outer of each object. Almost all objects differ in their outer appearance, so subject concludes that the objects constitute a huge cast of particulars, many particulars. But in truth, what subject sees is itself. Subject's inner essence is spirit, and each object's inner essence is also spirit. Both subject and object are spirit. They are one. Everything in the universe is part of the one, spirit. Spirit is a synthesis of one and many. It is one composed of many. 7 In itself and for itself. The confusing terms in itself and for itself are deliberately obfuscatory ways of expressing abstractly all the preceding pairs of meanings. That which is in itself is, a. universal encompassing everything rather than particular, b. one rather than many, c. unified, either potentially or, when combined with for itself, actually, d. the essence of every particular thing in the universe, e. the divine, f. inside of everything in the sense of being intangible and thus invisible, and g. spirit in a conceptual sense rather than the physical universe. For itself has the opposite meanings. That which is for itself is, a. particular, b. a particular member of the many category, c. perceived as a separate object, d. related to the state of existence rather than essence, e. not divine, but not necessarily human either, f. endowed with a visible exterior, and g. material, hence perceivable by the senses. Another distinction, and really the most important one, is that in itself relates to a dialectics thesis, whereas for itself relates to a dialectics antithesis. Hegel can thus refer to the antithesis of being for itself and being in itself. 12 Antithesis does not in this context mean the second stage of a dialectic, it means the oppositeness of the thesis and the antithesis. The in itself is an observed object's inner essence, the for itself is the object's misleading outer appearance. When the two phrases are combined as in and for itself, Hegel is describing a dialectical synthesis, which combines the thesis and the antithesis, or else the best parts of them. Hegel often uses the word mediate and its variants to describe the combining of a thesis and an antithesis in a synthesis. So when he says that individuality, the status of being a particular object, which when it exists in and for itself, contains the antithesis of being in itself and being for itself erased within its own mediation. 13 He is saying that, in the synthesis, the opposition between the thesis and the antithesis is eliminated by the synthesis's function of mediation. In and for itself reconciles or mediates in itself and for itself. Here the in itself and the for itself abstract terms are whatever thesis and antithesis Hegel is discussing. The in itself helps us remember what in itself refers to, namely, universality, or the unifying concept spirit found in everything. But the for itself seems arbitrary. Tillich provides an illustrative word that you might find easier to work with when Hegel says for itself. Tillich says that in the highly dialectical structure of the self-observer having a world to which it belongs, the concept of individuality expresses the meaning of for itself. 14 Individuality is a synonym for particularity. Individuality refers to the many particulars that constitute the world. The observer regards these as particulars because they differ on the outside, that is, in their appearance or existence. The world Tillich refers to is his own God, humanity, and the individuals are human beings. But the individuality concept also applies to Hegel's world, the universe, where almost all the particulars are non-human. In itself and for itself are widely misunderstood, for two reasons. First, in itself in some contexts relates to spirit's thesis stage of unconsciousness, the existence of which nobody has recognized. Second, the word for itself cannot on its face be recognized as referring to a visible, outer, characteristic. I like to think of for itself as short for itself to see, referring to the particularizing outer characteristics of an observed object. An example of the general misunderstanding is Forster's incorrect explanation. He says the contrasting pair of terms in itself and for itself is used to mark two different distinctions in Hegel, I. the distinction between merely being, in itself, and being aware that one is, for itself, and, 2. the Aristotelian distinction between being potentially, in itself, and being actually, for itself. 15 Regarding the first alleged distinction, in itself does not mean merely being, or existing. Spirit exists as being in all three stages of Hegel's overarching dialectic. In itself relates only to the thesis stage, where in itself stands alone, not combined as in and for itself. And for itself does not mean being aware that one is. On the contrary, for itself relates to the antithesis stage, self-estrangement, in which spirit is not aware that it is the essence of everything in the universe, hence is not aware that it is spirit. Forster's second distinction has some truth but is largely false. In itself is related to the thesis stage of potential union and in that sense is related to being potentially. But Forster does not recognize that Hegel uses thesis-antithesis dialectics, even less is he aware that a thesis stage of unconsciousness exists. He thinks potentiality, or in itself, is something that accompanies estrangement, which, unknown to him, is the dialectic's antithesis stage. And that idea is flat out wrong. Potential is a thesis concept, not an antithesis concept. A further implication of Forster's interpretation is that potentially becomes actually, for itself, when spirit achieves self-realization when the dialectic synthesis materializes. But the truth is that for itself, when not combined with in itself, in and for itself, relates to the antithesis stage of estrangement. Their spirit is actually self-estranged through the failure of an observing subject to recognize itself, spirit, in external objects. Beiser also misinterprets in itself and for itself. He writes, the term in itself, in sich, means not only a by itself, apart from its relations to other things, but also be something potential, undeveloped, and inchoate. 16 The first half of that definition, because it is too abstract, is correct only if by itself is understood to mean general or universal. The second half of the definition is correct insofar as in itself generally refers to the thesis state of potentiality. But Beiser overlooks an important qualification. In itself means an actual state when it is combined with for itself, in and for itself. Beiser next writes, the term for itself, für sich, means not only a something self-conscious but also be something that acts for ends and that has become organized and developed. 17 Now Beiser is thoroughly wrong. That which is for itself is a particular observed object that is misperceived by the observer, subject, as something other than the observer, whereas both are spirit. It is the subject, not the observed object, that has consciousness, unless the object is another human. And this consciousness is self-consciousness only when subject finally realizes that the observed object is itself, the subject. Furthermore, the state of being for itself has absolutely nothing to do with actions, ends, or being organized or developed. The observed for itself object might be a block of salt. It actually is a block of salt in Hegel's chapter on perception. A block of salt has no mind, therefore has no ends, isn't something that acts, it just sits there waiting for deer to come along and is neither organized nor developed. A third interpreter, Bailey, gets things right, although he misses the thesis-antithesis connection. In his 1910 translator's introduction to phenomenology, he says one feature of the concept of the absolute, spirit, is its bare, concentrated universality, the notion concept in itself. Universality is, of course, the state of being one, unified the thesis concept. Bailey then correctly says for itself has a meaning that is the sheer opposite of the first, or externalization, the opposite of inner and the opposite of universality. For itself, he says, means out of itself. On the outside is a better way of putting it, but out of itself is close enough. The outside of anything is the part that is visible. And since the outsides of objects differ from one object to another, the related concept of particularity, the opposite of universality, is implied. Moving on, Bailey says the third aspect of the notion concept of the absolute is the explicit union of the first, pure universality, and the second, pure difference, in a synthesis, which is in and for itself, my italics, 18 Bailey actually says synthesis. He understands. 8 Potential and actual. In potential and actual, we have antithetical concepts that are related to yet substantively different from the 7 preceding pairs. The foremost problem of interpretations of Hegel to date is their failure to recognize that spirit moves from a thesis stage of potential universality, or union, or essence, the state of being one, to an antithesis stage of actual particularity, or separation, or existence, the state of being many. Stated otherwise, the problem is the failure of interpreters to recognize the dialectical format, illustrated in Chapter 1 with the first tillage dialectic. That dialectic runs from 1. Thesis, A plus B2, 2. Antithesis, C plus D2, 3. Synthesis, C plus B. The synthesis borrows one concept, B, from the two-part thesis and one concept, C, from the two-part antithesis. In the Hegelian macrodialectics application of this format, A is potential and C is actual. The goal is actual union, as contrasted with potential union, actual essence as contrasted with potential essence. Hegel therefore writes that the third moment, third stage of a dialectic, is where spirit achieves a knowledge of itself, as it is both in essence from the thesis and in actuality from the antithesis, or in and for itself. 19. Tillich and Bailey help clarify the potential-actual dichotomy. Tillich puts it this way: actual being is the true expression of potential being, and is realized only after estrangement separation, the antithesis, my italics, point 20 in Tillich's thought. This means that man, who is God but doesn't know it, is actually estranged from God because he thinks God is a separate being who lives in heaven. But if he were what he essentially is, God, if his potentiality of becoming the infinite, God, were identical with his actuality, his being finite, man, the question of the infinite would not arise. 21 Translation: if man recognized himself, humanity, as God, questions about God would not arise. Bailey comes remarkably close to getting the point when he writes, looking at the process of spirit's maturation as a growth from a lower to a higher degree of articulation of the nature of the whole spirit, it is spoken of as a process of advancing from potentiality to actuality. 22 Unfortunately, Bailey fails to combine potentiality with B in a dialectical thesis, actuality with D in an antithesis, and actuality with B in a synthesis. He, like Forster, thinks estrangement is the state of potentiality. Had he ruminated at greater length on what Hegel meant in his preface by "give actuality to the universal," 23 Bailey might have unlocked the door to Hegel's thought. 9 Unconscious and conscious. Unconscious and conscious is basically synonymous with, or rather a special case of, potential and actual. Unconscious refers to an early state of nature, before man exists. Man's mind is spirit's mind, spirit's only mind. So without man and man's minds, spirit exists, the universe exists, but as yet has no mind. Without a mind, spirit cannot have consciousness. Without consciousness, spirit cannot perceive the alien external objects it mistakenly thinks are separate from itself. There can be no state of separation, or self-estrangement. And without self-estrangement, spirit is unified, unseparated, it lives in a state of unconscious unity. It displays the thesis concept, universality. This unconscious unity is merely potential unity, potential essence. To become actual, the unity must be consciously recognized. Recognition of spirit's essential unity must await the arrival on earth of man. This unconscious-conscious dichotomy is the foundation on which Hegel's overarching dialectic, the macrodialectic, rests. It will therefore be developed in much more detail in Chapter 3. For the moment, all we need to know is that, A, unconscious is equivalent to potential and, B, conscious is equivalent to actual. But whereas unconscious always refers only to the thesis stage, or unconscious, potential, union, conscious can refer to either the antithesis or the synthesis. It can refer to either conscious, actual, separation, or conscious, actual, union. 10. Artificial and natural. Hegel has two dialectics in which the thesis is natural and the antithesis is artificial. One dialectic is hidden in a trio of table of contents headings, the other is hidden in Hegel's philosophy of history. In both dialectics, natural is actually right out in the open, explicitly stated, though not identified as a thesis. Artificial, in turn, is hidden in plain sight in the word art. All art is man-made. And anything man-made is artificial. Artificial is, of course, the antithesis of the opposite of natural. In Hegel's dialectics, natural alludes to two things. First, it carries the implication that spirit, as all reality, includes all of nature. Artificial bears the complementary implication that spirit also includes all artificial objects in the universe. Spirit goes beyond the Spinoza-Schelling concept of the absolute as something limited to nature. But the main allusion is to Jesus, viewed as one of two manifestations of God. According to Christian theology, Jesus was God incarnate, God in the flesh. This version of God was natural. Jesus was a real, natural human being. The God-man Jesus, in addition to being God incarnate, was the Son of God, the second member of the Trinity. So natural alludes to Son in Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Artificial, in addition to alluding to the inclusion of artificial objects in the concept of spirit, alludes primarily to God's other form, God the Father. Hegel was an atheist. He didn't believe in God. To him, God was a creation of the human imagination, a product of what he called picture thinking. Since God, the imaginary God in heaven, is something created by man, he is artificial. You can see where this is leading. Transpose Son and Father to put them in their proper Trinitarian order and you get a dialectic that runs from Father, artificial, to Son, natural, to Holy Spirit, unites artificial and natural. The Holy Spirit's job is to do what spirits do best, they possess people, example to cause holy rollers, or Pentecostal sect members, to roll around on the floor and speak in tongues. By possessing Jesus, the Holy Spirit united Father and Son in a synthesis. In this Trinitarian story, Father in the thesis stage is potentially one in the sense of a union of parts, but he is not actually one because there is not yet a Son to unite with. Then the Son comes along. He represents actual separation, the Father is in heaven, and the Son is on earth. How do we combine, 1, potential plus union and, 2, actual plus separation to get, 3, actual, from the antithesis, plus union, from the thesis? Easy, we call out the Holy Spirit. God's Holy Spirit possesses Jesus, right after Jesus is baptized, creating an actual union of the artificial, the Father, and the natural, the Son. What is the point of this dialectical story? It is this: Hegel's spirit is a synthesis of natural and artificial. The natural is man, the most important part of spirit, the part that provides spirit with its mind. Man, in turn, represents the concept human. The artificial is God, a man-made entity, the creation of man's imagination. God represents the concept divine. The synthesis of natural and artificial is therefore a synthesis of human and divine. This synthesis is another way of saying man is God. In Tillich's thought, man-humanity is all there is to God. But in Hegel's thought, man is just the essential part of God, spirit, the part Hegel is particularly concerned with deifying. Hegel is espousing a pseudo-theology of humanism. Dialectical terminology. We are now ready to look at the several ways in which Hegel affirms his use of thesis, antithesis, synthesis dialectics. The evidence begins with dialectical terminology. Hegel's frequent terminological allusions, and occasional outright references to theses, antitheses, and syntheses provide solid evidence that he is practicing dialectics. Kaufmann argues that Hegel never once used these three terms, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, together to designate three stages in an argument or account in any of his books 24, but Hegel actually did use the terms antithesis, synthesis, negation, a synonym for antithesis, and negation of the negation, a widely recognized alternate label for synthesis. Whether he used these terms together, and whether he used thesis with them, he didn't, is irrelevant. What is relevant is that Hegel referred explicitly to his use of dialectics. And he made it clear that he meant thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics. He did this by using a wide variety of substitute terms to identify the three dialectical stages. Below are Hegelian terms, taken from Bailey's translation of Phenomenology, that either refer or allude to the three-stage process and to the individual stages, page references in parentheses. Dialectics, dialectical movement, 123, 247, dialectic process, 142, 154, 158, 176, 180, the dialectic, 151, triple process, 256, the triplicity, 107, three moments constitute the life of spirit, 765, three moments, 767, the complete succession of forms, 137, the process of negation, antithesis and mediation, synthesis, 153, the two factors, thesis and antithesis, 402. Thesis, primitive stage, 88, first stage, 111, 625, first moment, 590, first realization, 693, the positive element yes, viz., the universal, 190, 552, unrealized potential essence, 550, essence potential, 145, the universal, 191, 261, universality, 395, 656, moment, 388, its previous state, 564, the family from Antigone, as the inner indwelling principle of sociality operating in an unconscious way, my italics, 468. In this wordy last example, the words inner and unconscious allude to the first members of the thesis antithesis pairs, inner outer and unconscious conscious. Antithesis, antithesis, 205, 367, 391, 423, 562, 25 negation no, 137, 154, 165, 608, the negative factor, 105, the negative element, 386, principle of negation, 565, second attitude, 259, second moment, 572, second realization, 694, stage of perception consciousness, or conscious separation, 180, moment, 388, self-estranged, 506, 511, self-alienated notion, 591, estrangement, 551, alienated, 251, middle term, 230, the extreme of individuation. Particularization, 327, the particular, 191, 261, appearance existence, contrasted with essence, 145, existence, 55, something opposed no opposed to yes, 564. Synthesis, synthesis, 272, 482, synthetic unity of the first two propositions thesis and antithesis, 626, synthetic connection, 765, negate thereby the negation, 156, union, 482, unification, 794, third stage, 262, 555, 765, third attitude, 263, third realization, 694, third moment, 793, Reconciling affirmation terminal yes of yes no yes, 679, actual real essence, 550, actualizing the universal, 94, attains the form of universality, 795, essence. Actual, 55, mediating term uniting inner universality and outer particularity, 343, has got rid of the opposition between universal and particular, 191, formal universality of all the component individuals, 499, comes back returns in Miller's translation to itself from this state of estrangement, 96, mind has made its existence, one with its essential nature, 97, the actual self-consciousness of absolute spirit, 461, union, 482. Kaufmann and Pinkard may have believed that thesis, antithesis, and synthesis are the only terms Hegel could have used to refer to the three stages of a dialectic. But they were ignoring the obvious. Hegel is deliberately obscure. He deliberately conceals his message, which is essentially a message of atheism, a message that would get him banned from his profession if it became known. The message, the mind of the divine, is not the mind of an omnipotent, omniscient supernatural being named God, it is the mind of man, and the divine is conscious of itself, self-conscious, only to the extent that individual humans recognize themselves as spirit, the divine. Kaufmann knew this, for he said of Hegel that his religious position may be safely characterized as a form of humanism. 26 Humanism is, of course, a form of atheism, disbelief in the God of theism, and is typically full-blown atheism, contrasted with pantheism and deism. To expect Hegel to come right out and say X is a thesis, Y is an antithesis, and Z is a synthesis is to expect way too much. Kaufmann himself wrote, "The whole style of the phenomenology is such that the student and scholar are almost bound to ask themselves, what is the man talking about? Whom does he have in mind?" Indeed, and this is crucial, the obscurity and whole manner of the text are such that these questions are almost bound to replace the question of whether what Hegel says is right. 27 In the light of these words, Kaufmann is being nonsensical when he argues that Hegel's rare use of the terms antithesis and synthesis constitutes evidence that Hegel did not use Hegelian dialectics. The simple truth is, Hegel didn't want to be understood, except perhaps by a few followers who were sympathetic to his atheist humanist convictions. 28 In order not to be understood, Hegel generally used oblique and frequently opaque terminology in place of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. This point, that Hegel generally avoided using thesis, antithesis, and synthesis in order to make comprehension difficult, is of utmost importance. It bears further elaboration. Solomon convincingly explains why Hegel chose to keep his meanings obscure, by, among other means, not saying thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. During 1793–99 Hegel wrote but didn't publish his highly critical, sometimes scathing and contemptuous, early manuscripts on Christianity. But around 1800 Hegel abruptly softened his criticism of Christianity and, at the same time, began expressing it guardedly rather than openly. His previously clear writing became the ambiguous, hard-to-comprehend language for which he is now famous. Solomon's explanation. Hegel had seen Spinoza's ethics condemned in Germany. He had seen Kant, whom he considered to be unquestioningly orthodox, censured and censored by the narrow-minded regime of Frederick Wilhelm II. He had seen Fichte dismissed from the university at Jena for views that were, incorrectly, construed as atheistic. Is it only coincidence that the year of Hegel's great conversion, 1800, is also the beginning of his professional philosophical career, and that the writing of the Phenomenology, 1806, is simultaneously the time of his first professorship, 29. Elsewhere, Solomon answers the question he poses in the last of the sentences just quoted: Hegel really did have a secret, and, it has been well kept. The secret, abruptly stated, is that Hegel was an atheist. His Christianity is nothing but nominal, an elaborate subterfuge to protect his professional ambitions in the most religiously conservative country in Northern Europe. 30 In short, Hegel had to keep his atheism a secret in order to win the professorship he sought at the University of Jena, where he wrote Phenomenology and where he was a mere unsalaried privatdozent. The same consideration applied to potential professorships elsewhere if his Jena ambitions fell short. Were Hegel's true beliefs about God and Christianity to become known, he would be unemployable. Phenomenology's Preface. Phenomenology's preface has 3 places where Hegel affirms his predilection for dialectics. First, he enthusiastically endorses the thesis antithesis synthesis dialectical format partially developed by Kant and refined by Fichte. Second, he provides a general description of a dialectic that is, in fact, his macrodialectic, the dialectic that culminates in absolute knowledge in the last paragraph of Phenomenology. Third, he cryptically refers to the spirit's dialectical movement, the triadic form as science. In a widely quoted paragraph, Hegel unmistakably refers to the thesis antithesis synthesis triad of Kant and Fichte. He even mentions Kant by name. While criticizing the uses to which Kant, and possibly Fichte, put dialectics, Hegel leaves no room for doubt that he approves the basic concept. Hegel begins, of course, the triadic form must not be regarded as scientific when it is reduced to a lifeless schema, a mere shadow, and when scientific organization is degraded into a table, Kant's table of terms. Kant rediscovered this triadic form by instinct, but in his work it was still lifeless and uncomprehended. 31 Hegel is saying that the concept of dialectics is good. What is bad is the way dialectics was used by Kant, used merely to construct a table. Hegel next describes properly used dialectics. Since then, since Kant, the dialectic triad has been raised to its absolute significance, and with it the true form in its true content has been presented, so that the notion of science has emerged. The science in question is not what you and I would call science, it is the dialectical thought patterns that characterize Hegel's philosophy. What counts, though, is that Hegel is praising the sort of dialectics that has emerged in his phenomenology. Conceivably, has emerged is anticipatory and self-adulatory, alluding strictly to what follows in Hegel's book. Findlay thus paraphrases Hegel as saying that neither he, Kant, nor his successors, this would include Fichte, have been able to give it dialectics life. 32 That would mean it's up to Hegel to give life to dialectics. But Kaufmann says Glockner thinks Fichte and Schelling are the ones being praised for raising dialectics to the level of science, although Kaufmann himself would reserve the praise for Fichte and the critique for Schelling. 33 Whatever the truth, the essential fact is that Hegel is praising, not denigrating, dialectics. 34 Beiser disagrees. Referring to the passage in Phenomenology's preface, he grossly misinterprets what Hegel says. Hegel did praise the triadic form that had been rediscovered by Kant, but this is a reference to the triadic form of Kant's table of categories, not a method of thesis antithesis synthesis. Hegel never used Kant's method of exposition of thesis and antithesis. It has been said that this method was used by Fichte and Schelling, and then by extension wrongly attributed to Hegel, but it corresponds to nothing in Fichte or Schelling, let alone Hegel. 35 Beiser is terribly confused. Refer to the preface lines I quoted. Hegel is not praising Kant's table, he is criticizing it, calling it a lifeless schema. The praise is for Kant's rediscovery of dialectics and for post-Kantian dialectics. Next, Beiser's endnote cites Kaufmann as his authority for the final sentence above. But in the Kaufmann reference cited, Kaufmann interprets Hegel's preface remarks as meaning dialectics was again raised to absolute importance by Fichte, not Kant, who made much of theses, antitheses, and syntheses. 36 And in a companion volume, Kaufmann points out that Fichte went beyond Kant's table, which never displayed the word synthesis. Specifically, Fichte introduced into German philosophy the three-step of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, using these three terms. Schelling took up this terminology, Hegel did not. 37 Despite Beiser's protests, the fact remains that Hegel, in his preface, praises dialectics, saying it has been raised to absolute significance and has attained the status of science. How can Beiser interpret that as meaning Hegel was not enamored with dialectics? In what amounts to anticipatory rebuttal of Beiser, Findlay joins Kaufmann and Glockner in disputing the idea Hegel didn't borrow his dialectics from Fichte and Schelling. Hegel did not really borrow his triadic scheme from Kant, it had already been read into Kant by Fichte, who had grounded the Kantian categories in the relations of the ego to the non-ego, and who also treated these relations in a series of threefold movements, a thesis being confronted by a contradictory antithesis, and both being combined in a synthesis. The terms thesis, antithesis and synthesis, so often used in expositions of Hegel's doctrine, are in fact not frequently used by Hegel, they are much more characteristic of Fichte 38. The Preface Dialectic. 3 paragraphs later in his preface, Hegel alludes to thesis, antithesis, and synthesis and to separation and return as essential features of his method, which he calls science. Separation and return is the dialectical movement from yes to no, then back to yes, and from union, potential, to separation, then back to union, actual, and from essence, potential, to existence, then back to essence, actual. Several pages earlier Hegel told how spirit becomes alienated from itself and then returns to itself from this alienation. 39 Hegel now writes, the movement of a being spirit that one immediately is, consists partly in becoming to an other than itself a misinterpreted external object and, partly in taking back into itself this externalized existence of itself into a new moment dialectical stage. 40. Let's analyze that sentence. The being that immediately is before becoming something else is spirit in its potential, unconscious, union stage, the thesis. It simply is. Becoming an other than itself refers to the overarching macrodialectics antithesis, separation, or self-estrangement. The becomes alienated from itself stage. Here spirit, through previously non-existent human minds, falsely perceives external objects, including other humans, as things other than itself. But in truth they are itself, spirit. Their outer materiality may be other, but their inner reality is spirit. Moving on to the synthesis, spirit advances by taking back into itself the external objects. It does this by recognizing that the objects are really itself. They become part of itself, hence are taken back into itself. The new moment that results from this advance is the synthesis, wherein spirit has advanced from actual separation, other than itself, to actual union, back into itself. Point 41. In the next sentence, Hegel writes, in the former movement, negativity is the differentiating and positing of existence. 42. In a dialectic, there are two movements, 1, from thesis to antithesis and, 2, from antithesis to synthesis. The former movement is thus the first, the movement from thesis to antithesis. Negativity describes the antithesis, it is the no in the yes-no yes, affirmation, negation, negation of the negation, triad. Differentiating means the antithesis differentiates the spirit as subject, observer, from spirit as objects, the external things that subject observes. Spirit becomes differentiated, separated from itself in the antithesis stage. Positing of existence alludes to an alternative formulation of the dialectic, potential essence, actual existence, appearance, and actual essence. In the antithesis, the spirit falsely posits the existence of something external that is not itself. Existence is appearance, that which appears to be but really isn't. The perceived objects appear to be things other than the observer, separate objects, but in essence they are really the observer, the subject, who, like the objects, is spirit. Hegel continues, in this return into itself, it arranges itself as a moment having its own place in the whole. 43. The first thing to note here is the word return. Hegel is alluding to the Christian concept of separation and return, on which dialectics is based, more about this later. That allusion is one more indication that Hegel is talking dialectical talk. Spirit returns to itself in the third stages of these two dialectics: 1. Unconscious union, conscious separation, and conscious union separation from and return to union, and 2. Potential essence, actual existence, and actual essence separation from and return to essence. The other thing to note is that this return is a moment, which is a word Hegel sometimes uses as a synonym for stage. A moment is a stage of a three-stage dialectic. The return is a moment having its own place in the whole because it is a stage having its own place, third place, stage 3, in the three-stage dialectic, which is the whole. The verb ranges is grotesque in this context, but the fault is Miller's, or perhaps a typesetter's, not Hegel's. Whether or not ranges itself is a good literal translation of the German word, it certainly is not acceptable English idiom, it has no English meaning in this context. It may be, therefore, that ranges itself is a typo and was intended to be arranges itself, still awkward but not grotesque, although elsewhere a different interpreter, Sabri, has Hegel saying, in a different work, that methods may be ranged under three heads. 44 The misuse of ranges explains my bracketed AR interpolation, which changes ranges to arranges. Bailey translates the phrase as appoints itself. 45 Kaufman says assigns itself. 46 Better still would be makes itself into, converts itself into, or simply becomes. In today's language, morphs into would do the trick. Hegel is saying that when spirit returns to where it started, the state of union or essence, it thereby departs from the antithesis and moves on to the synthesis stage, moment, of the overall, whole, dialectic. I am not the first to recognize that the sentences interpreted above describe a thesis-antithesis-synthesis movement. Kaufman, in his commentary on his translation of the text of Hegel's preface, is forced to concede that Glockner said the same thing. Glockner summarizes this sentence and the preceding one by saying, Hegel describes the three-step, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, 460.47. I had not read Kaufman's comment when I wrote the preceding 4 paragraphs, I arrived at the same conclusion independently. Kaufman, who denies that Hegel uses dialectics, tries to explain away Glockner's conclusion by saying that Glockner, in another work, writes that Hegel mentions thesis, antithesis, and synthesis together only once, namely, in his lectures on the history of philosophy. But all that shows is that Hegel preferred his own hard-to-decipher terminology to the lucid thesis-antithesis-synthesis terminology of Fichte. With help from Solomon, I explain the reason for this preference: fear of being fired for atheism under the dialectical terminology heading. Spirit's dialectical movement. The penultimate paragraph of Phenomenology's preface begins with this gem: I hold that science exists solely in the self-movement of the notion. 48 What Hegel calls science, modestly spelled with an uppercase S, refers of course to his method of exposition. As we shall see in increasing detail in the analysis that follows, that method is the thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectic. Self-movement refers to the dialectic's method of progression. It is spirit itself that is moving itself from thesis to antithesis to synthesis. How does it do this? With its mind, which is the minds of humans. In Hegel's overarching macro-dialectic, the first of the two movements, the movement from thesis to antithesis, takes place when spirit's mind comes into existence. Since spirit's mind is the mind of man, spirit's mind comes into existence when man comes into existence. That is when the first movement takes place. Spirit moves from unconscious union, thesis, to conscious separation, antithesis. Spirit becomes separated from itself when a human mind, spirit, mistakenly concludes that a perceived object, which like all objects is spirit, is something other than itself, spirit. The first movement, the movement from thesis to antithesis, has now occurred. But man's mind is at first inadequate for the second movement, the movement from antithesis to synthesis. For tens of thousands of years, man's mind is too weak to recognize that the external things it sees are itself. Socrates, Copernicus, and Newton all prove inadequate for the task. Then Hegel is born, 1770. 30-some years later his now mature mind, the most important part of spirit's mind, happens on the eureka moment. Hegel suddenly realizes that all reality is essentially spirit. That means Hegel is spirit. It also means that everything around him is spirit. Everything he sees, hears, smells, tastes, or feels is spirit. This is the moment of self-realization. Spirit, through Hegel's mind, realizes that itself is everything, and that everything is one. The particulars are the universal, spirit. This self-realization is the second and last self-movement of the notion concept. It is the movement from antithesis, the notion that external objects are separate things, not the observer, to synthesis, the notion that external objects are not separate things, that they are the observer's own self. To avoid misleading anyone, I must now add that Hegel does not really suddenly realize that all reality is essentially spirit. What really happens is that Hegel decides to create the philosophical concept of spirit and to define spirit as all reality. And the decision isn't sudden. The concept of spirit seems to have evolved from Schelling's concept of nature over a period of several years. Phenomenology's introduction. Having thrice affirmed in his preface that he is using thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics, Hegel reiterates this fact in Phenomenology's introduction. At the end of the introduction, Hegel actually says in his customary convoluted, obscurantist language that he is using thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics. I have already mentioned that one version of Hegel's overarching macrodialectic moves from 1. Potential, unconscious, essence to 2. Actual, conscious, existence to 3. Actual, conscious, essence. In the antithesis, existence refers to appearances, to what things seem to be but are not. In the synthesis, spirits, Hegel's mind realizes the truth, both the subject, observer, and the objects seen. The objects that previously seemed to be varied alien items are spirit. Not only are all the objects really unvaried because all are essentially spirit, the subject too is spirit. So subject and objects are one, they are not separated after all. When this truth becomes the new appearance and truth become identical. Hence existence, appearance, and essence also become identical. And this is almost exactly what Hegel says in the penultimate sentence of his introduction, in pressing forward to its true existence truth, consciousness spirit's mind will arrive at a point, where appearance existence becomes identical with essence. 49. In other words, the dialectical synthesis of essence and existence, potential essence and actual existence, is essence equals existence. Hegel is describing the dialectical synthesis that takes place in his macrodialectic. In this synthesis, consciousness, the subject observer itself, grasps its own essence. 50. The result is this dialectic: 1. Potential plus essence, 2. Actual plus existence, and 3. Actual, from the antithesis, plus essence, from the thesis. By grasping the true essence, consciousness gets rid of its semblance of being burdened, 1. with something alien, 2. with what is only for it, and 3. with some sort of other. 51. Here the words gets rid of unmistakably allude to what is left behind when the synthesis is achieved. What is left behind by any dialectic's third stage, the synthesis, is the dialectic's second stage, the antithesis. Lest there be doubts about this point, Hegel reinforces it with the three enumerated identifiers of what consciousness gets rid of. First one, it gets rid of something alien. The reference is to the state of self-alienation, the antithesis that precedes the synthesis. The objects subject sees are no longer alien things, things separate from itself, but instead are itself, subject. Both subject and objects are now recognized as spirit. Second, 2, for it is part of Hegel's standard in itself, for itself, and in and for itself triadic language. The phrase in itself flows from Hegel's concept of prehuman unconscious essence. In this concept there is no perception of anything external, because there is no mind with which to perceive anything external. Since there is no external reality, everything is inner. In itself means inner. This in itself condition is the state of pure universality, the absence of separation or alienation. Bailey thus calls in itself the concept of bare concentrated universality 52, but this is just potential, unrecognized, universality, the thesis stage. The phrase for itself relates to the second stage, the antithesis. Their spirit acquires a conscious mind, man has evolved, and perceives external objects. The external objects are outer, or outside of itself. From for itself, consciousness moves on to in and for itself. This new concept is obviously a combination of in itself and for itself, a combination of the thesis and the antithesis. In and for itself thus describes the dialectical synthesis. To quote Bailey, this third aspect, the third stage, in and for itself, is the explicit union of the first, pure universality, in itself, and the second, pure difference, for itself, in a synthesis 53 conclusion. When consciousness gets rid of what is only for it, consciousness is leaving behind the for itself dialectical stage, the antithesis, and moving on to in and for itself, the synthesis. Third 3, the synthesis finds consciousness getting rid of some sort of other. The other is the external objects that consciousness previously in the antithesis stage thought were things other than itself, sometimes called otherness. In the synthesis, consciousness realizes that those other, external, things aren't really other things. They are itself, spirit. My point is that the three-item burden consciousness gets rid of 1, 2, and 3 in the synthesis is the antithesis, the state of self-estrangement. Though he doesn't use the word antithesis here, Hegel is saying that his thought uses antitheses as well as syntheses. Does Hegel also allude to the thesis stage? He does. 3 paragraphs earlier he says that this dialectical movement contains a moment stage that is the essence or the in itself 54. Both essence, potential essence here, and in itself, pure universality, describe a dialectics thesis stage. And both terms refer to spirit, the essence of everything real. Additional words by Hegel pull the dialectic together. One of the problems we encounter when reading Hegel is his habit of giving a word or phrase different meanings in different contexts. Object is such a word. It usually means something external to subject, something subject perceives as separated from itself. But in the words I am about to quote, Hegel uses object along with notion to refer to stages of a dialectic. He says our knowledge of the first object, the thesis, contains untruth 55. The untruth, which Hegel does not identify, is that nothing but pure universality, the in itself, exists. The truth is that particularity, the for itself, also exists. Spirit is a universe composed of particulars, one composed of many. Next, Hegel says our experience of the untruth of our first notion, the thesis, comes by way of a second object, the antithesis or second stage, which we come upon, externally. 56 second alludes, of course, to the dialectic's second stage. And externally alludes to the external things that subject, or consciousness, sees when man arrives and spirit attains consciousness. The external things are perceived as other things other than the perceiving subject. The new object, the antithesis, shows itself to have come about through a reversal of consciousness itself. These words confirm that the new object is an antithesis. An antithesis is the opposite, loosely speaking, a reversal of the thesis. The succession of experiences through which consciousness passes is plainly the thesis, the antithesis, and the synthesis. Point 57. The result is a scientific progression, a dialectic. But this dialectic is not known to the consciousness that we are observing. 58. In particular, consciousness fails to apprehend what is in and for itself, Hegel's term for dialectical synthesis. Point 59. Can anyone doubt that Hegel is describing a dialectic? In case there is doubt, Hegel supplies even more information. This information fits the concept of a dialectic. The new object or second stage of the scientific progression is an untrue mode of knowledge. 60. That means the new knowledge is untrue, the knowledge that everything is particularity, that the external world is just a collection of alien objects, is untrue. Those words fit the description of a Hegelian antithesis. Antitheses are untrue, although they do contain elements of truth. Because these elements of truth are present, the new knowledge, the antithesis, must not be allowed to run away into an empty nothing, a complete falsehood. 61 Instead it must be preserved in a result which contains what was true in the preceding knowledge. 62. Reading between the lines, we can see that the result which contains what was true in the preceding knowledge is the dialectic synthesis. The preceding knowledge includes both the thesis and the antithesis. And what was true in them is both, 1. The essence part of potential plus essence, the thesis, and, 2. The actual part of actual plus existence, or actual plus appearance, the antithesis. Combining actual and essence gives us, 3. Actual essence. This result is a new pattern of consciousness, for which the essence is something different from what it was previously. 63 What is different about the new essence? Originally, in the thesis stage, it was potential or unconscious essence. Now it is actual or conscious essence. Spirit has completed its task, which has been to give actuality to the universal. 64 The dialectic has moved from yes, affirmation, to no, negation, back to yes, negation of the negation, separation and return. But the second yes, to essence, is a higher yes, actual essence rather than potential essence. This yes gives actuality to the universal, which is spirit. Hegel's higher yes, the actual yes that is higher than the potential yes, provides the prototype for Tillich's yes-no-yes dialectic, described in Chapter 1. In Tillich's dialectic, the initial yes is a yes to the God of the ism, and the higher yes is a yes to the God above the God of the ism, humanity. Hegel's yes-no-yes is also the prototype for one of Marx's historical dialectics, which will be described in detail in Chapter 5. In Marx's dialectic, the initial yes is a yes to primitive communism, and the higher yes is a yes to final communism. Primitive communism is only potential essence, because it is associated with poverty resulting from primitive methods of production, hunter-gatherer methods. Final communism is actual essence, because it is associated with wealth resulting from advanced methods of production, factory methods, water wheels, and steam engines. In summary, the introduction's dialectic takes two forms. Thesis, potential plus essence. Thesis, in itself. Antithesis, actual plus existence. Antithesis, for itself. Synthesis, actual plus essence. Synthesis, in and for itself. Phenomenologies Part A, Consciousness. Part A of Phenomenology, Consciousness, the first primary heading, consists of 46 pages devoted to silly, pretentious, contrived problems of concern only to people who live in ivory towers. Hegel's pontificating on these non-problems is the sort of claptrap that makes down-to-earth people either groan or chuckle. What Hegel writes about sense certainty and perception was surely part of the inspiration for Karl Popper's assertion that there is so much philosophical writing, especially in the Hegelian school, which may justly be criticized as meaningless verbiage. 65 Popper's scarified description of much of what goes on in philosophy certainly provides a perfect fit for Hegel's consciousness meanderings. Popper observes that every philosophy, and especially every philosophical school, is liable to degenerate in such a way that its problems become practically indistinguishable from pseudo-problems, and its cant, accordingly, practically indistinguishable from meaningless babble. 66. All Hegel has to say about what he pretends is his subject matter under sense certainty, the first of the three consciousness chapters, could be said in a few clearly written sentences. Even those sentences could be dispensed with. They would do almost nothing to advance the exposition. What Hegel is vaguely implying, but is unwilling to say, can be said in the following words: "Mine, we cannot comprehend anything in the external world, or even comprehend ourselves, unless we realize that the external world and everything in it is ourselves, spirit. Spirit is the hidden essence of everything in the external world and of ourselves." Beyond that substantive conclusion, Hegel is formulating a dialectic. That dialectic is what concerns us. Part A consists of three sections: I, sense certainty, or the this and meaning, 2. Perception, or the thing and deception, and 3. Force and the understanding, appearance and the supersensible world. These three sections form a dialectic. Section I is the thesis, Section 2 is the antithesis, and Section 3 is the synthesis. Kaufmann is therefore wrong when he writes that these many triads found in Phenomenology's table of contents are not presented or deduced by Hegel as so many theses, antitheses, and syntheses. 67 Hegel even tells us, unmistakably, that Kaufmann is wrong. Hegel does this by saying in pellucid language that sense certainty, perception, and understanding form a dialectical movement. Here are Hegel's words, taken from his subsequent discussion of skepticism. The activity of skepticism exhibits the dialectical movement Hegel's italics which sense certainty, perception, and the understanding each is. 68. Four of those table of contents triads, including this one, do form dialectics. The problem is, the stages of the dialectics, except for the natural artificial dialectic, can't be recognized by the table of contents labels Hegel gives them. It is concepts hidden behind the labels that create the dialectics. Sections I, II, and III of Part A respectively examine from the perspectives of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis the things we are consciously aware of. The basic dialectic of Part A takes this form. Thesis, universal, or universality. Antithesis, particular, or particularity. Synthesis, universe equals particulars, or universe composed of particulars. By substituting equivalent concepts for the above ones, you can create four additional dialectics. The above dialectic plus the four additional ones are the dialectics derived from the first five antithetical conceptual pairs discussed under this chapter's first heading, Antithetical Concepts. The second dialectic. Thesis, one universe. Antithesis, many, the many particulars the universe comprises. Synthesis, one equals many, one universe composed of many particulars. When you aggregate the many particulars into the one universal entity, you get the concept of union. And when you view the particulars as individual entities, you get the concept of separation. This gives us a third dialectic. Thesis, union. Antithesis, separation. Synthesis, union of separate parts, particulars. When Hegel speaks of essence and existence, the fourth pair of antithetical concepts, union is the essential state or ideal state, essence. Separation is the existential or actual state, existence. When spirit, using Hegel's mind, ultimately realizes, self-realization, that the many particulars previously perceived as separate entities are actually one unified entity, spirit, the ideal, essential, state becomes the actual, existential, state. The result is a fourth dialectic. Thesis, essence, ideal. Antithesis, existence, actual. Synthesis, essence equals existence, ideal equals actual. The fifth dialectic advances from the abstract concept of universal to the concrete concept of divine. Just as there is one universal entity, there is but one divinity in Judeo-Christian, and Islamic, religion and in Hegel's pseudo-theology. And both because human is the opposite of divine and because humans are the most important of the particulars that constitute the divine, spirit, human becomes the antithetical concept. A fifth dialectic results. Thesis, divine. Antithesis, human. Synthesis, divine equals human. I could go on to show how these five dialectics evolve into additional dialectics based on the 10 antithetical conceptual pairs discussed at the beginning of this chapter. Take the 10th pair, artificial and natural, for example. In Hegel's opinion, the divine or God, is an artificial, man-made, entity, a product of the human imagination or picture thinking. The opposing concept, human, represents the concept natural. All humans are products of nature rather than being man-made. So divine equals human is equivalent to artificial equals natural. This dialectic, by the way, alludes to the Yuan 9 doctrine holding that Jesus was God incarnate, God, an artificial being, equals Jesus, a natural human being. Ergo, God equals man, humanity. These dialectics, particularly the first, are the foundation on which Part A of Phenomenology of Spirit is built. Part A is nothing more than an incredibly overblown dialectic in which the thesis is universal, Section I, the antithesis is particular, Section 2, and the synthesis is universe equals particulars, or universe composed of particulars, Section 3. Section 3 is subject to this qualification: the synthesis of the Part A dialectic doesn't get beyond the bud stage. We see the bud start to open, but it never reaches full bloom, because Hegel is saving the blossom for the last pages of his book. Still, the full bloom dialectic formed by sections I, II, and III is recognizable. I sense certainty. Sense certainty is analogous to, but not the same as, a nearly mindless underground grub's coming into contact with something. The grub's primitive mind is dimly aware of the presence of an external this. But the grub knows nothing about the this. Although other external objects exist, the grub is conscious of only the one it is in contact with at the moment. From the grub's standpoint, the one external object is all the externality there is. Hence the object is perceived as a universe, the whole of external reality, instead of as one member of a set of particulars that constitute a universe. Since particulars are out of the picture, we can say that the grub's sense certainty analogically represents the thesis point of view in a dialectical context where the thesis is universal. Hegel goes through some monstrous reasoning to reach the same conclusion, so it is in fact the universal that is the true content of sense certainty. 69. He later repeats this conclusion: the truth of sense certainty is a here out of other heres, i.e., it is a universal. 1.70 Hegel doesn't do an especially good job of supporting this point. His argument seems to be that things that are merely sensed but can't be differentiated from each other all seem to be the same thing. This argument hardly fits a human observer. Human observers might not be able to distinguish between two virtually identical objects, such as identical teacups or identical twins. But human observers can always see or otherwise sense the presence of many different external objects. And this isn't true only of human observers. The same can be said of mammals, reptiles, amphibians, birds, and fish, and probably even of post-larval insects and arachnids. That doesn't matter, however. What does matter is what Hegel is trying to say, or perhaps trying not to say in any understandable way. He is trying to say that mere sense perception fails to differentiate one object from another. Objects that are merely sensed have no properties or characteristics. These come up for discussion in the next section that allow the perception of particularities. So instead of particulars, all we get is the universal, many objects that seem to be just one. That is why the truth of sense certainty is that it is a universal. And that conclusion is really the whole point of sense certainty. The universal is the true content of sense certainty. Hegel is simply establishing the thesis of a dialectic. That thesis is universal. Everything else is so elementary, so axiomatic, that it need not be said. The everything else, the supposed purpose of the analysis, is arguments purporting to show that sense certainty falls well short of complete knowledge of whatever is sensed. But nobody needs to be told that mere awareness of the presence or existence of something external does not constitute the whole truth about that something. The truth, yes, but not the whole truth. Anyone who thinks there is anything profound or even worth saying under the sense certainty needs to rethink his or her intellectual standards. To repeat, the real purpose of Hegel's discussion of sense certainty is to establish the thesis universal of his dialectic. The next section, perception, will establish the antithesis, which is particular. Well, I must concede that the sense certainty discussion does have a second purpose, a more substantive one. That purpose is to dance around the notion that mere perception overlooks the true essence of the object sensed. Any object's essence is spirit. So let's consider a few other details of Hegel's discussion. Sense certainty is knowledge at the start or immediate knowledge, the sort of undeveloped, undetailed, unenriched knowledge associated with first contact. 71 Consciousness is aware that the object is there. But consciousness knows the object only as a pure this, something apart from the perceiving consciousness, who is the pure I. This knowledge, mere certainty that the this exists, proves to be the most abstract and poorest truth. Why is this truth so poor? Because all that it says about what it knows senses is just that it is, and its truth contains nothing but the sheer being existence of the thing. 72 The essence of the thing spirit remains unknown, unrecognized. Hegel goes on for 20 more paragraphs explaining why primitive sense certainty knowledge is inadequate. Many commentators seem to find this sort of pretentious meandering highly intellectual, even though ambiguous, hard to interpret. My own reaction is, good grief. Even persons of well below average intelligence know that simple awareness of the existence of something is an extremely superficial form of knowledge. Why is Hegel dragging us through all these pseudo-intellectual maneuvers? And why have all of Hegel's commentators except Popper been afraid to say that Emperor Hegel is wearing no clothes? The conclusion reached in the last paragraph of Sense Certainty is this: if nothing more is said of something than that it is an actual thing, an external object, its description is only the most abstract of generalities. 73 That's the same thing he said in the second paragraph, where he called sense certainty the most abstract and poorest truth. At that point he should have quit and moved on to perception. What Hegel is driving at, but has no intent of actually saying, is simply this: whereas the pure this, perceived object, and the pure I, perceiver, are one and the same, both are spirit. Mere sense certainty is only potentially aware of this fact. Awareness of both the this and the I embodies the potential for awareness that these two aspects of reality are really one. But actual awareness that the two are one is a long way off. Hegel does in fact say, not in the sense certainty section but in the last paragraph under perception, that sense certainty is unaware that the empty abstraction of pure being spirit is its essence. 74 But that is just a hint, pure being is undefined. Since Hegel isn't ready to come right out and say that the fatal flaw of sense certainty is its unawareness that both the I and the this are spirit, he should skip his obfuscatory analysis. The discussion of sense certainty degenerates into such foolishness, the idea that some humans can't differentiate between different objects perceived by the senses, that I suspect he may not be talking about humans at all. Whether he knows it or not, Hegel isn't describing an I who resembles a real person. He's describing a mythical person, a metaphorical mentally challenged Eve who can't tell Adam from an apple, a serpent, or a fig leaf. I therefore suspect just a suspicion that he is alluding not to a human consciousness but to his concept of soul. Hegel calls the earliest stage of animal life soul. Soul is a non-supernatural aspect of life, not to be confused with theology's supernatural soul. The soul is at first sentient only, and not yet freely self-conscious. Another way of saying it belongs to a pre-human organism. 75 Soul is an aspect of animal life and entails merely the capacity for feeling. 76 This pre-conscious stage is like the dreaming of one asleep and comes before the stage in which spirit awakes and receives its consciousness in man. 77 I like Stace's description: the natural soul is an even thinner abstraction than bare sensation. It does not exist, at any rate, in man. It might perhaps be said to exist in an amoeba. 78 The soul's salient characteristic, Stace observes, is that there is for it nothing external to itself. 79 That is, there is no awareness of external objects. So there is no separation of the universe into subjects and objects. Soul, then, is a late phase of spirit's primitive, pre-human stage, the unconscious state of nature. Bailey, who doesn't realize he is describing a dialectical thesis, comes close to implying that this early stage, pre-human life, displays unconsciousness. Experience, with which the phenomenology deals, is rooted in the distinction between subject, a human observer, and object, whatever is observed. This distinction, however, arises in the evolution of mind out of an earlier stage, the thesis of life. Before the stage of consciousness, the antithesis of unconsciousness, there is life and there is soul, but neither of these as such involves the distinction between subject and object, i.e., the aforementioned separation of spirit into a multitude of subjects and objects. 80 This means that before consciousness there is no separation, distinction, there is union or universality. This is unconscious union or potential union, pure universality without any particularity. We see that, regardless of whether Hegel is thinking of incredibly ignorant human beings or soul in his discussion of sense certainty, he is describing the thesis stage of a dialectic. The earlier quotation from Hegel about sense certainty bears repeating: the truth of sense certainty is, it is a universal. Sense certainty is a universal if it belongs to a human who is unable to perceive the existence of more than one this. And it is still a universal if it belongs to soul, perhaps in the form of stasis amoeba. As such, as a universal sense perception represents the thesis stage, universality. Indeed, sense perception is a thesis from two perspectives. If Hegel is talking about soul, soul belongs to spirit's unconscious stage, which is clearly the thesis stage. The conclusion is inescapable. Section I of Part A is basically a ploy for smuggling in a dialectical thesis, potential universality. Section 2 will follow with the complementary stage, the antithesis, which is actual particularity. Note that, A. Actual is the opposite of potential and, B. Particularity is the opposite of universality. A final point reinforces my conclusion that the sense perception discussion amounts to little more than a dialectical thesis, potential universality. The this is one item, this is singular, one, not plural, many. The concept one, we have seen, is simply an alternate way of saying universal. There is one universe, there are many particulars. The fact that this means one emphasizes the point that the universal is the true content of sense certainty. It is this concept, universality, that identifies sense certainty as a thesis. Hegel's basic dialectic departs from a thesis of potential universality and returns to a synthesis of actual universality. Under the next heading, perception, Hegel begins by discussing a thing, again singular, but then describes how one thing becomes differentiated from other things. 81 We then see that the sense certainty discussion leads to a contrast between, a. one this or one thing, a universe, and, b. many things, particulars. That is a contrast between a thesis and an antithesis, between universal and particular, and between one and many. This one-many contrast is further evidence that sense certainty has a hidden meaning. Thesis 2. Perception. In moving on to Part A's Section 2, Perception, Hegel advances from the thesis perspective of universal, one, to the antithesis perspective of particular, many. The perceiver is no longer like a grub or an amoeba, no longer unable to distinguish one external object from another. Finally, we are dealing with real human beings. Hegel spends another 21 long paragraphs intellectualizing on why, a. awareness of the existence of many particular objects, and, b. awareness that the particulars have properties that differentiate them from each other, still falls short of what consciousness needs to know. The I, subject, consciousness, first tries to describe objects according to their properties: color, taste, shape, specific gravity, and so on. This approach runs into problems, as do other approaches. The biggest problem is one Hegel doesn't mention. Nobody needs to be told that every object has properties or characteristics, observable details that differentiate it from other objects. Meanwhile, a common thread running through different parts of the analysis needs highlighting. That thread is particularity. The discussion of perception relates to a multiplicity of objects. Those properties of the thing, any observed object, give it a character that distinguishes it from all others, that is, from other things. 82 This object is white, cubical, and salty, that one is green and gray, vertical and leafy. Now the observer, I, can perceive that there are many different things, many particulars. We see that this section of Part A, consciousness, is about particularity. The subject matter is the antithesis of the dialectic that runs from universal to particular to universe composed of particulars. Sense certainty developed the universal perspective, potentially universal, potentially one. We are now looking at consciousness from the antithesis perspective. And the real purpose of the section on perception is not to reach a conclusion. Hegel reaches no conclusion but to create the antithesis of a dialectic. That antithesis is the opposite of potentially one. The opposite of potentially one is actually many. Or, to use a different pair of antithetical concepts, we have the opposition between a thesis of potentially universal and an antithesis of actually particular. Hegel's analysis of perception makes no meaningful substantive progress until it reaches the last paragraph. There he says the concepts he has been playing with are powers. Why call them powers, whose interplay is, often called sound common sense. This so-called common sense is what Hegel chooses to call perceptual understanding. We immediately sense that common sense is being used disparagingly. Knowledge that physical objects have properties or characteristics is still elementary. It doesn't get us very far anyhow, not far enough. We aren't surprised, therefore, that Hegel goes on to say that perceptual understanding takes them perceptions for the truth and is led by them from one error to another. These errors, contrived errors, are the subject matter of the preceding paragraphs of the subsection. The errors result because our perceptual understanding fancies that what we think we understand has always to do with wholly substantial material content, my italics. The implication: we fail to understand that the real essence of both the universal and the particular is something non-material, intangible, rather than something material or tangible. That real essence happens to be spirit. But Hegel isn't going to tell us this. He still has no intention of saying what consciousness really needs to know, namely, that the truly essential characteristic of the perceived objects is not that they differ from one another but that they don't differ. They are all the same. All are spirit. But all Hegel is willing to say is that when common sense incorrectly separates what is essential from what is supposedly unessential, the spirit within objects, it convicts itself of untruth. 83 Clear as mud, as the saying goes. To replace the mud with transparent glass, Hegel would need to declare that he is making a distinction between essence, potential essence, the thesis, and existence, actual existence, the antithesis. Perception is a variant of, or perhaps I should say a derivative of, appearance. And appearance, in the context of dialectics, implies deception. Things are not what they appear to be. Man's existential predicament is that he cannot distinguish between mere appearance, existence, and truth, essence. So appearance is more or less a synonym for existence, the opposite of essence. Hegel's discussion of perception thus serves to establish actual existence as the antithesis of potential essence. Actual existence is the same thing as actual separation, perceived, untrue, separation, or separateness of the observer and the observed. In the antithesis, what is potentially one, a universe, becomes actually many, a multiplicity of separate objects, particulars. 3. Force and the understanding. We move on to section 3, Force and the understanding. This heading alludes to dialectical synthesis. The analysis has shifted to the synthesis perspective. The word force ostensibly refers primarily to Newton's law of gravity, published in 1687. But force also covers other invisible physical forces such as magnetism, centrifugal force, and electricity. Gravity pulls two objects together, so does magnetism. By analogy, a non-material force pulls thesis and antithesis together into a synthesis. Solomon writes that, in Hegel's day, force had become a metaphor for any below-the-surface activity which could be used to explain movements and transformations. 84 That means, though Solomon doesn't notice this, he denies that Hegel uses dialectics, that force could be used as a metaphor for dialectical synthesis. And that is how Hegel uses the term. In Hegel's thought, a non-material dialectical force spirit causes thesis and antithesis to merge. The underlying idea is that both Newtonian gravity and the dialectical force are non-material and invisible, not to mention tasteless, odorless, silent, and unfeelable. These characteristics contrast with the materiality and visibleness of whatever is perceived in the context of perception. So dialectical force, the analog of gravity, has the potential to overcome the fatal weakness of perception unawareness of the non-corporeal spirit, which is just a concept, an idea. Understanding, for its part, is the hoped-for result of the synthesis, awareness that the particulars perceived in the perception chapter constitute the universal sensed in the sense certainty chapter, that is, awareness that everything is spirit. Unfortunately, the synthesis we are about to view fails to bring about full understanding. In his first paragraph, Hegel presents the problem he is now going to emphasize. Consciousness does not recognize itself as a certain object that he calls the unconditioned universal. 85 Unconditioned apparently refers here to the universals not being subject to the condition that it excludes spiritual reality, the mind, and its concept of spirit. In contrast, the conditioned universal of sense certainty and perception is subject to the condition that only material reality is included. 86, not being subject to a certain condition is the meaning Tillich, who is imitating Hegel, gives to unconditioned. When Tillich refers to his dialectical God, humanity, as the unconditioned, he means that when humanity, the God above the God of the ism, is conceived of as God, it is not subject to the condition that certain elements of humanity, such as Jews or non-Jews, are excluded from the concept of God. Those gods, such as the Old Testament God, that include or serve less than all of humanity are demonic or idolatrous. Consciousness must remove this unwarranted perceptual condition to arrive at understanding. Consciousness must recognize that objects have spiritual as well as material content. Consciousness must understand that it, the I, is all the other particulars in the universe, the things, because it and everything else are spirit. The contrast between materiality and spirituality, between physical, outer, and conceptual, inner, is what Hegel is referring to in the force section subtitle, Appearance and the Supersensible World. Ostensibly, the supersensible world, a world beyond the senses, refers to the invisible world of gravity and other physical forces. Hegel wants us to think he is discussing scientific themes popular in his day and already discussed by Kant, Leibniz, and Schelling. But his real concern is a different invisible world. This is the mental world of human thought, the world of concepts or ideas. Appearance is the world of perception, the topic of the preceding section. Force represents progress toward understanding in two ways. First, it overcomes the worst flaw of both sense certainty and perception. That flaw is their focus on mere appearance and on directly observable, material, physical, characteristics, outer characteristics of objects. Magnetism's effects can be observed. Iron filings can be moved around by a magnet, but magnetism itself is invisible, non-observable, non-material. The mind, the thing that sense certainty and perception overlook, is likewise invisible, non-observable, non-material. The mind is the essence of spirit. And spirit, viewed narrowly as the mind in the context of force, is what will eventually undergo self-realization, thereby uniting subject and objects into the universe. The second way in which force represents progress toward understanding is this: force, viewed in the abstract, has the capacity to pull things together. Consider the force known as gravity. Gravity pulls two bodies together. Analogically speaking, that's the same thing a dialectical synthesis does, it pulls the thesis and the antithesis together. It is also the same thing spirit's mind can do when it undergoes self-realization. The dialectical synthesis will result when the mind pulls the thesis and the antithesis together. The many will then become one. As Hegel explains things, gravitational attraction really consists of two forces, the gravity of body A pulling on B and the gravity of body B pulling on A. This is one of two meanings Hegel has when he writes, these two forces exist as independent essences, but their existence is a movement of each body towards the other. My italics, point 87 note, A, the presence of Hegel's essence and existence thesis and antithesis pair, and b. that essence is moving from existence, appearance, toward actuality. Actuality in the case of real gravity is actual union, contrasted with potential union. In the form of a collision, their substances collapse unresistingly into an undifferentiated unity. 88. By analogy, dialectical synthesis results from a dialectical force, the mind, that causes thesis and antithesis to collapse into an undifferentiated unity. They become one. When Hegel mentions the movement of each toward the other, he is speaking ambiguously. Each alludes not just to two gravitationally attracted bodies but to each of the first two stages of a dialectic, the thesis and the antithesis. Hegel is still just hinting that understanding will eventuate when we perceive that dialectical forces are at play. We will then recognize the macro-dialectic in which the invisible spirit moves from unconscious union, universality, to actual separation, particularity, to actual union, a universe composed of particulars. To requote some words from the introduction, consciousness will arrive at a point where appearance actual separation becomes identical with essence actual union. 89. When we perceive this, we will understand that we are not only each other but are also everything else we sense or perceive. Everything is spirit. The many are one. The particulars constitute the universe. Anyone who doubts that Hegel is referring primarily to dialectical synthesis and not to gravity should more carefully consider what undifferentiated means when Hegel says two things merge into undifferentiated unity. With rare exceptions, two objects that gravity causes to collide do not become undifferentiated. If I drop a hammer on a rug, the hammer and the rug remain distinctly different things. The chief exception occurs when one liquid is poured into another. Red paint poured into an equal volume of blue paint produces purple paint. But even with liquids, differentiation may remain. When oil is poured into water, the oil floats to the top. What happens in gravity-caused collisions differs sharply from what happens in dialectics. When a thesis and an antithesis merge into a synthesis, they lose their separate identities, they become an undifferentiated unity. Undifferentiated unity describes not gravity but dialectics. A bit farther on, Hegel introduces the supersensible world, which is also the true world. He vaguely implies that the inner truth he is talking about is spirit, but ostensibly the inner truth is just gravity, the physical essence. The ambiguously described force is the absolute universal, which has been purged of the antithesis between the universal and the individual particular. 90. Once you realize that Hegel is talking dialectical talk, antithesis, oppositeness, it's easy to see he is describing a dialectical synthesis. The synthesis unites potential essence with actual existence, antithetical concepts, making them one, actual essence. The supersensible world, the concept of spirit, will be realized as actual or conscious essence when the conscious mind of Hegel's spirit's mind realizes that he and everything else in the universe are one entity, spirit. Spirit is the world or world spirit, terms that Hegel uses as synonyms for the universe. The deliberately ambiguous, seemingly nonsensical statements Hegel makes in paragraphs 161 and 162, Miller translation, illustrate how he attempts to confuse us. What he says is uninterpretable unless you know in advance that he is describing two dialectics. Given that, 1. The preceding consciousness material about sense certainty introduces universal as a thesis, and 2. The material about perception introduces particular as the antithesis of universal, we can infer that, 3. The force and understanding synthesis is universe composed of particulars equivalent to one composed of many, and also equivalent to God, one, composed of humans, many. The dialectic becomes thesis, universal, one, the infinite. Antithesis, particular, many, the finite. Synthesis, universe composed of particulars, one composed of many, infinite equals finite. This dialectic has a closely related two concepts per stage form that employs the opposing concepts potential and actual. This dialectic is thesis, potentially united, potential plus union, yes to unity. Antithesis, actually separated, actual plus separation, no to unity. Synthesis, actually united, actual plus union, yes, a higher yes to unity. If this second dialectic looks familiar, that is because it is also one of Tillich's. It was used in Chapter 1 to illustrate the dialectical format in which the synthesis borrows one concept from the thesis, union in this case, and one from the antithesis, actual in this case. Now let's see if we can make sense of what Hegel is saying. He speaks of two distinguished moments. Moment is a word Hegel uses in several senses but usually as a synonym for stage. A stage is a stage of a dialectic, first stage equals thesis, second stage equals antithesis, third stage equals synthesis. The temporality of moment alludes to the time sequence in which the stages, moments of time, occur. In the two paragraphs I now discuss, Hegel tries to mislead us into thinking that the supersensible, invisible, force he is describing is a natural force such as gravity or electricity or magnetic polarity, whereas the force is actually dialectical attraction. Or, to be more precise, force is the invisible concept of spirit that unites the one and the many in a dialectical synthesis, one composed of many. Hegel's mentioning positive and negative electricity as moments in this context is simply an attempt to deceive us by making us think he is discussing physics. But positive really alludes to yes, the thesis, negative really means no, the antithesis. Tillich, you will recall, calls his thought dialectical realism. He describes dialectics as moving from yes to no, then back to yes, a higher yes. A dialectic starts with one concept or one pair of concepts, affirmation, advances to the opposite concept or two opposite concepts, negation, and then returns to a higher version of the first concept or conceptual pair, negation of the negation. The higher version incorporates the second concept or one of its two parts. The two distinguished moments, then, are the thesis and the antithesis of a dialectic. Point 91 Hegel is talking about a thesis-antithesis-synthesis dialectic, not physics. In this context, Hegel refers to spirit as what is self-same. He says this self-same or self-identical entity, which happens to be spirit, is something whose essence is unity. His hidden meaning is that spirit, in its essential state, essence, is unified, one composed of many, or a universe composed of particulars. The one self, spirit, becomes identical to the many particulars it comprises. This essential state of self-identity is the dialectic synthesis. The synthesis is where the antithetical state of disunity, separation into perceived particulars, is transformed into the essential state of unity. But before spirit's essential state arrives, spirit sunders itself into two parts. The third part hasn't arrived yet. The sundering is the transition from thesis to antithesis. And the two parts are the thesis and the antithesis. These parts of a dialectic can be described by either of the two dialectics presented above. In one dialectic the two parts are universal and particular, equivalent to union and separation. In the other dialectic they are potentially united and actually separated. 92. Alluding to the dialectic synthesis, Hegel then says that the unity is in fact itself one of the two moments, the two preceding stages of the dialectic. He means that unity is also the thesis stage, which is one of the two preceding moments. Both the thesis and the synthesis represent unity. The thesis's unity, however, is potential unity contrasted with the actual unity of the synthesis. Hegel then adds that the potential unity of spirit in its thesis stage has an antithesis within it. Here Hegel is using antithesis not as a reference to stage 2 but as a reference to the particulars that must be present for unity to exist. There can be no union of particulars unless particulars exist. Particularity is, in turn, antithetical to unity. Point 93. In stage 2 of the dialectic, the self-same, meaning spirit, sunders itself into two. 94. The two are the two concepts universal and particular that now exist where previously, thesis stage, there was only one. Hegel also uses sunders in a different sense when he describes stage 2 as an act of self-sundering. 95 The antithesis is where spirit sunders itself, breaks itself into particulars. It does this by acquiring a mind, something it lacked in the thesis stage. That is why it was unified. It had no mind with which to perceive all the particulars it comprised. The mind spirit acquires in stage 2 is the collective mind of humans, who were not present in the primordial, pre-human stage of nature. Stage 1. Spirit's newly acquired mind perceives all sorts of objects. The objects are really itself, spirit, but in stage 2 spirit misconstrues the objects as alien, things other than itself. Poor spirit! It is now self-estranged, self-alienated. Universality, thesis, has been replaced by particularity, antithesis. Estrangement is overcome when Hegel's mind, the truly cerebral part of spirit's mind, arrives on the scene. This is the third moment, the moment of becoming self-identical. 96. Hegel, hence spirit 2, experiences self-realization. Hegel, a self wearing the mask of subject and the costume of consciousness, realizes that he and every object or self he sees are identical. Every self is identical to every other self, because every self is spirit. The many are one. The particulars constitute the universal. Actual unity replaces actual separation. What do these two highly abstract dialects describe? Spirit is a fictitious entity invented by Hegel. He knows it is fictitious for the purpose of developing a philosophy that secretly endorses atheism. Spirit is really nothing more than an arbitrary and radical redefinition of God. Hegel occasionally calls spirit God so as to imply supernaturalism and thereby prevent readers from recognizing his atheism. In doing so, Hegel is pretending to present insights into God's true nature. But this is sheer hypocrisy. Hegel doesn't believe in God. He is really making things up. And he knows it. To oversimplify, the details will come in chapter 3, spirit is all reality or the universe, including artificial, man-made, material objects such as works of art. Spirit is in no sense supernatural. It has no transcendent mind like that of the God of the ism. It is not metaphysical entity. And it is within everything only as a philosophical concept or idea. Hegel is telling a story, pure fiction rather than an exposition of esoteric knowledge. In this story spirit undergoes a metaphorical life. Spirit advances from 1. Potential essence, where this essence is unity that exists in the pre-human state of nature, 2. Actual existence, where spirit acquires its mind from newly arrived humans and misperceives all external objects as things other than itself. They are really itself. Spirit 2. 3. Actual essence, where spirit, still thinking with its human minds, its only mind, suddenly realizes that those external objects are really itself. Everything is spirit. The invisible concept of spirit, not a metaphysical substance or essence within everything, is the hidden inner essence of everything, the force that unites the many into one. Stage 3, the synthesis, is where spirit realizes the truth. It is all reality, the universe, or world. This realization is self-realization. Self-realization is the attainment of absolute knowing, or spirit that knows itself as spirit. 97 Absolute knowing transforms spirit into absolute spirit. Since absolute spirit, like its earlier non-absolute form, is God, albeit just a figurative God, and since humans are the most important of the particulars that constitute spirit, man becomes God. Humans are the most important particulars because they provide spirit with its mind. And there you have Hegel's hidden message of atheism: God is man. The supernatural God invented by humans, the artificial, man-made, God does not exist. Remarks in paragraph 164 of the Force and Understanding material confirm the foregoing interpretation. Hegel says that, in stage 3, implied, infinity itself becomes the object of the understanding. In Hegelese, infinite and finite are synonyms for God and man, although finite can also stand for any non-human object or other. So the quoted line amounts to a statement that, When spirit attains self-realization, also called self-consciousness, man finally understands God, man finally understands that he, not a supernatural being in heaven, is God. This stage 3 situation displays that which contains no difference, or self-consciousness. By this Hegel means that, when self-consciousness or self-realization is achieved, consciousness, hence spirit, realizes that there is no difference between itself and every observed object. All are spirit. Consciousness of external objects is therefore consciousness of oneself, or self-consciousness. Hegel actually says this: it is true that in the synthesis stage of the dialectic consciousness of an other, of an object in general, any object, is itself necessarily self-consciousness. When consciousness ultimately recognizes that every other it sees is itself, spirit, this recognition is a necessary advance from the previous shapes of consciousness for which their truth was a thing, and other than themselves. This means that, in the merely conscious, not yet self-conscious, stage of self-estrangement, or the antithesis stage of the dialectic, whatever consciousness saw, or otherwise sensed, was misinterpreted as something other than itself, something other than spirit. When the ordinary consciousness of stage 2 becomes the self-consciousness of stage 3, this final development is a necessary advance. The advance from stage 2, antithesis, to stage 3, synthesis, completes the dialectic. The next paragraph concludes Part A, consciousness, without our having achieved any real progress toward understanding. All we have are vague hints buried in obfuscatory gibberish. The hints assume we already know that Hegel is alluding to dialectical activity, and more specifically to the two dialectics I presented. Hegel's final paragraph merely rephrases the problem of reaching understanding. That problem is now posed as a what's behind the curtain riddle. We see that in the inner mental world of appearance, the consciousness's understanding in truth comes to know nothing else but appearance. 98. Appearance is a synonym for existence, which in turn describes the dialectic's antithesis stage of separation, or self-alienation. Existence is the opposite of essence. So Hegel is saying that we haven't yet reached the synthesis, which is essence. Those words restate the idea that spirit, the inner reality of the conscious observer, doesn't know that the material, outer, reality it thinks is all reality isn't really all reality. Appearance omits the non-material reality, spirit, but ostensibly gravity, whose presence Hegel implies in order to mislead us. Appearance is the metaphorical curtain that blocks our view of the inner world, the conceptual world of spirit. Now some nonsense, it is manifest that's the nonsense that behind the so-called curtain which is supposed to conceal the inner world spirit, there is nothing to be seen unless we go behind it ourselves. And it is evident how so, to whom, that we cannot without more ado go straight away behind appearance. 99. As a matter of fact, Hegel could, if he wanted to, take us straight to the truth, that spirit awaits us behind that curtain. The reason Hegel asserts, falsely, that we can't do what Dorothy and Toto did, go straight past the curtain to the wizard, is that Hegel wants to escort us through 21 more thesis, antithesis, synthesis dialectics, more ado, that begin 8 pages later with the master and slave dialectic. These 21 don't count the introductions dialectic, which is the first microdialectic. Hegel is at heart a puzzle maker. He has deluded himself into believing that only by forcing us to practice by solving a lot of little dialectical puzzles can he give us the skill needed to solve the big puzzle. The big puzzle is an unmentioned maze, the macrodialectic, that lies behind the curtain and that, if properly navigated, will lead us to absolute spirit. In this chapter I will open the metaphorical doors to 1. Hegel's spirit, 2. Hegel's thesis, antithesis, synthesis dialectics, and 3. Hegel's eccentric concept of freedom. These doors have never before been opened. Hegel's most important dialectic encompasses the entirety of phenomenology of spirit. I call this dialectic the macrodialectic, because it takes 493 pages in Miller's translation to reach its conclusion. Macrodialectic differentiates this overarching dialectic from shorter dialectics, the preface dialectic, chapter 2, The Introduction Dialectic, Chapter 2, for much shorter table of contents heading Dialectics, Chapter 4, 22 even shorter Microdialectics, Chapter 4, and 10 History Dialectics, Chapter 5. In the present chapter, I first explain Hegel's concept of spirit, a complicated four-part, two-level concept no previous interpretation has recognized. Next, I discuss the Christian theology-based concept of separation and return, which is the foundation on which the dialectical superstructure is erected. Then I show how Hegel uses Christianity's Trinity to symbolize both separation and return and the three stages of his macrodialectic. I go on to explain the macrodialectic itself, its underlying concept of spirit's prehuman unconscious, mindless, state of union, the macrodialectic's 27 variants, not to be confused with the 22 microdialectics, and the concepts these variants embody. Finally, I discuss phenomenology's misunderstood concept of freedom and its dependent relationship to the implied concept of bondage to the imaginary Judeo-Christian God symbolized by the master of the master and slave parable. Spirit, a non-supernatural physical mental organism. Hegel's philosophy revolves around the spirit, Geist. To fully understand the macrodialectic, you must understand what spirit is. Such understanding will be facilitated if you first understand two other things. First, spirit is neither metaphysical, as I once believed, nor in any other sense supernatural. One, it is not pantheistic, panentheistic, theistic, or deistic, and neither is it something with which a mystic can commune. Second, it is closely analogous to Paul Tillich's non-supernatural God above the God of theism, which is analogically based on Hegel's spirit and has both a physical and a mental side, each of which has a universal, general, and a particular feature. In the following three subsections, I will examine both of these characteristics and then explain Hegel's concept of spirit. A non-supernatural spirit. Roughly half of those Hegel interpreters who have arrived at an intelligible interpretation of spirit have concluded that spirit is either a pantheistic concept or a panentheistic concept. Pantheism is popularly viewed as the belief that God is either nature or the universe. But this view is false. God is nature is not a belief. It is a definition, really a redefinition. It is an arbitrary definition of God used by timid souls who no longer believe in God but are afraid to admit they are atheists. When someone says God is nature, that person is using an unnecessary and misleading word to say what is really meant: I don't believe in God. Properly understood, pantheism is the doctrine that there exists within everything in nature an impersonal metaphysical substance or essence that binds the particulars together into the whole. Spinoza's pantheism is a possible example, although I have my doubts that Spinoza really attached to substance the metaphysical or mystical meaning usually attributed to it. For amplification of my point that God is nature is a definition and not a belief, I again turn to Paul Tillich, who understood Hegel better than did anyone else. Tillich also happens to be a well-read, comprehending scholar of philosophy and theology. He describes what pantheism really means. Pantheism does not mean, and never has meant, and never should mean that everything that is God. If God is identified with nature, Deus sub natura, it is not the totality of natural objects which is called God but rather the creative power and unity of nature, the absolute substance which is present in everything. Pantheism is the doctrine that God is the substance Spinoza or essence of all things, not the meaningless assertion that God is the totality of all things. Point 2. Elsewhere Tillich describes the false concept of the God of pantheism with these words: wherever the concept of the world is complete without God, i.e., where no transcendent supernatural mind exists above the universe, God has become an empty name that one utters for the sake of religion, but which can be dispensed with completely, since it is all the same whether the universe is called matter or spirit. 3. Again, it must be emphasized that pantheism does not say that God is everything. It says that God is the metaphysical substance of everything. 4. Tillich's God has become an empty name, when it means the physical universe, remark invites elaboration. If I timidly tell acquaintances that I believe God is nature or the universe, I am probably equivocating. I can assume, or at least hope, that they will misinterpret what I am saying. Although unfamiliar with the term panentheism, they are apt to think I mean God exists as a transcendent supernatural mind. That's presumably why I said God, but that God is immanent, within everything, as well as transcendent. But if I use a different atheistic definition of God, God is coffee or God is honesty, my listeners will immediately recognize that I don't believe in God. They will see through my dissembling. They will know that I don't believe God is coffee but am simply defining God as coffee, and that I am doing this for no other reason than to pretend to believe in God. They will understand that I have made the word God superfluous. The phrase "this coffee tastes delicious" does the job much better than "this God tastes delicious." By the same token, birds are a part of nature is much clearer than birds are a part of God. The coffee and honesty examples are not as far-fetched as they might sound. Both Tillich and John A. T. Robinson, Bishop of Woolwich, pretended to believe in God, although they were really just redefining God as something non-supernatural. Tillich redefined God as humanity. He did this using obscurantist language that was easily as foggy as Hegel's. His ambiguities and his use of standard Christian terms, given hidden new definitions, misled almost everyone into believing he was either a theist, a deist, a panentheist, a pantheist, or a mystic. His Hegelian phrasing was so convincing, and misleading, that most readers paid no attention to the facts that he, a. explicitly disavowed just about every Christian doctrine, 5, b. said atheism is the correct response to the God of the ism, 6, c. denied that his God above the God of the ism also called the ground of being itself, and he was pantheistic or mystical in character, 7, and d. referred to something that is fundamental to all my thinking, the anti-supernaturalistic attitude. 8. Bishop Robinson, heavily influenced by Tillich, whom he did not fully understand, and by Dietrich Bonhoeffer, was somewhat more open, though still evasive, in declaring his atheism. He redefined God as love, which he capitalized. 9. We see that defining God as X is not the same as believing God is X. This axiom applies regardless of whether God is defined as coffee, honesty, humanity, love, nature, or the universe. Some interpreters, including 11 whose views I will examine in Chapter 6, graft onto pantheism the concept of a transcendent, rational, self-conscious, theistic God akin to the God of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. The God of pantheism thus acquires an independent mind and a presumed interest in and an inclination to interfere in human affairs. This blending of pantheism and the ism, an immanent God, within everything, and a transcendent God, apart from everything, is called panentheism, spelled with that N in the middle. Hegel's spirit is neither pantheistic nor panentheistic. Certainly the best evidence of this is the non-supernatural structure of Hegel's spirit, but that structure will have to wait until we get some other matters out of the way. Another fault of the pantheism-panentheism interpretation is the effete state into which metaphysics had declined by the time Hegel wrote Phenomenology. Science and reason had reduced supernaturalistic speculation about being to a state of low repute. Beiser, in an outstanding background essay on Hegel's thought, outstanding except for its non-supernatural concept of metaphysics, used in reference to Hegel's thought, provides context. He writes, the term metaphysics had fallen into disrepute by the early 1800s, as Hegel himself noted, so reviving it would have been impossible without invoking negative connotations. 10. Beiser elaborates, Schelling and Hegel insist that their metaphysics has nothing to do with the supernatural, in which case Beiser shouldn't call it metaphysics. Their conception of metaphysics is indeed profoundly naturalistic. They banish all occult forces and the supernatural from the universe, explaining everything in terms of natural laws. 11. A related point is that Hegel, though indoctrinated in the Lutheran religion as a child, rejected it in his college years and became vehemently anti-religious. His anti-religious attitude is seen in, among other places, his early religious writings and phenomenology sections dealing with unhappy consciousness and the revealed religion. I will examine the phenomenology material later in this chapter when I describe the Trinitarian symbolism in Hegel's macrodialectic. For now, a superficial summary of the revealed religion will have to do. Hegel treats the death of Jesus, theology's incarnate God, as the death of God. Not just God on earth but God in heaven too. Whereas Christian theology says Jesus was resurrected and that he returned to heaven, Hegel treats the resurrection differently. Hegel transmogrifies, as a Christian might view this development, the Holy Spirit, which supposedly repossessed the resurrected Jesus and thereby united him with God in the Trinity, into just plain spirit, a radically different concept. And instead of possessing God Jesus, who is dead and stays dead, spirit possesses all human beings. All humans become part of spirit. Man becomes God. This is atheism, pure and simple. Hegel's unqualified atheism has been recognized by the more perceptive interpreters, by Sir, quoted above, Tucker, McCartney, Solomon, Hippolyte, Findlay, Kaufmann, Pinkard, and Westphal. McCartney seems to accept the idea that Hegel is a metaphysical pantheist, but he nevertheless understands that Hegel's God is in no sense Christianity's God. The views of these interpreters provide considerable insight into Hegel's antitheistic, antipanentheistic concept of spirit. Tucker writes, Hegelianism is a religion of self-worship whose fundamental theme is given in Hegel's image of the man who aspires to be God himself, who demands something more, namely, infinity. The whole system is spun out of the formula concerning man's self-elevation from finite to infinite life. The finite mind man's is seen as aggrandizing itself to infinity, becoming universal God's mind. 12 Hegel thus gives us a picture of a self-glorifying humanity striving compulsively, and at the end successfully, to rise to divinity. 13 This is atheism, from the standpoint of the Hebraic Christian theology, which places God above and beyond nature and history. This would of course have to be qualified as atheism. 14. McCartney firmly refutes the view that Hegel's references to God are affirmations of the God of Christianity. Hegel conspicuously fails to endorse what is surely the simple essence of the matter for ordinary Christians, the unique status of Jesus as the incarnate second person of the Trinity. His Jesus's role for Hegel is that of making manifest a universal truth, the truth that all men are incarnations of God rather than of personally embodying a singular one, Jesus alone as God incarnate. Jesus is the emblem symbol of and witness to the unity of the divine and the human, not its sole exemplar and meeting point. It follows that, however outstanding he Jesus may be in that role, he does not partake essentially of the divine nature in any qualitatively different sense from any other member of the human race. 15. Solomon uses Hegel's treatment of the unhappy consciousness to emphasize Hegel's antagonism toward Christianity's God. What is obvious but not so often recognized is the extremely sarcastic tone in which the entire section on unhappy consciousness is cast. Hegel despises traditional Christianity just as much in 1806 as he did in 1793 in his early writings on Christianity, and his treatment of Catholicism is particularly vicious. 16. Turning to Hegel's discussion of the revealed religion, Christianity, Solomon points out how Hegel demolishes the divine God and the uniquely divine Christ, at the same time transforming the Holy Spirit into Hegel's spirit. Hegel even pokes fun at the very idea of a trinity. Why not a quaternity, or even a 5-in-1, he asks, 776 Miller's translation. In Hegel's search for spirit, however, it is the Father and the Son who are sacrificed to the third term. God is reduced to pure thought picture thinking and the Son becomes no one in particular, just another incarnation of the divine. God is nothing but the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is only in us. 17 Solomon concludes that Hegel does not believe anything that a thoroughgoing atheistic humanist cannot believe. Does he believe in any sense in a God other than ourselves, in the divinity of Christ in the only sense that can be called Christian, in the literal or at least symbolic truth or much, if not all, of the Scriptures? The answer seems to be in every case no. 18 In subsequent comments, Solomon again labels Hegel an atheist. What then does Hegel's conception of God admit which any atheist would not? To say that God exists is no more than to say that humanity exists. That is atheism. 19. Like Solomon, Hippolyte turns to Hegel's revealed religion discussion to confirm Hegel's atheism. Hegel wrote that the death of the divine man Jesus ends only in natural universality. 20 Hegel's italicizing of natural emphasizes the distinction between supernatural and natural. The God of Christianity's revealed religion is supernatural and universal. Hegel is saying that God's spirit has become natural and universal. Natural refers to man, who is natural rather than supernatural. The idea of a supernatural God incarnated in just one man is replaced by the idea of a natural God, the spirit who dwells in his community, dies in it every day, and is daily resurrected. 21 God has become mankind, which experiences daily deaths and births, resurrections. Hippolyte has no trouble understanding what Hegel is saying. The death of Christ is not only the death of the God-man God on earth, the second person of the Trinity, but also the death of the abstract God God in heaven, the first person of the Trinity whose transcendence radically separated human existence from his divine essence. 22. Findlay characterizes Hegel as anti-metaphysical, an enemy of supernaturalism, and thus a disbeliever in God. He writes, Hegel's philosophy is one of the most anti-metaphysical of philosophical systems, one that remains most within the pale of ordinary experience, and which accords no place to entities or properties lying beyond that experience, or to facts undiscoverable by ordinary methods of investigation. Hegel often speaks the language of a metaphysical theology, but such language, it is plain, is a mere concession to the pictorial mode of religious expression. As a philosopher, Hegel believes in no God and no absolute except the one that is revealed and known in certain experiences of individual human beings. 23 Findlay also remarks that, despite his later verging towards reaction, he remains the philosopher of liberal humanism. 24. Kaufmann comes down hard on the notion that spirit is transcendent. Hegel's description of spirit should have caused no misunderstanding, had it not been for Hegel's occasional references to God. 25 Hegel did not believe in God, and his God was not the God of theism. The phenomenology of the spirit ends with the death of God, with Golgotha Calvary Hill. To put it in our own words, there is no supreme being beyond. 26 Later, Kaufmann says this, Hegel's God comes into being only when man knows him. Findlay has therefore called Hegel the philosopher of liberal humanism. One may cavil at liberal, the temperament of the mature Hegel was conservative rather than liberal. But his religious position may be safely characterized as a form of humanism. 27. Pinkard and M. Westphal recognize Hegel's unqualified anti-supernaturalism by presenting totally non-supernaturalistic interpretations of spirit. Both interpreters hold that spirit is society or certain aspects of society. Although these interpretations are wrong in their specifics, spirit is not society or facets thereof, they are right in affirming that spirit is non-supernatural. In Chapter 6, I will discuss these two interpretations in more detail. For now, we merely need recognize that Pinkard and Westphal view Hegel as an atheist. His God is a figurative God. The Tillich analogy. Both Tillich's non-supernatural God, humanity, and Hegel's non-supernatural God, spirit, have the same structure. This is not at all surprising. Tillich used Hegel's spirit, along with Hegel's Dialectics, as the model he copied. Tillich's deceptively labeled God and Hegel's spirit, also called God in many places, both have these two characteristics: 1. They have a physical side and a mental side, and 2. Both sides are subdivided into a general or universal characteristic, and b. a particularistic characteristic. In outline form, and in the abstract, both gods look like this. Physical side, tangible. A. General, universal. B. Particular. Mental side, intangible. A. General, universal. B. Particular. Moving from the abstract to the concrete, we find that Tillich's God above the God of the ism has the following structure. Physical side, humanity, tangible. A. General, humanity itself, the universe of human beings, the infinite. B. Particular, individual human beings, the finite. Mental side, ultimate concern, intangible. A. General, a humanist's ultimate concern for humanity. B. Particular, preliminary concerns that are transparent to humanity. The physical side of Tillich's God shouldn't create any comprehension problems. But the mental side will be unfamiliar to most Hegel scholars and are a source of confusion to Tillich's would-be interpreters. The confusion results from Tillich's ambiguous use of ultimate concern, which sometimes refers to the general and sometimes to the particular. An ultimate concern is whatever is the highest or supreme concern, that which is absolute, for a particular person. It can be anything. It can be one's country, one's religious community, power, money, or fame. Any concern that is transparent to less than all of humanity is demonic or idolatrous. Both words mean the same thing. One's country and one's religious community are therefore idolatrous. Power, money, and fame are among the worst concerns, they are transparent to just one individual. Humanity is Tillich's ultimate concern, and he thinks it should be everyone's. Tillich identifies humanity as the ultimate concern of humanists. For humanism the divine is manifest in the human, the ultimate concern of man is man. 28. A preliminary concern is a particular concern that reflects, is transparent to in Tillich's metaphor, the general concern. If a religious fanatic detonates a car bomb intended to kill members of a different religion or different religious sect, the preliminary concern is killing people and the truly ultimate concern is the fanatic's religion, or perhaps its God. If a woman dives into a lake to save a drowning child, her preliminary concern is saving the child. Her ultimate concern is humanity, of which the child is a part. The four-part, two-level Tillichian God undergoes a dialectical divine life. This is the life of yes-no-yes described in Chapter 1. The second yes is the negation of the negation of the no. In the divine life man progresses from the ism to atheism to humanism. The divine life goes like this. The initial yes, the ism, finds man potentially united with God. The union is only potential because man worships the wrong God, the God of the ism. This stage is the dialectics thesis, yes to God plus yes to supernaturalism, also, potential plus union. The no, the antithesis of yes, is atheism. Man rejects the God of the ism. Man is now actually separated from God, he has gone from potential union to actual separation. He is now in a state of self-estrangement. He sees other humans, but he is unaware that they are himself, God, because all humans are God. The human, finite, is estranged from humanity, infinite. This stage is the antithesis, no to God plus no to supernaturalism, also, actual plus separation. Finally, man sees the light, the second yes of yes-no-yes. He realizes that he himself is God, humanity is God, and he is a particular representative of humanity. The other humans he sees are himself, because he and they are both humanity. This stage is the synthesis, yes to God plus no to supernaturalism, also, actual plus union. Note once again that in both versions of the dialectic Hegel's and Tillich's the synthesis borrows one part from the two-part thesis and one from the two-part antithesis. Hegel's spirit identified. In the Tillichian divine life, theism, atheism, humanism, humanity is metaphorically conceived as a living organism. Hegel's spirit is conceived the same way, it is metaphorically, figuratively, not literally, a living organism. And it has its own divine life, which Hegel calls the life of the spirit. 29 Beiser, without recognizing the concrete meaning of his abstract description, provides informative background material on the divine life of Hegel's spirit. What Schelling meant by describing the absolute as subject-object identity is apparently Spinozistic. The mental and the physical, the subjective and objective, are only different attributes of a single infinite substance. Schelling saw substance as a living force, found in all of nature. Schelling thought he had good reason to conceive of the absolute in organic terms. Hegel inherited this organic conception of the absolute from Schelling in the early 1800s, the period of their collaboration on the Critical Journal of Philosophy, 1802-04. Hegel accepted the broad outlines of Schelling's conception of the absolute. Nevertheless, even during their collaboration, Hegel began to have serious doubts about some of Schelling's formulations of the nature of the absolute. Schelling sometimes spoke of the absolute as if it were nothing more than subject-object identity. Hegel felt that it was necessary to correct Schelling's restricted formulation of the absolute. But all his life Hegel adhered to Schelling's organic, the figuratively living organism concept of the absolute. 30. Hegel's revised absolute became spirit. In subject-object, subject is the mental aspect of spirit, the mind, which produces thought, opinion, perception, and interpretation. Or, as the American Heritage College Dictionary explains, subjective means proceeding from or taking place within a person's mind such as to be unaffected by the external world. Object is the physical aspect of spirit, the external world, the world of matter. Tillich's four-part God, we saw, has a definite separation of the physical and mental sides of God. Hegel, like Tillich, or more correctly Tillich, like Hegel, conceives the absolute as, figuratively, a living organism. Spirit has the following form. 1. Physical side, the universe, both natural and artificial objects, objective, tangible. A. General, the universe conceived of as one entity. B. Particular, the many particular objects that constitute the universe. 2. Mental side, the human mind, subjective, intangible. A. General, mind, the collective mind of humans, spirit's mind. B. Particular, minds, the minds and thoughts of individual humans. The natural and artificial aspect of the physical side of spirit requires amplification. In several places, Hegel identifies spirit as encompassing all reality. 31. All reality includes man-made or artificial objects. Hegel emphasizes this by constructing both a natural-artificial microdialectic, chapter 4, and a natural-artificial history dialectic, chapter 5. Both go from natural, thesis, to artificial, antithesis, to natural and artificial, synthesis. Spirit thus includes not only the stars, comets, the moon, clouds, mountains, lakes, pebbles, trees, dandelions, moss, bears, birds, worms, and humans, but also houses, shoes, bread, boats, paintings, saucers, wine, fences, axes, and doorknobs. The inclusion of artificial objects in the concept of spirit is further supported by the actuality and faith dialectic, described in chapter 4. I emphasize the inclusion of artificial objects in the concept of spirit because this feature, in addition to other considerations, refutes 3 interpretations of spirit that I review in chapter 6. 2 of these interpretations come from Pinkard and Westphal. Both of them argue that spirit is society or certain of its characteristics. The third interpretation is one of 3 presented by Solomon: spirit is us, nothing more, meaning humanity. Neither society nor humanity is partly artificial. The natural-artificial dichotomy also helped Hegel defend himself against charges of pantheism, a form of atheism. McCartney describes the problem succinctly: one needs to invoke the fact of the difficulty, indeed precariousness, of Hegel's personal situation in the final period in Berlin. This showed itself in, for instance, his vulnerability to the charge of pantheism, a charge virtually indistinguishable from atheism in the eyes of his enemies at court. 32. Hegel was in the same precarious situation in his earlier position at the University of Jena, where he wrote Phenomenology. 33. Were his atheism to become known, Hegel would be out of a job. Technically speaking, Hegel's God was not a god of pantheism. Hegel's version of the universe had no metaphysical substance, and spirit's status as God was a matter of definition rather than belief. But spirit was close enough to being a pantheistic God that these distinctions didn't matter. By including artificial things in his concept of spirit, Hegel could privately distinguish spirit from Spinoza's substance, which was present only in nature. Two other distinctions also helped: spirit had that dialectical life, and spirit placed heavy emphasis on the mental aspect of the God, spirit's mind. With these three distinctions in place, Hegel could deny charges of pantheism by privately meaning that his God lacked the attributes of Spinoza's pantheistic God and had attributes that Spinoza's substance lacked. In particular, his God was not Spinoza's, the invisible essence of nature alone, artificial objects excluded. Turning to the mental side of spirit, we encounter a remarkable feature. Spirit's mind, the collective minds of humans, is extremely active. It produces that parade or succession, Hegel's word, of human thoughts or spirits, lowercase, that Kaufmann referred to in this earlier quotation. The infinite spirit has to be found in the comprehension of this world, in the study of the spirits summoned in the phenomenology. Those thoughts or spirits are the product of the human mind. The human mind is spirit's mind, its only mind. This fact makes you wonder whether phenomenology of mind, the title Bailey's translation gives to Hegel's book, isn't superior to Miller's title, Phenomenology of Spirit. Solomon informs us that phenomenology, the word Hegel borrowed from Herder and Kant, among others, is the study of phenomena, the systematic description of experience, trying to make sense of it and showing it to have a certain necessity. 34 Because Hegel's phenomenology indeed does study the experience of thought, which emanates from spirit's mind, Hegel's book does describe the phenomenology of mind. Phenomenology is about the experiences, or more precisely, the products of mind as it marches through history. The products are customs, moral beliefs, laws, religions, philosophies, literature, theories, superstitions, and other things that emanate from the human mind. Mind's march through history ties in with the problem of subject-object identity, viewed in the context of Schelling's organic concept of the absolute. Subject-object identity is part of this organic concept of the absolute. Hegel's view of subject-object identity is considerably different from Schelling's. True, both Schelling's absolute and Hegel's renamed spirit include both the subjective, mental, and the objective, physical, side of reality. In Schelling's thought, man, whose mind provides subjectivity, was certainly present in nature, the absolute. Man was even a focal point. Schelling had written that God must become man, in order that man comes again to God. 35 Here we see that Schelling was every bit as concerned as Hegel was about deifying man. But Schelling certainly didn't emphasize man's mind the way Hegel did. With Hegel, mind's travels are what phenomenology is about. And this is where the difference between Schelling's and Hegel's subject-object identity materializes. In Hegel's thought, subject, spirit's mind, consciousness, and object, things perceived by consciousness, are non-identical until the very end of phenomenology. Subject mistakenly thinks the objects it perceives, objects that are essentially itself, spirit, are alien, things other than itself. Only at the end of the book, where Hegel comes along and, acting as spirit's mind, recognizes that subject, mind, itself, and object, nature, including man, are identical, that both are spirit, do subject and object become identical. Only then does subject recognize object as itself. Only then does spirit achieve absolute knowledge and thereby become absolute spirit. Only then does the absolute become a reality. Kroner treats Hegel's philosophy as, in part, an effort to achieve what Schelling tried to achieve, a reconciliation of nature and mind. Kroner writes, Schelling, at least in these years of companionship with Hegel at the University of Jena, was convinced that ultimately the unity of nature and mind had to be conceived in terms of a universal philosophy of nature and not in those of a universal philosophy of mind. 36 Schelling's endeavor was unsuccessful, It was a leap into intuition, which violated the intellect without reconciling it with intuition. 37 Hegel took up Schelling's abortive effort by devising the concept of spirit, which Kroner unfortunately does not understand. Kroner thinks Hegel believes in God and that spirit is a panentheistic entity. Spirit has those two sides, the physical side, predominantly nature, and the mental side, human minds. Part of the difference between Schelling's philosophy and Hegel's is that Hegel augments nature by adding artificial, non-natural, man-made, objects to the physical dimension. That dimension is all reality, or the physical universe. Nevertheless, the physical side of spirit consists primarily of nature. And the mental side is mind, the human mind, which of course derives from nature. Man is a part of nature. Hegel's four-faceted spirit thus achieves what Schelling failed to achieve, the unity of nature and mind. I should add that Hegel differentiates his philosophy from Schelling's not only by a. augmenting nature with artificial objects but by b. substituting for Schelling's philosophy of nature a philosophy of all reality, a philosophy that makes mind, subject, far more important than nature or matter, objects. You might wonder how the four-faceted spirit, which has a clearly visible outer physical side, can be the hidden inner essence of objects. Here we must distinguish between a. spirit as a mental concept or idea and b. spirit as all reality. Hegel uses the word spirit in both senses, the concept and all reality. It is the concept of spirit that is the inner essence of every object in the universe. You might also wonder how spirit can be partly mental when most of the objects perceived by subject are non-human and thus have no mental side. That problem is easily disposed of. Hegel treats spirit as a living organism with a divine life. It is analogous to living human beings. Just as humans have many parts, the head, neck, chest, abdomen, arms, legs, hands, and feet, but have mentality only in the head, spirit has many parts, the many perceived objects, but has mentality only in the human parts. We saw that Tillich treats God metaphorically as a living organism with a dialectical divine life. Since Tillich's God is based on Hegel's, we should expect that Hegel's God spirit is similar. Our expectations are realized. Hegel too conceives spirit metaphorically as a living organism. It has a divine life, which is both a. the macro-dialectic, the divine life's general aspects, and b. phenomenology's long parade of spirits, the divine life's details. The long parade is the antithesis stage, or conscious plus separation, of the macro-dialectic. Hegel calls this life the life of the spirit, a life whose goal is to achieve the awareness of what it really is in itself. 38 Spirit's divine life is where the Schelling-Hegel organic concept of the absolute, described by Beiser, comes into play. At the highest level of abstraction, no difference exists between Tillich's and Hegel's versions of the divine life. Tillich, 1, Thesis, potential union, 2, Antithesis, actual separation, 3, Synthesis, actual union. Hegel, 1, Thesis, potential union, 2, Antithesis, actual separation, 3, Synthesis, actual union. It is when we get into the divine life's details that the Tillich and Hegel versions differ. In the Tillichian divine life, man progresses from theism to atheism to humanism. In the Hegelian divine life, spirit progresses from unconsciousness to self-consciousness. A final point about spirit: Hegel did not actually believe in spirit. He no more believed in spirit than Bishop Robinson believed God is love, a human emotion. Spirit is not an eccentric concept of a supernatural God that differs from the God of customary belief. No, spirit is just a definition, an arbitrary definition not based on customary usage. It is a definition used for philosophical purposes. As such, it represents neither truth nor falsehood. Like Tillich's humanity, spirit is just a figurative God, an ersatz God. Separation and return. To understand Hegel's thesis, antithesis, synthesis, dialectics, you must first understand that they are analogically based on Christian theology. Tillich has written, obviously, and it was so intended by Hegel, his dialectics are the religious symbols of estrangement and reconciliation conceptualized and reduced to empirical descriptions. 39. In another passage, Tillich identifies estrangement and reconciliation with separation and return and with the divine. The doctrine of the Trinity. Tillich's version does not affirm the logical nonsense that 3 is 1 and 1 is 3, it describes in dialectical terms the inner movement of the divine life as an eternal separation from itself and return to itself. 40. Correspondingly, Hegel wrote that the spirit becomes estranged and then returns reconciliation to itself from estrangement, and is only then presented in its actuality and truth and becomes the property of recognized by consciousness. My italics, point 41, note, incidentally. The references to actuality and truth as characteristics of spirit's self-realization. Hegel also wrote that the third stage of his macro-dialectic is the return of the self-spirit, thus alienated, separated from itself, antithesis stage, into its first thesis stage, primal simplicity, my italics, point 42. Hegel's primary separation and return theme, the macro-dialectic, depicts a purely conceptual spirit, an idea that, L, begins as an unconscious union, 1, of constituent parts, everything in the universe, then, 2, becomes conscious and consciously separates into a multitude of observed objects, many, and ultimately, 3, returns consciously this time to its original state of union. The reunion or return takes place when spirit consciously recognizes that the many constitute the one, one composed of many, one equals many. Other dialectical formulations depict consciousness, the human mind advancing through history, as separating from and returning to a wide variety of things: divinity, freedom, monarchy, essence, truth, predation, one, subject, nature, and so on, whatever the dialectics thesis concept happens to be. Hegelian separation and return actually has two antecedents in Christian theology. The first features Adam and Eve. They represent mankind. Adam and Eve are, 1, initially united union with God, i.e., on good terms with God, in the Garden of Eden. Tillich confirms that Adam-God unity is the initial state to which he alludes in his religious symbols of estrangement and reconciliation quotation in my earlier paragraph. Mythologically speaking, Adam before the fall was in an essential, though untested and undecided, unity with God. 43. Note that essential is equivalent to the concept of essence. Untested means potential, so we have a state of potential essence. Then, 2. Adam and Eve sin by eating the forbidden fruit. God punishes them by casting them out of Eden. They are now estranged or separated, separation from God. In Christian doctrine, this act of separating from God is the fall. Tillich writes that in Hegel's system, the fall is reduced to the difference between ideality Eden and reality outside of Eden. 44. The ideal is not the real. The fall is the transition from essence to existence. 45. Existence, then, is to be understood as the state in which spirit, hence man, is estranged from himself through failure to recognize himself as spirit, or God. Finally, 3. Jesus redeems mankind through his sacrificial death on the cross. The crucifixion vicariously punishes mankind for the original sin of Adam and Eve. Mankind, including Adam and Eve, can now go to heaven. They can be reunited, reunion with God. Union, separation, reunion. In theology's second separation and return drama, God separates from and returns to himself in heaven. John 1:14 portrays Jesus as God incarnate, the Logos became flesh and dwelt among us. John is proselytizing a Hellenistic, culturally Greek audience by identifying God with the Greek Logos, misleadingly translated as Word in the New Testament. To oversimplify, the Logos was an impersonal metaphysical force that supposedly influenced developments in history and society. God, 1, is initially one being, dwelling in heaven. Then, 2, God separates from himself, becoming two beings, the Father in heaven and the Son, God incarnate, on earth. God actually prays to himself, "Our Father, who art in heaven." God has become self-estranged, self-alienated. Now the Yuan 9 story gets a little complicated. There are two versions of how God in heaven and God on earth are reunited. In one version, God incarnate is crucified and, 3a, returns to himself. He becomes reunited with himself in heaven. There, according to the Apostles' Creed, the Son sitteth at the right hand of God the Father Almighty. In the second version of reunion, Jesus, God incarnate, is baptized by John the Baptist. 46 As soon as Jesus gets out of the water, the heavens open and, 3b, the Holy Spirit descends on him like a dove. Spirit possession thus reunites God incarnate, dwelling on earth, with God in heaven, even though they remain spatially separated. When Jesus, the Son, finally does get to heaven, he remains bound to the Father by the Holy Spirit, which binds the three together in the Trinity. The Holy Spirit version of the incarnation of God story is what Hegel primarily uses for his separation and return symbolism. But the Adam and Eve myth provides a better fit for the antithesis stage, since the two sinners become morally as well as spatially estranged from God. The spatial estrangement results when Adam and Eve are kicked out of Eden, where God is present. The reason Hegel emphasizes the Yuan 9 tale in its Holy Spirit version is that it allows him to base his dialectics on not just one but two Christian theology antecedents. The first is the one just described, God's separation from and return to himself. The second antecedent is the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Here is how Hegel uses Christianity's Trinity. Father, before the arrival on earth of the Son, the Father is the only God. There is just one God, united with himself, not separated into Father and Son, or God and God incarnate. So Father symbolizes two alternative thesis concepts, A, one, and B, union. For the moment, the union is only potential, for the union that really counts is a higher form of union, that of God and man. Son, the Son, Jesus, God incarnate, eventually materializes. God separates from himself, coming to earth while remaining in heaven. On earth, God assumes the form of humanity, which represents the concept of many humans constitute humanity. So Son symbolizes two alternative antithesis concepts, A, many, the antithesis of one, and B, separation, the antithesis of union. Holy Spirit, the Son grows up and is baptized. Immediately thereafter the Holy Spirit possesses him. Through this act of spirit possession, God incarnate on earth is reunited with himself, God in heaven. So the Holy Spirit symbolizes two alternative synthesis concepts, A, one composed of many, or one equals many, with Jesus still representing the many humans, and B, union, this time the actual union of God and man, the man being Jesus. In phenomenology, the Holy Spirit metamorphoses into Hegel's spirit. Spirit is all reality, everything in the universe. As such, it includes man. Man, indeed, is spirit's most vital constituent, the only constituent that really counts. For one thing, man provides spirit with a mind, and therefore with consciousness. Using man's mind, spirit can now advance from consciousness to self-consciousness or self-realization. Spirit can ultimately become aware that it embraces all reality. Just as important, man's being spirit's most vital component allows Hegel to express his hidden, but not too well hidden, message: man is God, man is the divine, though only part of the divine. Hegel grounds his philosophy on separation and return union, separation, reunion. The spirit separates from and returns to union, going from potential, unconscious, union to actual estrangement to actual, conscious, union. Lest there be doubt that the state of separation is a dialectical antithesis and that reunion is the synthesis, we can again consult Tillich, one of only three people, the other two were Marx and Engels, who understood Hegel's dialectics. Tillich asserts that the blood that courses through his Hegel's whole system is his estrangement and reconciliation, or the more formalized antithesis and synthesis. 47. There you have it from the man who understood Hegel best. Estrangement is the antithesis, and reconciliation, reunion, is the synthesis. And preceding the antithesis, there must be a thesis stage that, by implication, is the union to which spirit returns in the synthesis. In Tillich's own Dialectics, man separates from and returns to union with God. He begins in a state of union with the God of the ism, becomes separated, becomes an atheist, and then returns to the God above the God of the ism, humanity. The Trinity as revealed religion. Before examining in detail Hegel's basic yes-no-yes dialectic with its antithetical concepts of unconsciousness and consciousness, we need to view more closely the Trinitarian aspect of Hegel's plot. Hegel develops his thoughts about the Trinity in his discussion of the revealed religion, Phenomenology, heading 7c. The revealed religion is a redefined Christianity with 1. A radically redesigned Father, all material reality plus the human mind, 2. A radically redesigned Son who does not get resurrected but is instead just a representative human, 3. A radically redesigned Holy Spirit who possesses everyone, not just the Son, 4. A radically revised tale of separation and return, and 5. A theology totally stripped of supernaturalism. Describing Christian belief, Hegel retells the picture-thinking, imaginary, story of the Christ. In doing so, he sometimes uses his own concept, Spirit, to refer to all three members of the Trinity: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. At other times, he relates the picture-thinking version. His underlying purpose is to show that the picture-thinking separation and return story told by Christianity anticipates Spirit's self-realization. Christianity becomes a springboard from which Spirit analogically leaps from a picture-thinking union of God and man. Man is symbolized by Jesus to b. Spirit's self-realization, wherein genuine union of God and man occurs. God becomes Spirit, and Jesus is replaced by all mankind. Near the beginning of his revealed religion discussion, Hegel says that the Absolute Spirit has given itself implicitly the shape of self-consciousness, the shape of a self-conscious human, Jesus. This shape now appears as the belief of the world that Spirit, used here as a synonym for God incarnate, is immediately present as a self-conscious being, i.e., as an actual man. 48. Important, the incarnation is just a belief, not a reality. This individual self-consciousness, Jesus, is an antithesis to the universal self-consciousness, God. Point 49. Hegel has now implicitly identified the Trinity's Father as the thesis, universal, and has explicitly identified the Son as the antithesis in a dialectic. But there is a problem: Spirit, the picture-thinking God of Christianity in this context as an individual self as the Son, Jesus, is not yet equally the universal self, the self of everyone, the Hegelian, non-picture-thinking God, humanity. 50. In other words, in this picture-thinking of Christian believers, the God incarnate is just one human, Jesus. He is not yet the whole of mankind. We see that Hegel is leading up to an assertion that the true incarnate God, Spirit, is incarnated in all humanity, not just in Jesus. Hegel creeps closer to his point in the next paragraph. There he says that a consciousness, a conscious human that sensuously sees and hears him, Jesus, knows this objective individual Jesus, perceived by other humans as an object, but not itself, as Spirit God. 51. This statement means that a typical Christian believer, consciousness, recognizes the Son, Jesus, as God incarnate but remains unaware that itself, the believer, is also God incarnate, because all humans are incarnations of Spirit, the true non-picture thinking God. Then Jesus dies, his being passes over into having been. But despite the vanishing of the immediate existence known to be absolute being, despite the death of God, Spirit remains, as the universal self-consciousness of the religious community. 52. God has died in the person of Jesus, but God, Spirit, lives on in the living believers, who are all incarnations of Spirit. The believers, however, don't realize this. They still use picture thinking. They imagine God lives in heaven instead of on earth. This form of picture thinking is not yet spirit's self-consciousness. Because the mediation, the unifying of God and man is still incomplete. Before the true content, spirit as the inner truth of all humans can also receive its true form, man's awareness that he is spirit, the divine, a higher formative development of consciousness is necessary. 53 Hegel, a new conscious mind, must arrive and realize that he and everyone else are incarnations of God. Spirit, after descending into existence, contrasted with essence or into individuality, particularity, after moving from thesis to antithesis, must move on to the dialectical synthesis, the third stage or third moment of the dialectic. The third moment is the return, a word from separation and return from picture thinking thought, contrasted with the physical substance of humanity and otherness, subject's perception of objects as things other than itself. 54 This third stage is also self-consciousness as such. 55 Which occurs when subject realizes that the perceived object is itself. To reach the third stage, the synthesis, spirit must depart from the antithesis stage, wherein the object is revealed to it, to consciousness by as something alien, Jesus, and it does not recognize itself as the same spirit that is embodied in the observing subject. 56 In this movement from antithesis to synthesis, spirit passes over from the second element, the antithesis, i.e., from picture thinking, thinking that Jesus alone is God incarnate, into the third element, the synthesis. Self-consciousness, spirit's recognition of all humanity itself as spirit. 57 Notice in these quotations that, despite Kaufmann's and Pinkard's arguing that Hegel seldom says antithesis and synthesis, Hegel has other ways of referring to the stages of a dialectic: third moment, second element, third element, existence, negation of the negation, and so on. And in one place in the quoted lines, 3 paragraphs back, he actually does say antithesis in reference to the second stage of the dialectic. The synthesis is the union of God, thesis, and man, antithesis. Man, represented by Jesus in the antithesis, becomes all humanity in the synthesis. When this synthesis materializes, spirit is posited, made actual in the third element synthesis, in universal self-consciousness, not the particular self-consciousness of the Son. Its spirit is its community. 58 That is, in the dialectical synthesis, God ceases to be a particular self-conscious human, Jesus, and becomes the community of self-conscious humans. Now every human is God. And, since God is spirit, Christianity's one incarnate God has been replaced by a universe of incarnate gods. Because every human is the incarnation of God, Jesus is no longer unique. And God incarnate is no longer just a particular human being. At this point, as we shall see in Chapter 6, Pinkard and Westphal go astray by assuming that the community of humans is all there is to spirit. Actually, the human community is merely what Hegel is emphasizing. Spirit is all reality, everything in the universe. Hegel then tells us that, after God dies on the cross, he is resurrected not as Jesus ascending unto heaven, as per the Apostles' Creed, but as an entirely new and different God who dwells on earth in the community that is humanity. The death of the divine man, the God-man of Christianity, becomes transfigured, redefined from its immediate meaning, viz., the non-being of this particular individual God, into the universality contrasted with particularity of the Spirit who dwells in his community, dies in it every day, and is daily resurrected. 59. 2 details merit elaboration. First, Hegel's capitalization of his underscores his point that the Christian Holy Spirit, which unites God and the particular man Jesus, has become the Hegelian Spirit who is the union of the divine and the entire universe or community of humans. Whereas the biblical Holy Spirit descended on and possessed Jesus alone, after the baptism, the Hegelian Holy Spirit possesses every human being. Second, the reference to daily death and resurrection of the Spirit means that every day some humans die and every day new humans are born. These daily deaths and resurrections remove all doubt that, when Hegel speaks of the Spirit who dwells in his community, the Spirit is the human race. The transfigured Holy Spirit, the third member of the Trinity, thus symbolizes humanity, plus everything else in the universe. Is it conceivable that Hegel really does think Jesus was literally resurrected and now dwells in heaven as part of the Trinity? Could the Holy Spirit still unite the Father and the Son? Absolutely not. Hegel pokes fun at the very idea of a Trinity. He scoffs at the counting system used by theologians to get a Trinity. A multiplicity of other shapes, by implication the angels, saints, and saved souls, exists in heaven. If these are to be collectively counted as one, the Trinity might be more exactly expressed as a quaternity. Moreover, since the angels include two groups, the good angels, in heaven, and the evil angels, Satan's fallen angels, or demons, from Milton's Paradise Lost, the Trinity might even be expressed as a 5 in 160. You can rest assured that Hegel does not believe Jesus was resurrected and ascended unto heaven to become part of a newly formed Trinity. Hegel provides still more detail. This self-consciousness God in the abstract therefore does not actually die, but its particularity, its status of being just one individual, Jesus, dies away in its new status as universality. Is Hegel really saying, God is dead? That is exactly what he is saying. The death of the mediator, Christianity's God incarnate, Jesus, who reconciles God and man through his redeeming death on the cross, is the death of the abstraction of the divine being. 61 The abstract God is not Jesus, Jesus is concrete, material. The abstract God is the God of picture thinking who dwells in heaven. God the Father is dead. He has been replaced by a concrete God, humanity, who lives on earth. In this way, therefore, spirit is self-knowing spirit, it knows itself. 62 Which is to say, spirit has achieved self-realization or absolute knowledge by becoming aware, through the mind of man, hence through its own mind, that every man who observes, subject, and every man or thing observed, object, is spirit. Subject recognizes that object is itself. We have subject-object identity. Unfortunately, the community is not yet perfected in this its self-consciousness. In general, its content still exists for it in the form of picture thinking. 63 In general is the key phrase here. The community in general, Hegel is the only exception, does not realize that the true mediation, reconciliation, or synthesis, of God and man has the form of man's realization that he is God, or spirit. Humans in general remain stuck on picture thinking. They continue to think that Jesus' death mediated the split between God and man, the split that began with the original sin of Adam and Eve, by vicariously punishing man. The humans think Jesus has borne their punishment, thereby qualifying them to be reunited with God in heaven, not on earth, after the death of their mortal bodies, but not of their immortal souls. Therefore, true self-realization of spirit must await the final pages of phenomenology. This true self-realization is a reconciliation that lies in the beyond. Picture thought provides implicit self-realization, but this merely implicit potential unity is not yet realized. Actual. 64. Notice the words for it, equivalent to for itself, buried in the quotation in the first sentence of the preceding paragraph. I pointed out in chapter 2 that for itself, from the duo in itself and for itself, is one of Hegel's ways of referring to an antithesis. The community still thinks God is the imaginary or picture-thinking God. He is the God in heaven, the God who is pictured as a separate being separate from the human observers. In saying for it, Hegel is saying that the humans are still in the antithesis stage of separation from the true God, Spirit. This antithesis is the middle stage of union, separation, reunion, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Notice also that the words for it could be removed from the sentence without altering the sentence's meaning. Then why are the words there? They are there to remind people who understand Hegelians that the stage of picture thinking is the dialectics antithesis. Hegel smuggles another dialectic, the last of the long series of microdialectics, into his analysis of the revealed religion. A microdialectic is a dialectic that covers relatively few pages in contrast to the macrodialectic, which covers the entire book. This microdialectic features the antithesis between the opposing concepts of thought and substance. Pure thought, or picture thinking, is the thesis. Actual substance, or physical reality, is the antithesis. This physical substance should not be confused with anything resembling the metaphysical substance of Spinoza's pantheism. The substance is now non-metaphysical, it is something material, tangible, it is humanity, sometimes just one human, Jesus, and sometimes all human beings. This dialectic moves from 1. Pure thought, an imaginative mental picture of a divine God, to 2. Substance, the actual physical reality of a human being, Jesus, to 3. An unrecognized synthesis of thought, the Heavenly Father, and substance, the human Son. In the synthesis, the thought of a divine God becomes the reality of a divine humanity. This movement is, in effect, a movement from 1. Father, the picture-thinking God of pure thought, to 2. Son, the human Jesus who was a real person and thus had real physical substance, to 3. Holy Spirit, which unites Father and Son, thought and substance. But in the synthesis, a. The Holy Spirit becomes the Hegelian Spirit, b. Father becomes the concept divine, and c. Son becomes the concept human. Spirit unites the divine and the human, they become one. God is man. Man is God. Hegel describes this thought-substance dialectic. The element of pure thought first dialectical stage, passes over into changes into the element second dialectical stage, in which the moments of the pure notion stages of the overall dialectic obtain a substantial existence. 65 Obtain a substantial existence means becomes material substance matter rather than thought. In the antithesis stage of the dialectic, the believer's mere picture thought of God residing in heaven becomes the actual physical substance of a real human being, Jesus, residing on earth. God becomes flesh. Heaven, the God of thought, has moved to earth, Jesus, physical substance. Meanwhile, the word existence illuminates another opposition, that between essence and existence. The heavenly God created by pure thought represents essence, the earthbound God incarnate who is Jesus represents actual existence, the substantial existence Hegel refers to. In moving from pure thought to substance, the dialectic has also moved from essence to existence. Thus the merely eternal or abstract spirit becomes an other to itself, or enters into existence. 66 Becomes an other to itself means that God incarnate on earth becomes another being from the heavenly perspective of the God in heaven who looks down on earth. God in heaven sees himself, something other, on earth. The picture-thinking synthesis occurs when this divine being in human shape God incarnate sacrifices his immediate existence, dies on the cross again and returns to the divine being in the sky. In the process, God and man are reconciled. In this picture thought of God returning to himself there is depicted the reconciliation of the divine being with its other in general, the in general being humanity in general rather than just the one human, Jesus. 67 Here Hegel has a double meaning. The theological meaning is that the divine God and the human God incarnate are again just one God, united by the Holy Spirit in the Trinity. Thought, God in heaven, and substance, God on earth, are now combined in a dialectical synthesis. The Hegelian meaning, expressed in the words in general, humanity in general, is that the divine becomes united with all humans, not just Jesus. Man becomes the divine. All men become God. The result of this three-stage progression is a triple dialectic. One dialectic moves from 1. Thought to 2. Substance to 3. Thought equals substance. A second dialectic moves from 1. Essence to 2. Existence to 3. Essence equals existence. A third dialectic moves from 1. Father to 2. Son to 3. Holy Spirit. In the third dialectic, Father symbolizes both thought, something non-substantive, the divine, and essence. Son symbolizes both substance, something material, tangible, the human, and existence, visible presence on earth, and the Holy Spirit symbolizes both, a. Thought equals substance and, b. Essence equals existence. Thought equals substance is, in turn, equivalent to divine equals human, or God equals man. Thus does separation and return emerge as a triple dialectic. In Hegel's macro-dialectic, coming up, the uniting of the divine and the human is the return of the previously separated spirit, God, to its primordial, pre-human, state of unity. The above three revealed religion micro-dialectics anticipate the macro-dialectic, preparing the way for the latter. Hegel's macro-dialectic, the unconscious stage, Thesis. Hegel makes separation and return the basis of his philosophy. In his main dialectic, the macro-dialectic ensconced in phenomenology, the spirit separates from and returns to union. This journey of separation and return is the divine life of the figuratively organic spirit. In terms of the abstract movement from yes, affirmation, to no, negation, to a higher yes, negation of the negation, spirit moves from 1. Yes to an unconscious form of union to 2. No, a conscious no, to union. This no means separation to 3. Yes to a higher form of union, conscious union. Unconsciousness and consciousness drive the dialectic forward. And there begins the interpretation problem. A crucial weakness with all but one of the interpretations of Hegel to date is their failure to recognize the fundamental role unconsciousness plays in his dialectical system. The one exception is Tucker, who writes, God's spirit passes from primal unconsciousness in the form of nature thesis to ultimate self-consciousness in the person of historical man synthesis. 68 As I pointed out in Chapter 1, Tucker does not explicitly identify unconsciousness with a thesis, he is not yet discussing dialectics. And when, in his following chapter, he does describe the thesis of what he thinks is Hegel's basic dialectic, that thesis says nothing about unconsciousness. Instead, it seems to imply consciousness, the given world form or creative self-objectification of spirit is the thesis. 69 How can a self, presumably a person, objectify, interpret as an object, itself if the self that objectifies is not conscious? Perhaps, and perhaps not, Tucker's earlier reference to unconsciousness simply means unawareness, the unawareness of consciousness that it is spirit. Later, as I showed in Chapter 1, Tucker actually does use unconscious to mean unaware. Whatever Tucker meant, every other analyst has assumed that the road to self-consciousness, a particular form of consciousness, begins with consciousness, albeit non-self-conscious consciousness. That is understandable. Consciousness is where Hegel starts his discussion in phenomenology. Phenomenology's first chapter has the title Consciousness. Interpreters have naturally assumed that consciousness is where everything begins. For example, we saw in Chapter 1 that Findlay makes the absurd claim that Hegel's main dialectical triad moves from consciousness to self-consciousness to reason. Likewise, Pippin, in summarizing his conclusions in an essay on transition problems in phenomenology, has nothing to say about unconsciousness or a transition from unconsciousness to consciousness. His first conclusion, first and most obviously, even those most skeptical about the work phenomenology have to try to take into account the fact that Hegel intended a transition from consciousness to self-consciousness. 70 True enough. But what should be first is the fact that Hegel intended an earlier transition from unconsciousness to consciousness. This earlier transition is part of a broader transition from unconscious union via conscious separation to conscious union, or self-consciousness. The error is not just Findlay's and Pippin's. One interpreter after another has made consciousness the supposed context in which the entire evolution of spirit progresses. But that's not the real state of affairs. Phenomenology's overarching dialectic begins with unconsciousness, part of the thesis. The dialectic includes both unconsciousness and consciousness. It begins with unconsciousness. Here's how things work. The thesis of Hegel's basic thesis antithesis synthesis dialectic has two parts, unconscious and union, where union means universality. Union or universality is the state of being one, as opposed to being many, separated into particulars. Unconscious means the same thing as potential, the opposite of actual, So unconscious union can also be called potential union. 71 Hegel's dialectic follows the first of the three patterns illustrated in Chapter 1 with Tillich's Dialectics. The thesis, the antithesis, and the synthesis have two parts, two concepts. The synthesis borrows the best part from the thesis and the best from the antithesis. This dialectic results. Thesis, unconscious plus union, i.e., potential union or latent universality. Antithesis, conscious plus separation, i.e., actual separation or self-estrangement. Synthesis, conscious plus union, i.e., actual union or self-realization, self-awareness. The reason interpreters have overlooked the first stage of Hegel's basic dialectic is that Hegel doesn't discuss it in phenomenology, he merely hints that it is there. But 8 considerations permit no doubt that a preconscious thesis stage, unconscious union, is there. Hegel says, in a previously quoted statement, that the spirit becomes estranged and then returns to itself from estrangement. 72 Here Hegel alludes to his basing his dialectic on Christian theology's separation and return doctrine. Whatever spirit returns to must be what spirit began with, before becoming estranged. And it must be a return from separation, from self-estrangement. A return from separation has to mean a return to separation's opposite, which is union or universality, the state of being one, unseparated. We can thus deduce that the spirit starts from a preliminary form of union, yes to union, separates, no to union, and then returns to a higher form of union, a higher yes. The preliminary form of union, the initial yes, happens to be unconscious union, potential union. And the higher yes is conscious union, actual union. Hegel explicitly says that, in the beginning, spirit is not separated into particulars, spirit is only, to begin with, the universal all-reality, viewed as one entity. 73 The reason it isn't separated into particulars is that separation requires human perception of separate, external objects. Without a human mind with which to perceive otherness, spirit in its primal state is incapable of being aware that external particulars exist. No human minds exist in the beginning, in the primordial state of nature, before the arrival of humans. The separation stage of spirit's journey entails conscious separation. To repeat, Hegel's phenomenology begins with Chapter A, consciousness, and retains consciousness as the context in which all the rest of the book progresses. We cannot doubt that spirit's estrangement or separation is conscious separation. Spirit's mind, which is the mind of man, is consciously aware of separate objects separate from the person or subject, sometimes called consciousness, who perceives the external objects. In essence, those perceived objects are the subject, observer, because both subject and objects are spirit. But subject doesn't know this. Hence subject is consciously estranged, separated, from itself. That is what self-estrangement means. If you seriously look for thesis, antithesis, synthesis dialectics, and if you then recognize that conscious separation must be either the thesis or the antithesis of the dialectic, self-realization obviously being the synthesis, then you must grant that both conscious and separation have opposites. And who can fail to recognize that unconscious is the opposite of conscious? The question is, does unconscious belong to the thesis or to the antithesis? The answer is clear. Given that the synthesis, self-consciousness, is a return from separation, separation must be the stage that immediately precedes the synthesis. So conscious separation is the antithesis. Unconscious must therefore relate to the starting point, the thesis. We can now see that the dialectic moves from 1. Unconsciousness to 2. Faulty consciousness to 3. Perfected consciousness. In the philosophy of history, Hegel plainly states that the separation stage, faulty consciousness, is the second stage, not the first, but what is spirit? It is the one immutably homogeneous infinite pure identity which in its second phase separates itself from itself, my italics, point 74. If conscious separation is the second phase or second stage, it must be preceded by a first stage. That stage, which involves pure identity, is one in which spirit is not separated, its parts are identical, homogeneous. All are spirit because no human mind is present to misperceive the many objects in the universe as separate things. If consciousness requires a mind, this is beyond dispute, and if spirit's only mind is the mind of man, then unconsciousness must belong to an earlier stage, a primitive stage of nature, that exists before man arrives on the planet, before human minds arrive. True, in the everyday context of human life, unconsciousness requires humans, but in the Hegelian context of spirit's life, all that unconsciousness requires is spirit. And spirit, because it is all reality, does exist in nature, including stars, the earth, oceans, geological structures, plant life, and lower forms of animal life, before man arrives. Hegel actually says here, I use Kaufmann's translation of Hegel's preface, that knowledge in its initial form lacks the consciousness of the senses, awareness of one's surroundings. 75 Miller's translation uses first phase in place of initial form. 76 Bailey says primitive stage. 77 Initial form, first phase, and primitive stage all tell us we are dealing with a thesis, the first stage of a dialectic, and lacks consciousness tells us that this thesis stage is characterized by unconsciousness. Since man's mind is the only mind spirit has, hence is the source of spirit's consciousness, the primitive stage of unconsciousness must be nature as it exists before man appears. In this stage, spirit is the analog of God in his Yuan 9 not yet separated state, and of Adam and Eve before they indulge in the original sin and, consequently, become separated from God. Spirit is not yet separated into subject, any human observer, and the many alien objects perceived by subject, that is, perceived by any human mind. Other statements by Hegel confirm that this primitive stage is prehuman and unconscious. Example, the first stage thesis is the immersion of spirit in natural life, the second antithesis its stepping out into consciousness. 78 Consciousness means human consciousness. Hegel knew that mankind had not always been present on the planet. 79 In his lectures on the philosophy of history, he declared, after the creation of nature appears man. 80 But in the earlier stage of prehuman nature, the first organism does not exist as a living creature. 81 Because that first organism, Hegel says, is the earth, a prehuman manifestation of spirit. At first, therefore, although spirit does exist as everything physical in the universe, it does not yet exist in its mental aspect. Spirit has no human mind with which to perceive external objects and to think, it lacks consciousness. Hegel describes the stage as one where the earth spirit has not yet reached the stage of opposition. 82 The stage of opposition is the antithesis, which opposes the thesis. This first stage is like the movement and dreaming of one asleep, until it awakes and receives its consciousness in man. 83 Conclusion, the thesis is unconscious union. This conclusion receives additional support from Tillich, whose dialectical theology of humanism closely imitates Hegel's dialectical philosophy of spirit. Recall from Chapter 1 that Tillich calls his thought dialectical realism and describes this as thinking that moves through yes affirmation and no negation and yes again negation of the negation. 84 Here man moves from theism to atheism to humanism. Also recall from earlier in this chapter that the thesis is yes to God plus yes to supernaturalism, the antithesis is no to God plus no to supernaturalism, and the synthesis is yes to God, from the thesis, plus no to supernaturalism, from the antithesis. Tillich frequently calls his thesis stage, yes to God plus yes to supernaturalism, dreaming innocence. 85 Referring to theists whose belief is too strong to be challenged, Tillich says, as long as the pupil lives in a dreaming innocence of critical questions, he should not be awakened. 86 Describing dreaming innocence, Tillich writes, both words point to something that precedes actual existence. It has potentiality, not actuality. 87 We know that, a. what precedes existence is essence, which is the thesis stage of a dialectic, and, b. what precedes actuality, in actual existence, is potentiality, in potential essence, which again is the thesis stage. Dreaming innocence, it becomes clear, is Tilakhian shorthand for his philosophy's thesis stage of the ism. Dreaming, meanwhile, is a state of unconsciousness. We can see that Tillich recognizes and is basing his own thesis terminology, dreaming, on the Hegelian thesis concept, unconsciousness. Tillich might in fact have directly lifted the word dreaming from Hegel's phrase the movement and dreaming of one asleep, quoted in the penultimate sentence of point 8 above. This Hegel-Tillich parallelism corroborates my inference that the Hegelian thesis concept indeed is unconsciousness. And it is one of the reasons why I said in chapter 1 that Tillich is one of only 3 authors. Marx and Engels are the other 2 who understand Hegel's dialectics. Hegel became thoroughly acquainted with the unconscious-conscious theme from his friend and colleague, Schelling. Tillich, whose dissertation topic for his 1912 Licentiate of Theology degree was Schelling's thought, enlightens us. His Schelling's whole philosophy of nature was an attempt to show the indwelling of the potential spirit in all natural objects and how it comes to its fulfillment in man. In this construction the process of nature proceeds from the lowest to the highest forms of nature, and finally to man in terms of a contrast between 2 principles. He called one principle the unconscious and the other the conscious. He tried to show how slowly in all different forms of nature consciousness develops until it comes to man where it becomes self-consciousness. Point 88. The conclusion that the macrodialectics thesis stage entails unconsciousness also gets unintended support from Pinkard. He observes that Hegel is aware that humans have not always been present on earth. In the beginning, God, as spirit, is already metaphorically asleep unconscious in nature, and the divine principle of spirit comes to fruition only as humans appear on the planet and create religions. When this happens, when humans arrive and create religions, spirit, as it were, wakes up from its natural slumber and becomes conscious of itself. 89. Pinkard is not intentionally implying that an unconscious thesis stage precedes consciousness. He specifically denies that Hegel uses dialectics, but he definitely is acknowledging an unconscious stage that precedes consciousness. And since, 1. This unconscious stage is explicitly followed by, 2. A conscious stage of estrangement, and then, 3. A final stage of self-consciousness, or self-realization, Pinkard has unwittingly set before us the 3 pieces of Hegel's macrodialectic. Note, by the way, how slumber is complementary to Tillich's thesis concept of dreaming and how wakes up is complementary to Tillich's awakened. It is almost as though Pinkard were paraphrasing Tillich. Hegel's macrodialectic, the full dialectic. We are now in a position to analyze Hegel's main dialectic, the macrodialectic, in more detail. In this dialectic, the spirit, all reality, journeys dialectically from a thesis stage, the primitive state of nature in which spirit is unconsciously a unified whole, one universal entity, through an antithesis stage, where man arrives and spirit becomes consciously self-estranged, separated into many subjects and objects, many particulars, because human minds, spirit's mind, recognize as spirit neither their bearers, the humans, nor the external objects the humans see. 2. A synthesis stage, where spirit becomes self-conscious when man, in the person of Hegel, finally recognizes consciously that both he and everything he sees are essentially spirit, one universal entity composed of many particulars. In this synthesis of one and many, spirit becomes absolute. Spirit philosophy's absolute. Absolute spirit is spirit in its ultimate state of self-awareness. Spirit, Hegel, finally becomes aware that it constitutes all reality, the entire material universe, plus the non-material minds and thoughts of humans. The thesis stage has been explained under my preceding heading. In the antithesis stage of spirit's divine life, spirit is consciously self-estranged or self-alienated, separated from itself. It lacks self-awareness, awareness that the external world is itself, spirit. It thinks itself, say, a rose it sees is a separate, alien object. In Hegel's words, the object is revealed to the subject, a person, who is also spirit, but spirit does not recognize itself. 90. So spirit thinks, mistakenly, that the universal entity it sees, the entity that is essentially one, universal, is actually a particular object, the rose, among many external objects. Spirit has separated from itself, just as God, the analogical prototype of spirit, did in John 1:14, when God came to earth incarnated as a man, separating from his self in heaven. The clash between spirit's essential universality and its existential, apparent, perceived, particularity between thesis and antithesis is what Hegel calls the antithesis, opposition between the universal and the individual particular. 91 Alternatively phrased, the clash is this antithesis of its spirit's appearance many and its truth 1.92, or, in Tillich's words, it is the problem of the one and the many, a problem whose answer is that there must be an original unity of the one and the many, my italics. Point 93 That original unity comes from the thesis, unconscious union. Tillich again displays his solid grasp of Hegelian dialectics. Elsewhere, Tillich emphasizes that the state of estrangement man's existential predicament is that existential man is not what he essentially is, man as he exists is not what he essentially is and ought to be. He is estranged from his true being. 94 This description applies to both Hegel's philosophy and Tillich's. Spirit has now moved from unconscious union, two parts, unconscious plus union, to conscious separation, two parts, conscious plus separation. It has become self-estranged or self-alienated. 95 To reach its goal of self-awareness, to become absolute spirit, spirit must return consciously to the previously unconscious state of union, to the state of oneness. 96 Or to the identity of itself subject with itself, objects seen by subject. 97 The two-part goal, conscious plus union, conscious from the antithesis, union from the thesis, or conscious union. This goal, the synthesis, is reached, and spirit becomes absolute spirit, when the greatest of all human minds, Hegel's, finally realizes that subject, now Hegel, and object, every object Hegel sees, are identical, that everything that exists is essentially spirit, essentially one entity. That one entity is our universe, including everything in it, both natural and artificial. Hegel's mind is a crucial part of spirit's mind. Hegel, like you, is spirit. So, with Hegel's, man's, recognition that he is spirit, spirit achieves self-consciousness. Spirit has separated from itself and returned to itself, hence the third stage, the synthesis, is the return of self. Spirit thus alienated, into its first primal thesis stage, simplicity, unity. 98 Finally, the goal, absolute knowing, or spirit that knows itself as spirit, has been achieved. 99 Spirit has become absolute spirit. 100 Spirit has moved from 1, universal, to many, particular subjects and objects, to 3, the synthesis of one and many, or one universal spirit composed of many particulars. Spirit has separated from and returned to one, union, or universality. Spirit's self-realization, a, begins with the death of God, b, achieves a first climax when the Holy Spirit is transfigured into the Hegelian spirit and possesses, that's what spirits do, not the one dead Jesus but the entire living community of humans, uniting them with the divine and thereby deifying them, and, c, reaches a second climax when Hegel arrives on the scene and realizes what has happened. Hegel affirms that Jesus's crucifixion symbolizes not just the death of Jesus but the death of God, the supernatural God. The death of the mediator Jesus is the death also of the abstraction of the divine being God. That death is the painful feeling of the unhappy consciousness that God himself is dead. 101 God's death leads to a very different resurrection than the one taught by theologians. Not one man but all men are resurrected as God. The death of the divine man becomes transfigured from its immediate original meaning, viz., the non-being of this particular individual, into the universality encompassing all individuals of the Spirit, the divine, God. 102 Solomon does a commendable job of contrasting the New Testament's Calvary with Hegel's version, where the New Testament Calvary murders a man, returning him to God. Hegel's Calvary murders God and returns him to man. 103 Man at first does not comprehend what has happened. The second climax arrives in the last paragraph of Phenomenology, where Hegel's spirit's mind undergoes self-realization, becoming aware that he is spirit, the divine, God. This self-realization constitutes the acquisition of absolute knowledge, which elevates spirit to the status of truth and actuality, or absolute spirit. Lest someone doubt that Hegel implicitly credits himself with being the mind that brings spirit to conscious maturity, remarks by Tucker and Tillich are worth considering. Tucker writes, Hegel conceived himself as the particular man in whom God's spirit, the absolute self, finally achieves full actualization. 104 Hegel's act, according to Tucker, is nothing less than man's self-recognition as the divine being. 105 In a lecture alluding to spirit's role in history, Tillich accused Hegel of arrogance, arrogating unto himself the role of spirit, for sitting on the throne of God's spirit, as Hegel implied he was doing when he construed world history as coming to an end in principle in his philosophy. 106. In principle means that dialectical history comes to an end but ordinary history continues. Those remarks by Tucker and Tillich, along with my own remark about Hegel's recognition that he is spirit, require qualification. Hegel does not really experience a flash of insight or otherwise literally come to a realization or recognition that he and everything else are spirit. That just happens to be the way he treats spirit's self-realization, treats it as a long-deferred realization by a human mind that all reality is spirit. But Hegel has really known all along that spirit is nothing but his own philosophical creation, something he has painstakingly designed for philosophical purposes and has defined as the universe or all reality. You could even say that Hegel's invention of spirit is an act of one-upmanship intended to supersede the absolute of Hegel's erstwhile friend Schelling, not to mention the absolutes of Spinoza and other earlier philosophers. Spirit is not in any sense a belief, comparable to a belief in God. The concept of union and the antithetical concept of separation can be conceptualized 8 different ways: 1. Union and separation, 2. One and many, 3. Universal and particular, 4. Inner and outer, 5. Essence and existence, 6. Divine and human, 7. Infinite and finite, and 8. Identity and non-identity. Union and separation is the basic dichotomy from which the others flow. Union is practically a synonym for one. The uni in union means one, as in unicorn, one horn, unicycle, one wheel, and uniform, one mode of dress or other form. Many is the opposite of one. A universe is a single realm or entity, hence, Hegel can speak of the task as being to give actuality conscious recognition to the universal. 107 Particular is the opposite of universal, general. Inside each thing in the universe is its inner hidden essence, the mental concept of spirit. Everything is the same inside. But everything differs in outer appearance. On the outside, what we see is a multitude of diverse particulars. Spirit's state of being unified is essence, spirit's essential state. Hegel can therefore say that, in pressing forward to its true existence absolute spirit, consciousness will arrive at a point, where appearance existence, the antithesis, becomes identical with essence. The Thesis. 108 He relates essence to universal when he says that the universal is meant to express the essence of the actual. 109 Existence, which has a negative connotation, is the condition that exists when essence is unrealized, but it also exists when essence is finally realized as actual essence, that is, when essence comes into existence. In both the phenomenology context and the Judeo-Christian context, if not in other contexts, divine is another way of saying one, universal, and essence. There is one spirit and one God. God rules the universe, not just certain tribes as the Hebrew Yahweh did. Hegel's spirit is the essence of the universe. Human is the opposite of divine. That which is spatially infinite is unlimited, not in the mathematical sense of infinity but in the sense that it includes everything. The infinite is not limited to certain particulars, or even to most particulars. Spirit, the physical universe, includes everything. No one familiar with Hegel can fail to see that his references to the infinite are either to the one universal spirit or, when he is describing Christianity, to the one universal God. What is finite or limited is individual, particular, humans or other objects, they are limited to one person or one thing. Hegel's emphasis is on the finite humans. All pieces of the universe are identical before humans arrive on Earth and start seeing objects, including other humans, all around them. They are identical in the sense that nobody is around to perceive them as non-identical. When the humans arrive, all these pieces or objects become non-identical, because that is how the humans perceive them. Hegel calls this dichotomy identity and non-identity 110. To go with these 8 ways of saying union and separation, we have 2 ways of saying unconscious and conscious. Unconscious union is potential union, conscious union is actual union. Because there are so many equivalent concepts, Hegel's macro-dialectic can be expressed 8 times 2 equals 16 different 2 concepts per stage ways. There are additional 1 concept per stage ways plus 2 late arriving 2 concepts per stage ways of saying union and separation. In each variation, the synthesis describes the result of a human mind's, consciousness's, conscious realization that it and everything else in the universe are spirit. Here are the 16 2 concepts per stage variations of the macro-dialectic. 1. Thesis, unconscious plus union. Antithesis, conscious plus separation. Synthesis, conscious plus union. 2. Thesis, potential plus union. Antithesis, actual plus separation. Synthesis, actual plus union. 3. Thesis, unconscious plus one. Antithesis, conscious plus many. Synthesis, conscious plus one. 4. Thesis, potential plus one. Antithesis, actual plus many. Synthesis, actual plus one. 5. Thesis, unconscious plus universal. Antithesis, conscious plus particular. Synthesis, conscious plus universal. 6. Thesis, potential plus universal. Antithesis, actual plus particular. Synthesis, actual plus universal. 7. Thesis, unconscious plus inner universality. Antithesis, conscious plus outer separateness. Synthesis, conscious plus inner universality. 8. Thesis, potential plus inner universality. Antithesis, actual plus outer separateness. Synthesis, actual plus inner universality. 9. Thesis, unconscious plus essence. Antithesis, conscious plus existence. Synthesis, conscious plus essence. 10. Thesis, potential plus essence. Antithesis, actual plus existence. Synthesis, actual plus essence. 11. Thesis, unconscious plus divine. Antithesis, conscious plus human. Synthesis, conscious plus divine. 12. Thesis, potential plus divine. Antithesis, actual plus human. Synthesis, actual plus divine. 13. Thesis, unconscious plus infinite. Antithesis, conscious plus finite. Synthesis, conscious plus infinite. 14. Thesis, potential plus infinite. Antithesis, actual plus finite. Synthesis, actual plus infinite. 15. Thesis, unconscious plus identity. Antithesis, conscious plus non-identity. Synthesis, conscious plus identity. 16. Thesis, potential plus identity. Antithesis, actual plus non-identity. Synthesis, actual plus identity. The journey from union to separation to reunion can also be described by the 2 principal formats that use 1 concept per stage. Refer to the tillage examples in Chapter 1. The first additional format is 1. Thesis, A, 2. Antithesis, B, and 3. Synthesis, A equals B. In each case A refers to the pre-human period of unity, B to the self-estrangement period, and C to self-realization, where man, hence spirit, realizes the antithesis is really the thesis in disguise. This format has 5 versions, differing only in the words used to express union and separation. The 5 versions bring the total to 21. 17 Thesis, 1, one spirit. Antithesis, many particulars or objects that constitute spirit. Synthesis, one equals many, the one spirit is the many particulars. 18 Thesis, universal. Antithesis, particular. Synthesis, universal equals particulars. 19 Thesis, inner, unseen identity. Antithesis, outer, observable differences. Synthesis, inner equals outer, realized identity of inner and outer. 20 Thesis, essence, divinity, unperceived. Antithesis, existence, humans and other objects, perceived and misinterpreted. Synthesis, essence equals existence, divinity is now perceived, hence realized. 21 Thesis, infinite, the universal spirit. Antithesis, finite, individual humans and other finite objects that constitute spirit. Synthesis, infinite equals finite. The third dialectical format is, 1. Thesis, A. General, 2. Antithesis, B. Particular, and 3. Synthesis, A composed of B, or general composed of particulars. This last format simply substitutes one composed of many for one equals many in the first one concept per stage version above, substitutes universe composed of particulars for universe equals particulars in the second version, and infinite composed of finite for infinite equals finite in the fifth version. The inner, outer and essence existence versions don't readily convert to this format. Here are the macrodialectics' next 3 variants. 22 Thesis, 1. Antithesis, many. Synthesis, one composed of many. 23 Thesis, universal. Antithesis, particular. Synthesis, universe composed of particulars. 24 Thesis, infinite, universal. Antithesis, finite, particular. Synthesis, infinite composed of finite particulars. Next, the Hegels jargon way of presenting the macrodialectic. 25 Thesis, in itself, spirit turned inward, no external objects perceived, spirit is one. Antithesis, for itself, spirit looking outward, external objects for itself to see. Synthesis, in and for itself, external objects recognized as inner spirit. Freedom and bondage. In a highly significant development, Hegel in the last 4 pages of Phenomenology characterizes self-realization, the multifaceted synthesis of the macrodialectic, as freedom. Through the act of self-realization, spirit escapes from the bondage of self-estrangement, the macrodialectic's antithesis, and thereby becomes free. This meaning of freedom appears in the 5th, 4th, and 3rd from last paragraphs of Phenomenology. There Hegel describes spirit, which is both in itself thesis and for itself antithesis, where in and for itself is Hegel's standard reference to any dialectical synthesis, the macrodialectic's synthesis in this case. The synthesis is knowledge, Bailey translation, absolute knowledge, the last chapter's title. Knowledge arrives when what was previously differentiated, separated into a multitude of objects, perceived as alien, in the antithesis stage, returns into its unity, that is, when the dialectical movement of separation from and return to unity is completed. 111 Continuing, in this knowledge, spirit has concluded the movement of separation and return in which it has shaped itself, and the self-alienating self-spirit has achieved the unity of self-knowledge, absolute knowledge. 112. This self-knowledge constitutes the freedom of its being. 113 Hegel restates this point in his next paragraph. This release of itself from the self-alienated form of itself from the bondage of self-alienation is the supreme freedom. 114. It becomes clear that Hegel's concept of freedom springs from and depends on the closely related concept of bondage. Although Hegel does not explicitly mention bondage in the final pages of Phenomenology, he does treat bondage as the antithesis of freedom in his famous master and slave parable, where the slave is held in bondage. That parable falls under the heading lordship and bondage. In the parable the Lord holds the bondsman in bondage. 1:15. I shall show in a moment that the parable is really the macro-dialectic in miniature, and that it contains a dialectic that proceeds from an antithesis of bondage to a synthesis of freedom. Bondage is again the antithesis of freedom in 2 of Hegel's History Dialectics, chapter 5. In one the bondage is Greco-Roman slavery, in the other medieval Catholic religious superstition is a slavish condition under which spirit, represented by the human mind, has lost its freedom, and is held in adamantine bondage to what is alien to itself. 1:16. The object that is alien to itself is the supernatural God that spirit, using man's collective mind, has imagined into existence. But what is it in spirit's antithesis stage of self-estrangement that constitutes bondage? Self-estranged spirit, thinking with man's mind, does not yet know that it is God. Man, spirit, using picture thinking, has created the imaginary supernatural God in heaven. Around this God, man has created whole systems of superstitions. These systems constitute man's religions. Religion and religious superstition hold man in bondage. Man is a slave to religion. Spirit escapes from the bondage of religious superstition when it undergoes self-realization. Spirit then realizes that it, the conscious subject, and the objects it formerly mistook as alien are both itself, spirit, and that spirit, man included, is God. Spirit, thinking with its human mind, its only mind, finally realizes that there is no supernatural God. This realization, man's realization that he is God, is what releases man from bondage to religious superstition. The release from bondage is what Hegel calls freedom. The idea that self-realization constitutes freedom is repeated many years later in Hegel's lectures on the philosophy of religion. There Hegel says that the third stage, clearly the synthesis or the return, to itself, to unity out of the particularity antithesis stage of separation in which it is unequal to itself, in which subject and object are not identical or equal, produces a situation where spirit has attained its freedom. 1:17. This concept of freedom is highly unconventional, purely metaphorical, and arbitrary. It is not what freedom ordinarily means. But that's beside the point. What matters is that Hegel is implicitly characterizing the macro-dialectics antithesis stage as bondage, psychological bondage to the distress of religious superstition and of alienation from the true God. And he is explicitly characterizing the synthesis stage, self-realization, as freedom. Spirit's return to unity is thus also a return to freedom. And that implies that the thesis concept to which spirit is returning is also a state of freedom, unconscious or potential freedom. Spirit's original freedom is only potential because freedom, to be actual, must belong to humans. Humans do not yet exist in the thesis stage, the primordial state of nature. Spirit is not yet actually conscious of its freedom. We now see that the macro-dialectic has 2 more variants. 26. Thesis, unconscious plus freedom. Antithesis, conscious plus bondage. Synthesis, conscious plus freedom. 27. Thesis, potential plus freedom. Antithesis, actual plus bondage. Synthesis, actual plus freedom. These 2 dialectics embody the basic message of phenomenology. Self-realization is an escape from the bondage of religion. The macro-dialectic is essentially an extended parable. You could also call it an allegory, a story conveying a religious lesson and having characters, events, and things that symbolize other things. A classic illustration of a parable is Jesus's parable of the prodigal son, LK 15:11, 32. The wayward son requests his inheritance in advance from his father, receives it, squanders it on loose living, and is forced to become a swineherd. Realizing his sinfulness, the prodigal son repents, returns humbly to his father, and is greeted with open arms. The father slays the fat calf and holds a feast celebrating the son's return. Here the prodigal son symbolizes a sinner, the father symbolizes God, the son's repenting symbolizes a sinner's repenting his sins, and the feast is heaven. The parable's moral is that if you are a sinner but repent, God will forgive you and admit you to heaven. In Hegel's macro-dialectic parable, spirit symbolizes man. That's pretty close to what spirit actually is in Hegel's philosophy, but we're now talking about the symbolism, not Hegel's surface story, the macro-dialectic. Man has the potential to be free from bondage to religious superstition. Spirit's primal state of universality, in which the unconscious spirit can neither create nor submit to an alien deity, symbolizes this potential freedom from bondage. At this thesis stage, freedom is only potential because, to repeat, actual human freedom requires the presence of humans. Another reason this freedom is only potential is that bondage requires the presence of a second person, someone who might enslave the humans or otherwise hold them in bondage. That second person is the supernatural God, who has not yet been imagined into existence. Hegel's famous master and slave microdialectic, coming up in chapter 4, is another parable. In that parable, the second person, the enslaver, is the master. The master symbolizes God. After God materializes, after man's imagination creates God, in the master and slave parable, God holds mankind the slave in bondage, man becomes a slave of God, of religion, and of religious superstition. When Hegel writes that their reflection into a unity has not yet been achieved, 118, he is saying that the master, God, and the slave, man, are essentially one, a unity. God is man. But because man doesn't yet know this, because man thinks God is a separate being in heaven, the unity or identity of man and God has not yet been achieved, recognized. Describing the antithesis stage, middle term, of servitude, Hegel says that servitude in its consummation in the synthesis will really turn into the opposite. 119, the opposite of servitude is mastery, or godhood. Hegel is saying in his customary obscurantist language that when the macrodialectic synthesis replaces the antithesis, man will become God. Through work, the bondsman becomes conscious of what he truly is. 120, through mental effort, by gradually learning the science of dialectics, man becomes conscious that he and not a supernatural being in heaven is the true God. The master ultimately becomes dependent on the slave, who, says Hegel, thereby achieves freedom. The meaning of this development is that when the existence of God, the true God, self-realized spirit, becomes dependent on the existence of man, through whose mind self-realization occurs, man is released from bondage to the supernatural God and to religion. In the dialectical synthesis, the slave destroys this alien negative moment, man destroys the God of supernaturalism, perceived as an alien object, and posits himself as a negative. 121, here a negative alludes to Hegel's abstract label for any dialectical synthesis, negation of the negation. Hegel is saying that when man realizes that he is the true God, he becomes the negative or negation that negates the original negation. The original negation is belief in the supernatural God, who negates man's freedom. As a negation of the negation, the new negation freedom is a dialectical synthesis. Back to Hegel's macrodialectic parable, when man arrives on earth, he uses picture thinking to create an imaginary, man-made God in heaven, the master of the master and slave dialectic. For thousands of years, the picture-thinking God holds man in bondage. Both physical suffering and psychological suffering result. The physical suffering includes the early Jewish genocidal slaughter of entire populations of numerous non-Jewish towns, Josh 6, 8, 10, 11, Moses' slaughter of 3,000 golden calf worshippers, EX 32:15, 28, the feeding of Christians to the lions in ancient Rome, the bloody early Muslim conquests, the possibly bloodier subsequent Christian crusades against Jews and Muslims, the torture and deaths associated with the Inquisitions, the persecution and extermination of European Jewish communities, human sacrifice in both the early Americas and the Old World, the 1572 St. Bartholomew's Day massacre of nearly 70,000 French Huguenots, witch burnings, and the 30 Years' War between Catholic and Protestant forces in Northern Europe, mainly in Germany. These examples omit post-Hegel developments. The psychological suffering is associated with the persecution of religious minorities everywhere: Christians, Jews, Muslims, Protestants, Catholics, Huguenots, Puritans, and atheists, and with heresy hunts, witchcraft accusations, the gnawing fear of burning in hell for such petty offenses as premarital sex and out-of-wedlock pregnancy, the embarrassment of confessing to priests details of one's personal life, certain forms of penance, and Mennonite shunning. This physical and psychological suffering is the slave's bondage. The subject of Hegel's surface story, the macro-dialectic, perceives external objects as alien objects, things other than itself, whereas the objects are really itself, spirit. This false interpretation of the objects as things other than the subject symbolizes man's false interpretation of God as an alien, separate, entity other than man's self. The objects collectively symbolize the false God. I'm not saying the objects are the God of the ism, I'm saying they symbolize God, a non-existent person believed to exist in heaven, separate from man. The unhappy consciousness microdialectic, chapter 4, describes the suffering humanity experiences because of its bondage to religious superstition. This hidden story of bondage and freedom, symbolically told by the macrodialectic, is the real message of phenomenology. Phenomenology is the story of man's idealized release from bondage to religious superstition. Hegelian freedom can thus be defined as follows: freedom is the state of having escaped from bondage to God and religious superstition by becoming an atheist. Hegel concludes phenomenology with two poetic lines adapted from Schiller's Die Freundschaft. Hegel introduces these lines with his own word, only, a word that gives the lines their meaning. Only. From the chalice of this realm of spirits foams forth for him his own infinitude. 122. This realm of spirits is our world, earth, contrasted with the supernatural God's world, heaven. Hegel lowercase spirits to show that he is referring to the finite spirits, humans, who collectively constitute the true God, spirit, who is the infinite. Him is uppercase to make it clear that the pronoun refers to God, but the God referred to is us rather than the traditional God. His own infinitude means his, God's, divinity. Infinitude equals divinity. Hegel is saying that God's divinity, and therefore God, is to be found only in our material world, the world of the humans who are the essence and the mind of the true God, Spirit. He is saying in esoteric poetry that theology's God is dead and that the true God is man. The death of God is what releases man from bondage and gives him freedom. Kaufmann, from whom I have borrowed in my analysis of the Schiller poetry, has brilliantly interpreted those concluding lines. To be sure, the tone of the ending seems affirmative, but we should not overlook a crucial word that Hegel has placed before the concluding quotation, a word that, being foreign to Schiller's text, carries immense weight, nur, only. In Schiller's last stanza the presumption is that the infinity of the Supreme Being is mirrored by the whole realm of souls, though no single one equals the Master's infinity, all the souls together do mirror it. For Hegel, the infinite God is dead. 123. Furthermore, this time the death of God, is not followed by any resurrection, because the Spirit God is not to be found in another world. 124. With this concluding Schiller epitaph, the message of phenomenology becomes clear. Phenomenology is the dialectically told story of man's quest for freedom from subjugation to God, to religion, and to religious superstition. Freedom belatedly arrives when the slave becomes the master. Freedom arrives when man becomes God by realizing, self-realization, that finite man, not an imaginary supernatural being in heaven, is the infinite. Freedom is thus a dialectical synthesis: infinite, thesis, equals finite, antithesis, or God equals man. Hegelian freedom has no visible application to anyone but Hegel. Hegel treated himself as the person through whom spirit achieves self-realization. Though others had forsaken religion before and during Hegel's time, none of the others is known to have regarded his conversion to atheism as self-deification or as the dialectical self-realization of a philosophically defined spirit. Hegel, whose mind was the most important of the roughly 1 billion cells of spirit's mind, as of 1807, 125 was apparently the only person who, in forsaking religion, achieved what Hegel calls freedom. From this perspective, the freedom Hegel speaks of in phenomenology is seen as an egocentric concept spawned by a philosopher who assumed the role of God. Barely any room for doubt exists that phenomenology's concept of freedom from bondage to God, religion, and religious superstition is the same as that found in the philosophy of history. In the latter work Hegel says, historical development is the production of an end. That is, the concept of freedom. 126. And in one of Hegel's two main history dialectics, actual freedom is the synthesis. The second dialectic identifies Prussia, recognizable as a monarchy comprising many territories, as the Germanic nation where freedom materializes. The reasons for thinking phenomenology's freedom is the same concept as history's freedom are compelling. Hegel does not say that the end of history is freedom per se, he says that the end of history is the concept of freedom. Why this subtle distinction? Political and religious freedom remained heavily circumscribed in Hegelian history's Germanic world, which boils down to Hegel's Prussia. More about this in a moment. Hegel could not possibly be saying that Prussia is where a historical goal of socio-political freedom was finally realized. But Hegel's Germanic world is when and where Hegel lived and shed the religious beliefs of his childhood. In shedding those beliefs, he freed himself from bondage to God. And he alone applied an unorthodox definition of freedom to that release from bondage. The Germanic world thus became the place where the uniquely Hegelian concept of freedom came into being. And the Germanic freedom Hegel so proudly applauds is nothing more than Hegel's conversion to atheism. Many interpreters, including 10 who have written specifically about Hegel's concept of freedom 127 have tried to interpret Hegel's history-related concept of freedom as it relates to Hegel's Germanic world. The debate, such as it is, has been informed largely by what Hegel says in the philosophy of right about the proper role of the state. All interpreters have given freedom a more or less conventional interpretation. Freedom is said to be a relative concept having to do with the extent to which individuals can act without running into social and political barriers, particularly barriers imposed by the state. In line with this view, McCartney writes, the core of its freedom's meaning does not seem hard to formulate. Speaking somewhat roughly and provisionally, it is that to be free is to be independent of outside control. 128 McCartney alludes primarily here to outside control by social mores and legal strictures of the state, not by God and religious strictures. Knowles emphasizes that Hegel's concept of the state incorporates family life and civil society, and that these institutions in turn incorporate further complications, ethical life and morality. 129 Freedom, in other words, becomes a matter of the rights of the individual vis-a-vis the rights of the state. The freedom debate has revolved around the issue of how much political control the state should be allowed to exercise as reasonable and necessary restrictions on the individual's right to act as he pleases. This summarization hides disagreement about details. Patton argues that Hegel denies that the state should be considered a limitation on freedom and instead claims that a kind of freedom is realized in the state that, by its very nature, could not be enjoyed outside the state. 130 Wallace takes an in-between position leaning toward Patton. The role of the state is to promote this ethical freedom consciously and intentionally in the civil society and the families that make it up, but which can't themselves promote it systematically. According to Wallace, Hegel's position is that promoting freedom requires state-imposed restrictions. The laws by which the state does this promotes freedom represent limitations, Schranken, for the individual, but they are also the goal and work of the whole, produced by the functioning of the estates and individuals, and freely willed by them. 131. The point I wish to emphasize is that all previous discussions of Hegel's concept of freedom have centered on personal freedom and its relationship to social and, particularly, political restrictions. Religion has been almost totally out of the picture, except insofar as social mores may be said to incorporate religious laws. Hegelian freedom, in other words, has been treated as a socio-political concept, not as a freedom from religious bondage concept. Hegel certainly does have opinions on how much freedom individuals should have as citizens of the state. But this sort of freedom, socio-political freedom, cannot be what he refers to in phenomenology, the freedom that arrives with self-realization. Neither can it be the freedom he refers to when he says, 1. The concept of freedom is the goal of history and, 2. This goal has finally been achieved for the first time in Prussia. Did historical freedom in the sense of reasonably limited restrictions on the right of the state to constrain the rights of citizens to act independently arrive first in Prussia? That idea is ludicrous. The plain truth is that both Britain and the United States achieved meaningful socio-political freedom long before Prussia did. Arguably, Prussia never did achieve such freedom before it evolved into the German Empire 40 years after Hegel's death. When Hegel published Phenomenology in 1807, and when he later delivered his history lectures in Berlin, Britain and the United States had four basic freedoms, among others, that Hegel's Prussia lacked. First, citizens, the men anyhow, had the freedom to vote for persons to represent them in Parliament or Congress. Second, citizens had the right to trial by jury. Third, citizens had freedom of the press and other forms of freedom from censorship by the state. Fourth, citizens had freedom to determine, indirectly, via Parliament and Congress, the laws that limited personal freedom, laws that in Prussia were determined autocratically by the monarch, who, for example, ordained censorship. Moreover, the British and American freedoms antedated and exceeded the limited freedom Prussians had during Hegel's lifetime. Specifically, in Britain the 1215 Magna Carta restricted the powers of the monarch and prohibited extra-legal punishment. A 1641 Act of Parliament reiterated an earlier right to trial by jury. The 1679 Habeas Corpus Act provided protection against unlawful detention, and the 1689 Bill of Rights provided for elections to Parliament. In the United States, the Constitution, ratified in 1788, provided for the election of members of Congress and the right to a writ of habeas corpus, and the Constitution's first 10 amendments, called the Bill of Rights and ratified in 1791, guaranteed freedom of religion, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, the right to bear arms, protection against unreasonable searches and seizures, the right to a speedy trial by jury, and protection against cruel and unusual punishment. Hegel was aware of these British and American freedoms. He certainly could not have believed that freedom from excessive interference by the state with self-determined actions of individuals was something first achieved in Prussia. Freedom in the conventional sense of the word cannot be what Hegel meant when he said the concept of freedom is the goal of history and that Prussia is where this goal has been realized. Hegel instead was referring to his own private, idiosyncratic concept of freedom from bondage to the god of supernaturalism, to the supernatural master who enslaves the superstitious slave. That concept of freedom was first realized in Prussia, where Hegel invented the release from bondage concept. Counting the macro-dialectic and the three dialectics identified in Chapter 2, the preface's dialectic, the introduction's micro-dialectic, and the lengthy consciousness chapter dialectic, we now have 4 dialectics. These exclude the many variants of the macro-dialectic. But we are barely started. Chapter 4 will add 24 more dialectics from phenomenology, and Chapter 5 will add another 10 from the philosophy of history. Besides the phenomenology dialectics already discussed, there are 3 additional intermediate-level dialectics, in addition to the consciousness dialectic discussed in Chapter 2, and 21 more micro-dialectics, in addition to the previously explained one at the end of the introduction. The 3 new intermediate-level dialectics span either 3 Roman numeral level headings in Hegel's table of contents outline, specifically 6, 7, and 8, or 3 next-level headings, A, B, and C under both 6 and 7. They also arch over several bottom-level micro-dialectics covering relatively short stretches of text. The new Roman numeral dialectic bridges 11 micro-dialectics. The first ABC dialectic bridges 8 of these micro-dialectics, and the second ABC dialectic bridges 3 micro-dialectics. Another characteristic of the three new intermediate dialectics is that their theses, antitheses, and syntheses are closely related to the headings themselves. You don't have to do much digging in the text to spot the dialectics. In contrast, the microdialectics are well hidden in the text. But the microdialectic theses, antitheses, and syntheses still relate to particular section or subsection headings, two headings combined in a few instances. The intermediate dialectics. The three intermediate dialectics other than the consciousness dialectic, already described, use the following outline. 6. Spirit, reason, human, many. A. The true spirit, the ethical order, potential plus union. B. Self-alienated spirit, culture, actual plus separation. C. Spirit that is certain of itself, morality, actual plus union. 7. Religion, revelation, divine, 1. A. Natural religion, natural, alluding to human. B. Religion in the form of art, artificial, alluding to the man-made divine. C. The revealed religion, natural equals artificial, alluding to human equals divine. 8. Absolute knowing, human equals divine, or many humans equals one God. I will discuss the 6, 7, 8 dialectic first and then the 2 ABC dialectics. The spirit-religion dialectic. The first sentence of the text under heading 6, Spirit, reads, reason is spirit when its certainty of being all reality has been raised to truth. 1. This sentence identifies reason with self-realization, whereby spirit becomes absolute spirit. Spirit, when it advances to the stage of absolute spirit, becomes reason. And reason is all reality, spirit. As Sidney Hook states, in Hegel's system, reason, Vernunft, was identified with reality, Wirklichkeit, too, but that is not precisely my point in quoting Hook. My point, rather, is that Hegel is telling us that his nominal topic, spirit, is being equated with reason. Part 6 is about reason, not religion. That statement may sound questionable, because Part V used the heading reason. Part V, Hegel's third chapter, evidently was originally intended to be the last section of Phenomenology. Point 3, but by the time he finished Part V, Hegel realized he had a lot more to say. And much of it, including Part 6, Spirit, was still about reason. Part 6 is a survey of human thought, which is reason. By beginning Part 6 with a statement identifying spirit with reason, Hegel is launching his reason-religion or reason-revelation, 6-7, dialectic. Reason stands in opposition to revelation, the subject of the next chapter, which bears the title Religion. Revelation is the antithesis of reason, so already we have a thesis, reason, and an antithesis, revelation. Reason, in turn, is the tool of philosophers. And revelation is the tool of theologians. We thus have a second thesis-antithesis combination, philosophy and theology. That's just the start of things. Philosophy is the word of man, theology is supposedly the word of God. This gives us man and God as a thesis-antithesis pair. Man is human, God is divine. That gives us a fourth thesis-antithesis pair, human and divine. The humans are many, God is one. We now have a fifth pair, many and one. This last pair is found in variations 3, 4, 15, and 20 of Hegel's chapter 3 macrodialectic. In the spirit-religion dialectic, Hegel has barely disguised what he is doing by transposing one and many. Many, derived from reason, is now the thesis, one, derived from revelation, is the antithesis. We are ready to complete the 5 versions of the spirit-religion dialectic. Reason and revelation form the first thesis-antithesis pair. Their synthesis is absolute knowing. Here reason produces knowledge of spirit, the Hegelian God's other name. Knowledge of God comes from revelation. Hence reason has become revelation. The complete dialectic. Thesis, reason, the product of man. Antithesis, revelation, the product of God. Synthesis, revelation equals reason, when man is God. Heading 8 is Absolute Knowing in Miller's translation and Absolute Knowledge in Bailey's Superior Translation. Knowledge is the word we use in English when the context calls for a noun rather than a participle, a verbal adjective. Miller should have known better than to use knowing in this context. This chapter might better be labeled Philosophical Theology. It amounts to a synthesis of philosophy and theology. Hegel's phenomenology is theology in the sense that it is writing about God, Hegel's alternative name for spirit. But phenomenology is also, indeed primarily, philosophy. Its subject matter is mainly that of philosophy, and its concept of God is non-theistic. What Hegel is doing is taking theological language, the words God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and giving the words new meanings, expressing philosophical concepts based on philosophical atheism. We thus have a dialectic that moves from philosophy, spirit, to theology, the revealed religion, to philosophical theology, absolute knowledge. Summary. Thesis, philosophy, the wisdom of man. Antithesis, theology, the wisdom of God. Synthesis, philosophical theology, the wisdom of the God who is mankind, spirit's mind. The third thesis antithesis pair is the one that really counts, man and God. Absolute knowledge. Knowledge of philosophy's absolute arrives when Hegel discovers that man, plus everything else in the universe, is God. The dialectic. Thesis, man, the source of reason. Antithesis, God, the source of revelation. Synthesis, man equals God. The fourth thesis antithesis pair is human, man, the source of reason, and divine, God, the source of revelation. Their synthesis is obvious. The dialectic. Thesis, human, man. Antithesis, divine, God. Synthesis, human equals divine. The fifth thesis antithesis pair is many, man, and one, God. Adding the again obvious synthesis, we get this dialectic. Thesis, many, man. Antithesis, one, God. Synthesis, many equals one, alternatively, one composed of many. The man equals God version of the dialectic can be formulated still another way. This is the way Tillich handles it in his own philosophical theology. Tillich reverses the order of the first two stages, going from theology, God, to philosophy, man. He does this to conform to the order of his basic yes-no-yes dialectic. It moves from theism to atheism to humanism. The result is this dialectic. Thesis, God, theism's yes to God. Antithesis, man, atheism's no to God. Synthesis, God equals man, humanism's yes to the God above God, humanity. This Tillichian dialectic is only an approximate fit for Hegel's theology of spirit. Hegel's God is man insofar as man is part of spirit. Man is, in fact, the most important part, the source of spirit's mind. In his material on the revealed religion, Hegel places almost total emphasis on the idea that, after the death of God, God is resurrected not as just one man, Jesus, but as all human beings in the worldwide community of humans. Still, unlike Tillich's God, humanity, spirit is not exclusively man, everything else in the universe is also part of spirit. Therefore, as I shall explain in more detail in Chapter 6, Pinkard and M. Westphal are wrong when they conclude that spirit is society. The true spirit and self-alienated spirit dialectic. The next intermediate dialectic consists of headings A, B, and C under 7, spirit. The headings bear the labels, A, the true spirit, B, self-alienated spirit, and C, spirit that is certain of itself. Now the dialectic is easy to spot, because the second heading, self-alienated spirit, uses standard Hegelian terminology. The other two headings are easily interpreted when placed before and after self-alienation. Let's start with the antithesis, self-alienated spirit. It is not begging the question to refer to self-alienated spirit as the antithesis. We already know from the macro-dialectic that spirit progresses separation and return style from 1. Union to 2. Self-alienation, or separation, to 3. Reunion. In stage 1, union, spirit is only unconsciously, potentially, united because it has no mind with which to recognize its essential unity. In stage 2, self-alienated, also called self-estranged, man appears on earth, giving spirit its mind. Spirit's mind, working through man's mind, perceives external objects that it fails to recognize as itself, as being unified by an internal essence that is spirit. Spirit thereby becomes alienated from itself. In stage 3, spirit becomes reunited with itself when Hegel's brilliant mind finally recognizes that he and everything else in the universe are essentially spirit, one entity. Both the words self-alienated and the placement of those words in second position, b, within the ABC triad identify self-alienated spirit as an antithesis. Self-alienated spirit, spirit's existential state, existence, is an untrue concept of spirit, for it treats spirit as many entities. Spirit in its essential state, essence, is the true spirit. The true spirit is what spirit essentially is, one entity. The truth is that spirit is a union of all of the particulars in the universe. We can see, therefore, that heading A, the true spirit, should be interpreted as the thesis. Once headings A and B are identified as the dialectics thesis and antithesis, there is no room for doubt that, C, spirit that is certain of itself, is the synthesis. Confirmation comes from the wording of the heading itself. Spirit becomes reunited with itself when it realizes, self-realization, that subject, a human observer, and object, anything observed, are both spirit, hence that they are one. When this happens, spirit is certain of itself, certain of what it really is. Here certain is a variant of the word certainty, which is part of the description of self-realization in the penultimate sentence of Phenomenology. There Hegel says that history and science, Hegel's dialectical concept of science, form the actuality, truth, and certainty of his absolute spirit's throne, my italics, point 4. The words truth and actuality in the quoted sentence have their own dialectical implications. Truth alludes to the contrast between true spirit, which is just one entity, and self-alienated spirit, which perceives itself as many entities, objects. Here we have confirmation that the true spirit refers to spirit in its thesis stage, where it is one rather than many, as such it is potentially, but not yet realized as, true. Actuality refers to the potential actual dichotomy. Spirit moves from 1. The thesis of potential union to 2. The antithesis of actual separation, or self-alienation, to 3. The synthesis of actual union. True spirit becomes actuality, absolute spirit, when spirit becomes certain of itself. We see that the ABC dialectic under the spirit heading is nothing but a disguised form of variant 2 of the macro dialectic from chapter 3. Thesis, potential plus union, the true spirit. Antithesis, actual plus separation, self-alienated spirit. Synthesis, actual plus union, spirit that is certain of itself. Since true spirit is one and self-alienated spirit is many, this dialectic can also be conceptualized the same way as two variants of the 6-7-8 dialectic, but with one and many transposed. Thesis, 1. Thesis, 1. Antithesis, many. Antithesis, many. Synthesis, one equals many. Synthesis, one composed of many. The natural artificial dialectic. The last intermediate dialectic consists of the three subheadings under heading 7, religion. Those subheadings are, a. Natural religion, b. Religion in the form of art, and c. The revealed religion. Although the thesis-antithesis concepts are new, this dialectic is the easiest of all to recognize. The reason is that the concepts are the least disguised among those of the three intermediate dialectics discussed here. The thesis concept is natural. No disguise at all here. Hegel actually uses the word natural religion. The antithesis concept is disguised, but barely so. Hegel now uses the word art, religion in the form of art. Art is man-made. Anything man-made is artificial rather than natural. And artificial just happens to be the opposite or antithesis of the first concept, natural. Once art is recognized as a disguised phrasing of artificial, the first two stages of a dialectic are plainly visible. Natural is the thesis, artificial is the antithesis. The synthesis of natural and artificial is obviously going to be natural equals artificial. But the synthesis heading we are working with is, c, the revealed religion. How do we get from, a, revealed religion to, b, natural equals artificial? Hegel provides two routes. The first route treats what Hegel calls revealed religion as a synthesis of Christianity and philosophy. Christianity provides the labels Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and Hegelian philosophy provides new substance for those labels. All three members of the Trinity become Spirit. Where this particular dialectic is concerned, the label that really matters is Son. Son refers to Jesus of Nazareth, believed by Christians to be the Christ, Messiah. According to Yuan 9 theology, Jesus was God incarnate. And according to the Council of Chalcedon, 451 CE, Jesus was fully God and fully man. Viewed as man, Jesus, the real historical person, was a natural being. Viewed as God incarnate, Jesus is an artificial being, because gods are artificial creations that emanate from the human mind. Whatever you may believe, this was certainly the belief of Hegel, an atheist. So the Yuan 9 Jesus is a synthesis of natural and artificial, both a natural being, the historical Jesus, and a man-made artifact, God incarnate, created by what Hegel calls picture thinking. Jesus, Christianity's son, can therefore symbolize the Hegelian notion that man is God, or spirit, given that Hegel sometimes calls spirit God. And if man is God, we have an indirect repetition of the man equals God synthesis of the first intermediate dialectic. The new synthesis, natural, man, Jesus, equals artificial, God. The second route to synthesis, which will be repeated in the last microdialectic, is Hegel's Trinity dialectic. God, the thesis, is artificial, the product of human thought. The Son, Jesus, is natural, a human being, not an imaginary being created by human thought. The third member of the Trinity, the Holy Spirit, the anthropomorphic God's inner self or soul, unites Father and Son when it descends on and possesses Jesus after he is baptized by John the Baptist. This event, spirit possession, creates a synthesis of God and man, the artificial being and the natural being. The full dialectic is: thesis, natural; antithesis, artificial; synthesis, natural, Jesus, man, equals artificial, God. This dialectic can be reconceptualized as a man-God dialectic. Thesis, man, natural; antithesis, God, artificial; synthesis, man equals God. The microdialectics. The spirit progresses toward absolute spirit via a series of 22 microdialectics. All of these display separation from and return to something in the thesis. The microdialectics, short dialectics covering relatively few pages, can be likened to the play of children. Play develops a child's muscles and physical coordination. Spirit in its juvenile state is exercising its mind. It is going through lots of practice dialectics, little thoughts that bring it to maturity, to the big thought of self-realization. Using a different metaphor, education, Hegel describes this long series of dialectics as a process through which consciousness becomes educated in the ways of dialectics so that, in the end, it can recognize and comprehend the macrodialectic and its synthesis. You will recall from Chapter 2 that Hegel, in Phenomenology's preface, announces that dialectics, the triadic form, is the new science he will use to arrive at truth. A long road, 22 microdialectics long as it happens, must be traversed to reach absolute knowledge, or truth. Each microdialectic, or perhaps each thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, is one of the stations on the way 5 and the series of configurations dialectics which consciousness goes through along this road is, in reality, the detailed history of the education of consciousness itself to the standpoint of science. Dialectics. 6 The overall journey is a process of becoming, and this becoming presents a slow-moving succession of human spirits in which their goal is the revelation of the depth of spirit. 7. 1. The Introductions. Dialectic. The first microdialectic is in Phenomenology's introduction. It was described in some detail in Chapter 2 under the Introduction heading. A bare-bones summary of it will therefore suffice. The dialectic has two forms. Thesis, potential plus essence. Thesis, in itself. Antithesis, actual plus existence. Antithesis, for itself. Synthesis, actual plus essence. Synthesis, in and for itself. The second version, in itself, for itself, is particularly significant. This version is more easily recognized than the essence-existence version as restatement of, or the analog of, the macrodialectic. In the macrodialectic's thesis state, spirit is unconscious, human minds have not yet arrived on earth. Spirit thus cannot yet perceive anything external, so everything is inner. The microdialectics in itself stage represents this inner stage of spirit. In the macrodialectics antithesis stage, spirit becomes conscious, man has arrived with his mind. Now, using man's mind, spirit can perceive external objects. It interprets these objects as alien. And because the objects all differ in their outer appearance, they are perceived as many. The macrodialectics for itself stage now has perceived objects with outer features for itself to display. These features are misinterpreted as alien during the outer stage of spirit, the antithesis stage. In the macrodialectic synthesis stage, Hegel's consciousness on this occasion recognizes that the hidden inner universality of everything unites all the many external objects into one universe. The microdialectics in and for itself stage, inner plus outer, depicts spirit's self-realization. 2. Master and slave. The microdialectics under Hegel's Roman numeral headings begin in Part 4 with the master and slave parable. Master and slave is sometimes translated as master and servant or lord and bondsman. This parable provides, a. 3 variations of a basic 2 concepts per stage dialectic and, b. 2 more dialectics having 1 concept per stage. These 5 dialectics are notable because they imitate the macrodialectic, which at this point we Hegel's readers are not supposed to have yet figured out. We are still at a very early stage of our education in dialectics. The first 2 concepts per stage dialectic is hard to miss if you are looking for a dialectic, because its theme of independence is repeated over and over in the master and slave discussion. Hegel injects the words independent and independence 11 times in 19 paragraphs. 8. The basic master and slave dialectics thesis is potential plus independence. The slave to be is, in his natural state, potentially independent. But he is not yet actually independent, because he has not yet encountered another human vis-a-vis whom he has established genuine independence. Independence requires a relationship. The slave to be's status before meeting another person, an external object, is equivalent to and symbolizes spirit's status in the macrodialectic before acquiring a human mind and perceiving external objects. The parable's antithesis is actual plus dependence. The slave to be encounters, fights, and submits to the person who becomes the master. The encounter symbolizes spirit's acquiring a mind and perceiving alien external objects. The synthesis is actual plus independence. The master becomes dependent on the slave and thereby involuntarily bestows a sort of independence de facto dominance on the slave returns to independence. The master's dependence symbolizes absolute spirit's dependence on man's realization that he is spirit. Summary. Thesis, potential plus independence. Antithesis, actual plus dependence. Synthesis, actual plus independence. A second potential actual variant more precisely anticipates Hegel's macro-dialectic as well as one of Hegel's two main history dialectics, the freedom dialectic that I discuss in Chapter 5. History's goal, according to the history dialectic, is freedom. Variant 27 of the macro-dialectic and history's freedom dialectic are both identical to the master and slave freedom dialectic, presented below. Freedom, in addition to being the goal of a history dialectic, is also one of the goals of self-realization in the macro-dialectic. There Hegel treats self-realization as freedom in the sense of being an escape from the bondage of religion. Solomon aptly summarizes the importance of freedom in the master and slave dialectic. The discussion of freedom in the phenomenology begins with Hegel's famous discussion of the master-slave relationship, which would seem like a parable of freedom except for one thing. That discussion turns on a paradox according to which it is the slave, not the master, who comes to realize his freedom. 9. In Hegel's vernacular, independence is a synonym for freedom. The concept of freedom, in turn, brings us back to the freedom that arrives when spirit undergoes self-realization, becoming absolute spirit. This freedom, previously discussed in Chapter 3's last section, is release from bondage to God, to religion, and to religious superstition. When man, spirit's mind, realizes that he rather than the imaginary supernatural being in heaven is the divine, or God, man no longer endures the psychological and sometimes physical and economic pain caused by religion. Because this release from bondage form of freedom equates with independence, the independence dialectic converts to the freedom dialectic. Thesis, potential plus freedom. Antithesis, actual plus bondage. Synthesis, actual plus freedom. This dialectic is what underlies Hegel's famous master and slave tale. I pointed out in Chapter 3 that the tale is a parable, a story in which people, things, and events have hidden meanings. In Hegel's parable, the master symbolizes God and the slave symbolizes man. The slave-to-be is potentially free in his natural state. But freedom cannot be actual unless there exists an external power that might place the subject, man, in bondage. The thesis of potential freedom becomes the antithesis of actual bondage when man meets and surrenders to another person, an external entity. That person, the master, God, overpowers and enslaves the subject. Potential freedom becomes actual bondage. This development symbolizes early man's use of his imagination, picture thinking, to create gods and associated religions. Since Hegel is primarily concerned with Christianity, the development more specifically symbolizes the work of the ancient Jews, who imagined Yahweh into existence and created a Yahweh-based religion. Yahweh evolved into Christianity's God, and an originally Jewish sect centered on Jesus worship evolved into Christianity when the Jesus-oriented sect spread into the Hellenistic, culturally Greek, world and incorporated various non-Jewish ideas. Christianity placed, or at least kept, man in bondage by imposing the suffering, example fastings and mortifications. 10, detailed in a. Hegel's discussions of the unhappy consciousness, b. the revealed religion, and c. the Rome to Germanic world subdialectic of the philosophy of history, see Chapter 5. When the master later becomes dependent on the slave, and both parties recognize this, the slave in effect becomes the master. The slave receives back its own self, a self that is essentially free. The master, recognizing his own dependence, lets the other again go free. 11 This role reversal symbolizes man's, the slave's, becoming God, the master. Man becomes God when self-realization occurs, when man, thinking with Hegel's mind, realizes that there is no supernatural God and that man, plus everything else in the universe, is the true God. God's dependence on man allows two interpretations. First, the false God's existence depends on man's false belief that supernaturalism's God exists. Second, the existence of the true God, absolute spirit, no longer just plain spirit, depends on man's realization that he is spirit and that spirit is God, the divine. In the parable, the master, God, recognizes his dependence on the slave, man, because God is man, Man's recognition equals God's recognition. When man becomes God and the enslaver God vanishes, the dialectic synthesis of actual freedom materializes. The potential actual microdialectic can also be construed a third way, as potentially united, actually separated, and then actually united, a unified pair of interdependent persons. Before the master and slave meet, their ultimate relationship is only potential, it hasn't yet been established. But there is no perceived separation, because neither is aware of the other's existence. Then they meet and fight. Now, as they fight, they are actually separated, they view each other as separate beings, opponents, each is alien to the other. Here Hegel is symbolizing subject's failure to recognize that the objects it sees and misconstrues as alien are really itself, because both subject and object share an invisible inner reality, spirit, just a concept. Finally, the weaker combatant submits and becomes the stronger man's slave. The stronger man becomes the master. But only temporarily, because the master soon becomes dependent on the slave. In this new relationship each person is dependent in some sense on the other. Master and slave thus constitute an interdependent whole, a union, they represent actual unity. Summary. Thesis, potential plus union. Antithesis, actual plus separation. Synthesis, actual plus union. We can easily see that this third version of the microdialectic mimics the macrodialectic's three stages specifically, variant 2 of the macrodialectic. The master and slave dialectic is variant 2 of the macrodialectic in disguise. Hegel has devised this piece of fiction to analogically illustrate what is happening in the macrodialectic. The microdialectic's thesis stage, where the slave has never encountered another human, is analogous to the macrodialectic's thesis stage, where spirit has never perceived an external object, because spirit is in its unconscious, pre-human stage. The microdialectic's antithesis stage, where the slave sees another human and treats him as alien, is analogous to spirit's antithesis stage of separation. This is the stage where spirit acquires a mind, man, with his mind, has evolved, and perceives external objects. Spirit, in the guise of consciousness, construes the objects it sees as alien, things other than itself. The microdialectic's synthesis stage, in which master and slave merge into one entity, is analogous to spirit's synthesis stage, where the one and the many merge into one composed of many. The many are really just two in the parable, but the analogy remains reasonably intact. A fourth variant of the master and slave microdialectic again uses the parable symbolism, wherein the slave symbolizes man and the master symbolizes God. This variant abandons the two-part stages format in favor of the equality format. In this format, the synthesis reveals that the antithesis is the thesis in disguise, thesis equals antithesis. Thesis, the parable first introduces the man symbol, the slave. Antithesis, the God symbol, the master, appears next. The slave submitting to the master symbolizes man's using his imagination to create God, to whom man submits, thereby entering the stage of bondage. Synthesis, the slave ultimately realizes, self-realization, that the master depends on him, and that he, the slave, has become the master. The slave's becoming the master symbolizes man's becoming God when spirit, thinking with Hegel's mind, finally realizes that it is all reality or the divine, God. It follows that man is God, man embodies spirit's mind and is thus the most important part of reality. Summary. Thesis, man, the slave. Antithesis, God, the master. Synthesis, man equals God, slave equals master. One other feature of the macrodialectic state of self-realization that the master and slave dialectic foreshadows is subject-object identity. In Hegel's system, subject is a human mind, also called consciousness. Object is anything whatsoever, sometimes another human, that subject perceives through its senses, typically sight. Subject and object are both essentially spirit, spirit is the hidden inner essence of both. Subject and object are therefore identical. But, in its pre-self-realization state of self-estrangement, subject doesn't know this. Subject, spirit, thinks object, also spirit, is what object's visible outer appearance suggests, something apart from itself, or alien. When spirit finally undergoes self-realization, becoming absolute spirit, it realizes that the object and every object it perceives is itself. At that point the potential identity of subject and object becomes their actual identity, or subject-object identity. Subject-object identity is also the identity of mind, subject, consciousness, and matter, object, the physical universe, the physical side and the mental side of the four-faceted spirit. Hegel narrates the master and slave dialectic from the perspective of the slave, whose original name is self-consciousness. Self-consciousness, the slave to be, sees another self-consciousness, the master to be. The first self-consciousness is therefore the observer or, in Hegel's subject-object parlance, the subject. The second self-consciousness is the object. Hegel even calls the master the object and that object 12 he adds, what is other for it the slave to be is an unessential, negatively characterized object 13 in the Synthesis, where the master becomes dependent on the slave, each character is both a master and a slave. That makes them identical, if only for philosophical purposes. What happens in the macro-dialectic is analogous. In the Synthesis, subject realizes that object is identical to itself. The parable thus provides another preview of the macro-dialectic. The result is this additional master and slave dialectic. Thesis, subject. Antithesis, object. Synthesis, subject equals object, subject-object identity. These parallels show that other interpreters have completely missed the point in the extensive literature analyzing the master and slave fable. The interpreters have variously, and imaginatively, claimed the fable conveys commentaries on slavery, Greek society, clashes between and conquests by nations, the Adam and Eve myth, Kant's or Fichte's or Rousseau's philosophy, Hegelian ideas about morality, the social nature of knowledge, and the nature of and requirements for self-consciousness. The micro-dialectic does not allude to these things. Its referent is instead the macro-dialectic. The master and slave dialectic is the macro-dialectic in miniature. Hegel is educating us, and spirit, in dialectics. This step in our joint education is designed to acquaint us with 5 aspects of spirit's self-realization. The potential actual, thesis antithesis, conceptual pair. In the master and slave dialectic, we encounter 3 examples of syntheses that turn an initially potential state, thesis state, into an actual state, 1. Actual independence, 2. Actual freedom, and 3. Actual union. The union separation, thesis antithesis, conceptual pair. The third of the above variants of the master and slave dialectic introduces us to union, separation, and reunion, also called separation and return. Every dialectic separates from and returns to something in the thesis. Spirit's dual goal of freedom. Freedom is both, a. another way of expressing spirit's goal of self-realization in phenomenology and, b. one of history's 2 primary goals. The other is Prussian-style monarchy in the philosophy of history. I elaborate below. The subject-object identity theme. In spirit's self-realization, spirit in the guise of subject, the observer or consciousness, finally after 22 micro-dialectics of education in dialectics recognizes its identity with object, whoever or whatever subject observes, something originally perceived as separate from itself or alien. Spirit's realizing that man, slave, and everything else in the universe is God, Master, the Divine. Spirit recognizes that subject, itself, and object, also itself, are one and that the one, a universe composed of particulars, is the true divine, or God, a figurative God, not a literal supernatural God. This recognition, self-recognition, self-realization, is the recognition that God, Spirit, is man, the most important part of Spirit, its mind. Regarding point 5 above, Self-realization equates with freedom for two reasons. First, self-realization frees man from bondage to religious superstition, as symbolized by self-estrangement. When man receives the absolute knowledge that he, not an imaginary supernatural being in heaven, is the divine, man no longer subjects himself to the torment of subjugation to God and to the outrageous demands, worship, tithing, celibacy, flagellation, and so on, God imposes on humans. Second, self-realization gives spirit complete freedom from the bondage of self-estrangement, which amounts to the same thing as the bondage of religion. 14. 3. Stoicism. The master and slave dialectic encapsulates the big picture, the macro-dialectic, in a small parable that has elements of realism but is ultimately unreal, a work of fiction that symbolically delivers a message about freedom. From this fictional beginning Hegel moves on to the real world, where real people are striving to become free. Now, instead of describing the travails of a person in physical bondage, the slave, Hegel describes the plight of self-consciousness in a new shape, a being which thinks. 15. Here Hegel is contrasting the physical enslavement of the parable slave with the mental enslavement found in the real people of Greek and Roman society. The real people are the Stoic, the skeptic, and the religious person. They wish to escape from the despair of their personal situations, sometimes literal slavery. The first two, the Stoic and the skeptic, seek freedom through philosophy, the last through religion. Hegel subsumes these real people under the heading freedom of self-consciousness. Solomon substitutes a more apt heading, freedom through fantasy. 16. Man is free to think, but his thoughts arise in the material world of existence. In the Stoics' case, and the skeptics too, man's thinking returns abstractly to the freedom variant of the master and slave parable. Self-conscious man is potentially free, because his being is defined by thinking, which cannot be bound by chains. But he is not actually free, because the historical period in question was a time of universal fear and bondage, fetters on the enjoyment of life. 17. Hegel elaborates, freedom in thought has only pure thought as its truth, a truth lacking the fullness of life. Hence freedom in thought, is only the notion concept of freedom, not the living reality of freedom itself. 18. Man escapes from this plight by becoming a Stoic. He becomes indifferent to his material world situation and thereby becomes actually free. What we have here is a repetition of the freedom variant of the master and slave dialectic. Thesis, potential plus freedom. Antithesis, actual plus bondage. Synthesis, actual plus freedom, interpreted as indifference to bondage. Like the master and slave dialectic, the Stoicism dialectic is, a miniature version of variant 27 of the macro-dialectic. And it will be repeated in, b, the skepticism dialectic, coming up next, c, an overarching history dialectic, and, d, two shorter history dialectics describing subperiods of history. All told, the freedom dialectic appears 7 times. Why so much repetition? Because this dialectic conveys Hegel's most basic message, the goal of spirit, in phenomenology, and the goal of history, in the philosophy of history, are the same, freedom. In the context of spirit's divine life, this goal is achieved when spirit achieves self-realization, the realization that the true God is not supernatural but natural, man, who constitutes spirit's mind. In the context of history, the goal is achieved when the Prussian monarchy arrives and with it a philosopher named Hegel, who comes to the realization that he is God. 4. Skepticism. The Stoics' solution to human despair over the conditions of life proves unworkable. If you don't understand Hegelian dialectics, you won't understand why. This is because Stoicism's being unworkable results from its failure to completely fulfill the requirements of a dialectical synthesis. A Hegelian dialectical synthesis is a negation of the negation. It must negate an earlier negation. The earlier negation is the dialectic's second stage, the antithesis, which negates the first stage, the thesis, or affirmation. The Stoics' dialectical synthesis, mere indifference to the plight of existence, results in the incomplete negation of otherness, my italics, where otherness is the oppressive non-mental side of existence. Point 19. In other words, the Stoic affirms the oppression rather than denying that it exists. The Stoic synthesis therefore has not achieved its consummation as absolute negation. 20. Partial negation. Mere indifference or apathy is not complete or absolute negation. The skeptic solves this problem. He does so by using thinking which fully negates the being of the world. Now the negativity of free self-consciousness comes to know itself in the many and varied forms of life as real negativity, my italics. The result is a negative attitude towards otherness, to desire and work. 21. Skepticism thus exhibits the dialectical movement which sense certainty, perception, and the understanding each is, Hegel's italics. Point 22. This last quotation not only verifies that, in referring to negativity, Hegel is talking dialectical talk, it also verifies the correctness of my Chapter 2 interpretation of Hegel's discussion of consciousness. In that interpretation I said that, 1. Sense certainty, 2. Perception, and 3. Force and the understanding are, respectively, the thesis, antithesis, and synthesis of a dialectic. Both force and the understanding and the skeptic's negation of the pain of existence negate earlier negations. Both bear the label negation of the negation. Skepticism uses exactly the same microdialectic that Stoicism uses. But the synthesis, actual plus freedom, comes from a different philosophical premise. The skeptic goes beyond indifference by denying that bondage exists. The bondage is both figurative and literal. Many citizens had to endure harsh conditions in Greek and Roman society, figurative bondage. Many others, the slaves, were literally in bondage. The most important thing to be understood about Hegel's discussion of skepticism is this: the point of the discussion is not what just about every other interpreter thinks it is. Hegel is not particularly concerned with appraising the philosophy of skepticism. He is simply constructing another dialectic. He is educating us in his science of dialectics. In the process, he is padding his discussion with irrelevant details of skepticism and its history so as to disguise what he is doing and also to add bulk to his discussion. At the same time he is restating his call for freedom from bondage to religious superstition. Summary. Thesis, potential plus freedom. Antithesis, actual plus bondage. Synthesis, actual plus freedom, interpreted as denial of bondage. Hegel does throw in a non-dialectical criticism of skepticism, but he does so mainly to effect a transition from philosophy to religion, not because of any genuine need to refute the tenets of skepticism. His criticism, a remarkable outburst of clarity, is this: its talk is like the squabbling of self-willed children, one of whom says A if the other says B, and in turn says B if the other says A, and who by contradicting themselves buy for themselves the pleasure of continually contradicting one another. 23. Skepticism, in short, is internally contradictory. 24. 5. Unhappy consciousness. Both of the two featured schools of Greek and Roman philosophy have now proven themselves inadequate to overcome the plight of human existence. So consciousness, the human mind doing double duty as spirit's mind, turns to religion in its search for fulfillment, and becomes the unhappy consciousness. The unhappy consciousness moves a step closer to absolute knowledge by seeking fulfillment in a relationship not with another human, analogous to the master, but with a supernatural entity. That entity is a rational, self-conscious deity, the wrong entity, God, but the right general idea, the more abstract divine. The unhappy consciousness microdialectic has stages identical to those of the macrodialectic: 1. Potential plus union, 2. Actual plus separation, and 3. Actual plus union, union with God. Conscious first tries devotion, pure consciousness of the divine, a blend of such worshipful practices as the chaotic jingling of bells and a mist of warm incense. 25. This union is merely potential, because the communication acts intended to please the deity is unidirectional, human to divine. Unsatisfied, man turns away from the external deity and, moving closer to the truth, treats himself as an incarnate form of the divine. He tries to please himself by seeking fulfillment in desire and work. When something nice happens, he dutifully thanks the divine, but otherwise he largely ignores the divine. This low degree of reverence, the replacement of religiosity with secularism, passes for alienation from the divine. Hegel surely alludes here to Greek religion. If we overlook the Greek mystery cults, the Greek citizenry's relationship with the Greek gods can definitely be characterized as the antithesis of religious fervor, the antithesis of bells and incense. Hegel can therefore say that stage 2 is the antithesis of contrast between the universal divinity and the individual humans. 26 This quotation gives us the dialectics antithesis, actual plus separation. The synthesis, actual plus union, arrives with medieval Christianity. Now a Catholic priest overcomes the unidirectional communication of the thesis by serving as a mediator in two-way communications between man and God. In the philosophy of history, Hegel makes this mediator role even more explicit in describing the Catholicism of the Middle Ages. The clergy are the medium between man on the one hand and God and Christ on the other hand. 27. Consciousness returns to God by confessing to God, via the priest, the petty actions that have defiled it. 28 The priest, in turn, reconciles the alienated consciousness with the deity by acting as God's agent and discharging consciousness's sins, confession and absolution. Hegel's animosity toward Catholicism and its practice of confession is revealed in this passage, which also provides another reason, the terrors of hell. Why consciousness is unhappy. The terrors of hell are exhibited to man in the most terrible colors, to induce him to escape from them, not by moral amendment, but in virtue of something external, the means of grace. The confessor priest must furnish him with them. 29 The priest also ministers by giving advice relaying God's word on what is right, namely, giving away to the church part of what it consciousness has acquired through work, enduring fastings and mortifications, surrendering its right to decide for itself, and practicing what it does not understand, Latin services. 30 The upshot is the aforementioned two-way communication, which is what the thesis stage lacked. Now man speaks to God via the mediator priest, and God speaks to man via the priest. God and man are finally united through two-way communication. This microdialectic emphasizes the separation and return theme of Hegel's dialectics by 1. Using a unified, non-incarnate deity, God is entirely in heaven, not present on earth, to symbolize the Trinity's unified, pre-incarnation God. 2. Using the incarnate God status of man, who is now treating himself as God, in the antithesis to symbolize the Son, separated from God, and 3. Using the priest of the synthesis to symbolize the Holy Spirit, the intermediary between and reuniter, Spirit. Possession, of God and man. The second stage really has double symbolism, because it alludes to the multiple gods of Greek religion. The divine is separated into many gods. In summary, the dialectic is thesis, potential plus union, one-way communication. Antithesis, actual plus separation, indifference to the divine, rare thanks. Synthesis, actual plus union, two-way communication, the priest as mediator. Hegel's treatment of the unhappy consciousness has been widely misinterpreted as referring almost exclusively to Christianity. Bailey relates unhappy consciousness to the religious life of the Middle Ages and the mental attitude assumed under the domination of the Roman Catholic Church and the feudal hierarchy. 31 Findlay believes this unhappy consciousness is for Hegel the two-world consciousness of medieval Christendom. 32 Kaufmann thinks Hegel becomes absorbed in allusions to the specific features of the medieval Christian mentality that, as he sees it, exemplified the unhappy consciousness. 33 Norman thinks the unhappy consciousness relates exclusively to the doctrines and practices of Christianity. 34 He relates it to no other religions. Solomon states, there can be no doubt that unhappy consciousness is Orthodox Christianity. 35 He specifically associates the earliest stage of unhappiness, the chaotic jingling of bells, a mist of warm incense, with traditional Catholicism. 36 Pinkard likewise associates this early bells and incense stage with the early Christian Church. 37 Forster says unhappy consciousness has a touch of Neoplatonism but refers mainly to Christianity from its emergence in the Roman Empire down to medieval Europe. 38 Stern also identifies unhappy consciousness, including the bells and incense, with Christianity. 39. Although some of the above scholars mention that Hegel's jibes are aimed partly at religion in general, the only analysts I have found who think Hegel has significant targets other than Christianity are Burbage, M. Taylor, and S. Rosen. Burbage cites both Buddhism and the Oriental religions that came to Rome in the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Mitraism in particular. 40 Taylor devotes a paragraph to the unhappy consciousness of the Jewish religion. 41 Rosen says that the unhappy consciousness surely has pagan, Jewish, and Christian forms, and that in its Jewish manifestation, the unhappy consciousness renders man the slave of God. 42. My own view is that all of these authors are overlooking a historical chronology reflected in the unhappy conscious dialectic. The middle stage, which displays relative indifference to divinity and a consequent absence of unhappiness, resembles Greek religion, not Christianity. I refer to Greek polytheism, not to the Greek mystery cults and Gnostic cults. The Greek polytheists didn't take their gods too seriously. That perfunctory thank you to the gods when something went right surely has the sound of Greek religion. It can hardly be Christianity. Another reason for thinking that the middle stage refers to Greek religion is that the Greeks recognized many gods. Using Greek polytheism as the antithesis, middle stage, gives Hegel a dialectic that moves from a thesis of one, Jewish religion, coming up next, to many, Greek religion, to one and many, the mediated union of the one God of Christianity with the many Christian worshippers. Now, if the antithesis does allude to Greek religion, the thesis stage or first mode, 43 with its jingling bells and incense, should refer to something still earlier. Moreover, first mode is a dead giveaway. By now it should be obvious to everyone that Hegel is using thesis, antithesis, synthesis dialectics, and that first mode refers to the first stage, the thesis. Greek religion and early Hebrew religion overlapped chronologically. But Greek religion didn't begin until around 1500 BCE, whereas Judaism with its Yahweh worship began much earlier. And whereas early Christianity may have incorporated bells and incense, so did Old Testament Judaism, which is where the idea originated. We find references to jingling bells in Exodus 28:33, 35 and 39:25, 26 and in Zechariah 14:20. Incense is mentioned in Exodus 30:7, 25-27, and 35-37, and in Jeremiah 44:20, 21. In Matthew's tale of the three wise men and the Christ child, the wise men bring gifts of frankincense and myrrh, Mt 2:10, 11, ingredients of incense. This was a pre-Christian event. Mary and Joseph were Jews, and the gifts implicitly recognized Jewish, not Christian, religious practices. Christianity didn't yet exist. These observations suggest that only the synthesis stage of the dialectic, the stage with mediating Catholic priests, alludes to early, maybe, maybe not, and medieval, preponderantly if not exclusively medieval, Christianity. The synthesis stage and only the synthesis stage is the object of Hegel's scarifiing criticisms of Christianity. Hippolyte, without identifying unhappy consciousness's three stages with specific religions, has a relevant observation. Hegel envisaged the Greeks as the happy people of history and the Jews as the unhappy people. He also viewed Christianity as one of the great forms of unhappy consciousness. 44 This observation supports my inference that three stages of the unhappy consciousness dialectic chronologically represent early Judaism, Greek religion, and Christianity. Hegel definitely associates unhappiness with the first stage, with its jingling bells and incense. Referring to the thesis stage or first mode, he says, consciousness, therefore, can only find as a present reality the grave of its life. 45. The second stage, where man becomes more or less alienated from the divine, is characterized by work and enjoyment. Consciousness finds itself enjoying existence in the form of independent things, independence from divine harassment. 46 Surely we can all interpret enjoyment as happiness. This enjoyment corresponds to the happiness of the Greeks, as described by Hippolyte. Hegel can thus refer to the free, joyful spirit of Greece 47. In the third stage, man returns to religion, separation and return again, and experiences particularly severe unhappiness. This is the stage where the allusions to specifically Christian things apply. And, whereas Forster sees these allusions as applying to both early and medieval Christianity, Hegel's attack seems directed almost exclusively at medieval Christianity. The bells and incense, which I take as the basis for Forster's conclusion that early Christianity is also under attack, relate to early Judaism, not to early Christianity. The unhappy consciousness's separation from God, Greek religion, and return to God, medieval Christianity, alludes, of course, to spirit's separation from and return to unity in the macro-dialectic. It is undeniable, however, that all three stages of the dialectic also allude to the members of the Trinity Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Father, in the thesis stage, unity of God and man is only potential because communication runs in only one direction, man to God, prayer and ritual. The allusion is to the Trinitarian Father stage, potential unity. We shall encounter this allusion again in Hegel's revealed religion microdialectic. The separation and return formula, you will recall from chapter 3, uses Trinitarian symbolism. Son, in the antithesis stage, the unhappy consciousness's indifference to the divine represents separation. This separation alludes to the Son who separates from God and comes to earth as a man, God incarnate. In the process, God separates from himself. Holy Spirit, in the synthesis stage of the unhappy consciousness microdialectic, the reunion of God and man, through mediated two-way communication, symbolizes the work of the Holy Spirit, which unites God and man through spirit possession. The Holy Spirit mediates, unites. When it descended on Jesus at the baptism, it united Jesus and God. Catholicism's mediating priest represents the unifying Holy Spirit. Hegel, I should mention, is quite fond of Father-Son-Holy Spirit symbolism. When we get to his History Dialectics, chapter 5, and to the Rome to Germanic world sub-dialectic, we will find him explicitly calling the dialectic's three periods the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Yet, despite these Trinitarian allusions, the Judaism-Greece Christianity set of allusions is also apparent. I don't think the Trinitarian and the historical allusions conflict. Hegel intended both. The three stages of the dialectic allude both to the three historical periods, early Judaism, Greece, and medieval Christianity, and to the three members of the Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. 6. Observation of nature. The section on unhappy consciousness concludes the material on self-consciousness. Hegel moves on to the next main heading, reason, and to heading V, the certainty and truth of reason. Naturally, the religious solution leaves consciousness unhappy, abused financially, physically, and emotionally, and denied freedom of thought. So consciousness drifts away from religion and seeks solace in reason. The first microdialectic under Hegel's reason heading involves observation of nature. But this microdialectic really reaches back to the preceding heading, 4b, Stoicism, Skepticism, and the unhappy consciousness. The three dialectical stages of the new microdialectic are, 1. Potential plus truth, 2. Actual plus falsehood, and 3. Actual plus truth. Skepticism and the unhappy consciousness respectively represent philosophy and religion. Both are potential sources of truth. Philosophy yields truth because Hegel's philosophy will at the end of the book become the source of truth. Religion yields truth because the Christian religion rightly proclaims the unity of man and the divine, albeit, a. the wrong concept of man, Jesus alone instead of all mankind, and, b. the wrong divine, God instead of spirit. That is to say, Christianity is true, but only in the abstract. When we advance from the abstract concepts of philosophy and religion to their concrete teachings, however, we encounter actual falsehoods, the antithesis of potential truth. The skeptic's assertion that real situations are unreal is false. The Church's assertion that all sorts of supernatural things are factual is also false. We now have a two-concept antithesis, actual plus falsehood, both of whose concepts are antithetical to the two concepts of the thesis, potential plus truth. Finished with the thesis and the antithesis, Hegel moves from heading 4 to heading V. Here he describes a particular form of reason that produces genuine truth, or actual plus truth. This truth is not the absolute knowledge consciousness is seeking, but is nevertheless a preliminary form of truth. Hegel's observational reason, VA, observing reason, is certainly rational, but it might better be labeled empiricism or science. Focusing on biology and physics, Hegel lauds the virtue of observing relationships in large numbers of cases and then using inductive reasoning, particular to general, to formulate universal laws. Reason puts the law to the test of experiment and eventually arrives at pure law truth. 48 The result is actual truth, or actual plus truth. Although the truths of science are not the truth consciousness is seeking, scientific truth does abstractly represent absolute knowledge, truth in another sense. In fact, the laws of science are closely analogous to the truth of Hegelian absolute knowledge. The law is general or universal, and the many observations that support the law are particulars. So in the laws of science we have syntheses of universal and particular, the very thing we find in absolute knowledge. Summary. Thesis, potential plus truth, of Stoicism, skepticism, and medieval Christianity. Antithesis, actual plus falsehood, of Stoicism, skepticism, and medieval Christianity. Synthesis, actual plus truth, of the natural sciences. Once again allusions to the macrodialectics separation and return are apparent. Truth has its referent in spirit's essential unity, the state from which spirit separates. We previously encountered truth in the first intermediate dialectics thesis. Falsehood has its referent in the falseness of spirit's perception of external objects as alien in its antithetical stage of separation. The synthesis of truth, unity, and falsehood, separation, has as its referent the macrodialectic synthesis, wherein the many external objects, previously perceived as alien, are recognized as parts of a unified whole. Is this macrodialectic synthesis really truth? It is. Let's hear it from Hegel once more. Reason absolute knowledge is spirit when its certainty of being all reality has been raised to truth. 49. 7. Observing reason. At this point Hegel begins a microdialectic that overlaps both the preceding one and the next one. This dialectic spans subheadings A, B, and C of heading VA, observing reason. The three subheadings deal with A. Observation of nature, or natural laws, B. Observation of self-consciousness, or psychological laws, and C. Physiognomy and phrenology, sources of what might be called pseudo-scientific psychophysical laws. The psycho refers to the mental inner character of a person, the physical to a person's outer physical characteristics. Observation of nature leads to the discovery of laws about the material world, the outer or visible world. The word outer provides the dialectics thesis. Observation of self-consciousness, otherwise described as the study of psychology, leads to the discovery of behavioral laws that operate within human beings. These laws concern an inner or invisible world, the world of the mind. And so we arrive at the antithesis of outer, which is inner. The outer before inner order of presentation is, by the way, contrary to the usual order in which Hegel presents these concepts. Recall that the macrodialectic goes from inner to outer. The potential unity of the macrodialectics thesis describes the inner essence, universality. The actual separation of the macrodialectics antithesis describes the outer or external world, which subject perceives as a multitude of separate or alien objects with visible outer characteristics. The synthesis of outer and inner is outer equals inner. This synthesis is found in the pseudosciences of physiognomy and phrenology. These are the theories that a person's character is revealed by the shapes of faces, physiognomy, and the shapes of skulls, phrenology. The two pseudosciences, long since disproven, deal with the relationship between inner and outer. Persons are assumed to have inner behavioral tendencies or determinants. Their actions are guided by inner, non-observable, personality traits and tendencies, perhaps a tendency to murder, that are hidden. These inner tendencies are supposedly revealed by facial features and skull configurations, or outer, observable, traits. The inner and the outer come together when a person's actions or behavior, the inner tendency, conform to the person's physical features, the outer predictor, a person with a. an inner tendency to murder, and b. facial characteristics that reveal that tendency actually, c. murders somebody. Physiognomy and phrenology thus provide a synthesis of inner and outer. The synthesis, outer equals inner. The dialectic's three stages can be given the labels, not to be confused with the concepts the labels represent: nature, outer, visible; psychology, inner, the mind, invisible; and pseudoscience, outer equals inner. Summary. Thesis, outer, natural laws, or physical laws. Antithesis, inner, psychological laws, or behavioral laws. Synthesis, outer equals inner, psychophysical laws. 8. Physiognomy and phrenology. Having used the two pseudosciences for one dialectic synthesis, Hegel discovers that he can construct another microdialectic lying entirely within the physiognomy-phrenology sphere. In the abstract, this dialectic is like one of the variants of Hegel's macrodialectic: potential plus essence, actual plus existence, actual plus essence, where essence is union and existence is separation. As already mentioned, the two pseudosciences hold that people have an inner character, say, that of a murderer or a philanthropist. This inner character is analogous to the macrodialectic's unconscious, potential, stage, wherein spirit is divorced from externalities, outer things. The dialectic's thesis becomes inner, which refers to a person's essential, inner, character. Alternatively, the thesis can be called essence, because a person's essence is what that person essentially is, say, a murderer. The antithesis of a person's inner character is his or her outer or external appearance, the face or the skull. Facial characteristics or bumps on the skull supposedly are the outward evidence of someone's inner character. These visible features can supposedly be used to predict behavior. This stage is closely analogous to the macrodialectic's actual existence stage, a variant of actual separation, wherein a human subject perceives external objects. We are now considering externality or outerness. Externality is the tangible reality we can actually see. It contrasts with a person's hidden, intangible character. The microdialectic's antithesis thus becomes outer, actual, seen. It can also be expressed as existence, or that which is seen to exist. Remember, existence refers to appearance, to what things appear to be, see Chapter 2. Thesis and antithesis merge into a synthesis when the person acts in a certain way, perhaps kills someone, internal character equals murderer, or establishes and endows a new charitable institution, internal character equals philanthropist, or writes a remarkable poem, internal character equals poet. The person's outer actions are seen, but only by physiognomists and phrenologists, not by Hegel and modern science, to conform to both his inner character and his outer appearance. The actions prove that the inner character matches the outer character, as represented by face-skull features. This assumes for dialectical purposes that physiognomy and phrenology are valid sciences. The synthesis is inner equals outer. The alternative synthesis is essence equals existence, appearance. Summary. Thesis, inner. Thesis, essence. Antithesis, outer. Antithesis, existence. Synthesis, inner equals outer. Synthesis, essence equals existence. The proclivity of the microdialectics to imitate the macrodialectic becomes increasingly clear. The inner character of a person, as hypothesized by the two pseudosciences, is analogous to spirit's innerness in its unconscious stage. Spirit is cut off from perception of externality. When the inner-outer microdialectic shifts its focus to a person's outer appearance, the result is analogous to spirits becoming conscious of external objects in its antithesis stage. The objects are judged by their outer appearance. They differ in appearance, so they are judged to be many different particulars. And when, in the microdialectic, inner and outer are merged in something a person does that shows agreement between his inner character and his outer appearance, we have the analog of spirit's union of its inner essence, spirit, and its outer appearance, the alien external objects. By now just about all doubt should be gone about what Hegel is doing. He seldom has much if any concern about what he pretends is the substance of his analyses. His real concern is dialectics. He is constructing a long series of dialectics, the microdialectics that imitate or describe parts of the macrodialectic or that otherwise describe spirit. In a few cases, the microdialectics look forward to the history dialectics to freedom and monarchy. I smile when I see an entire chapter in a book of essays about phenomenology devoted to Hegel's musings about faces and skulls 50 that is taking the overt substance of Hegel's physiognomy phrenology material much too seriously. It is probably true that Hegel wanted to get a few things off his chest where stupid theories are concerned, but refuting those theories is hardly the main purpose or even an important purpose of Hegel's commentary. Physiognomy is a scientific issue, not an issue of philosophical concern to Hegel. The real purpose of section VAC is to construct a dialectic that leads to a synthesis of inner and outer, the one essence, inner, and the many particular appearances, outer, that the essence unites. Hegel is fascinated with dialectics. It is what he calls his science, spelled by him with a capital S. He is pretending that the only way consciousness can reach the synthesis of his macrodialectic is to go through a lot of exercises that gradually give consciousness an awareness that it needs to think dialectically. Consciousness is maturing. Sooner or later, and it will definitely be later, much later, consciousness will catch on to the techniques of dialectical thinking. Or perhaps it will merely become conscious that it has been subconsciously thinking dialectically all along. It will then be able to extract conscious from conscious plus separation and union from unconscious plus union, put the two extracts together, and achieve the glorious final synthesis, conscious plus union. Solomon has the right idea when he devotes just 2 sentences of his 646-page book, In the Spirit of Hegel, to physiognomy and phrenology. What Solomon says is all that needs to be said about the substance of Hegel's material. Finally, in what is universally recognized to be the oddest single section of the entire book, Hegel considers the relationship between mind and body, inner activity and outer expression, a perennial philosophical question which Hegel hides quaintly and misleadingly behind the 2 notable pseudosciences of his day, physiognomy, the theory that one can tell a person's character from his facial features, and body shape, and phrenology, Franz Joseph Gall's theory that character is reflected by the various bumps and shapes of the skull. 51 I must add to these words the observation that the section does not seem nearly as odd when we recognize that there is dialectical method in Hegel's seeming madness. 9 Faust. Hegel turns next to moral perspectives, starting with hedonism, the pursuit of pleasure. In section VBA, Pleasure and Necessity, Hegel alludes to an early version of Goethe's Faust that was available when Hegel wrote Phenomenology. Faust enters into a pact with Mephistopheles, the devil, who empowers Faust to obtain the pleasure he seeks. Faust then seduces Gretchen. But, in doing so, he indirectly causes the deaths of Gretchen's mother, her brother, and ultimately Gretchen herself. Regretting what he has done, Faust realizes that he, like Gretchen, her mother, and her brother, has become a victim of Mephistopheles. Consciousness, now manifested in Faust, recognizes that it is one of the victims of its hedonism and that the universality of victimhood is its own essence. 52 Gretchen has been seduced by Faust, Faust has been seduced by the devil. The Faust tale generates several microdialectics. In the first, the thesis is predator, Faust, the antithesis is prey or victim, Gretchen, and the synthesis is predator equals victim, Faust. Predator and victim are united in Faust, who is both. He is the synthesis. The dialectic. Thesis, predator, Faust. Antithesis, victim, Gretchen. Synthesis, predator equals victim, Faust is now both. This first Faust dialectic is actually a subtle restatement of the master and slave dialectic, which itself is subtle. Recall that the master symbolizes God, the slave symbolizes man, and the master equals slave synthesis is a coded message, God equals man. In the Faust dialectic, the predator is a reincarnation of the master and therefore an indirect symbol of God. The victim is a reincarnation of the slave and therefore an indirect symbol of man. And the predator equals victim synthesis restates the earlier master equals slave synthesis. Since the master and slave dialectic is a parable, you might say the Faust dialectic is a parable that retells or illustrates an earlier parable. This parable of a parable formula elevates what has heretofore seemed like a pointless retelling of the Faust story to the status of second most important microdialectic. The most important microdialectic is, of course, the master and slave microdialectic, a more nearly direct statement of Hegel's message, there is no supernatural God, because the true God is, in essence, man. A variation of this microdialectic comes from Hegel's line uncomprehended power of universality, on which individuality is smashed to pieces 53. This alludes to the universality of victimhood. When Faust makes his pact with Mephistopheles, he becomes a potential victim. He is not yet an actual victim, because he has not yet suffered his fate. Faust then becomes an actual predator, seducing Gretchen. When things go terribly wrong, Faust becomes an actual victim, as does everyone else. Everyone in the story, except Mephistopheles, Faust, Gretchen, Gretchen's mother, and Gretchen's brother becomes a victim. This explains Hegel's use of the word universality. The new synthesis combines victim from the thesis with actual from the antithesis. This microdialectic results. Thesis, potential victim. Antithesis, actual predator. Synthesis, actual victim. The plot also has a self-alienation, separation from one's essential self, twist. The inner essence of both Faust and Gretchen is victim. Faust and Gretchen are thus essentially one, both are victims and, as such, both are Hegel's universal, victimhood. So Faust begins in a state of potential union with victimhood. But, just as subject does not recognize object as itself in Hegel's macrodialectic, Faust, subject, at first does not recognize Gretchen, object, as himself, a victim. Faust therefore becomes separated from his essential self, a victim, through his perception of Gretchen as a separate or alien object. It is only when Gretchen, her mother, and her brother die that Faust realizes that the object of his attention, Gretchen, is essentially himself, a victim. In essence, both are victims. The dialectic. Thesis, potential plus union, with victimhood. Antithesis, actual plus separation, Gretchen perceived as an other object. Synthesis, actual plus union, with victimhood. The Faust dialectic is much more than just another step in the education of spirit in the ways of dialectics, more than a practice dialectic helping to develop spirit's dialectical muscles. Like the master and slave dialectic, the Faust dialectic is a symbolized solution to the subject-object identity problem. In the Faust dialectic, Faust symbolizes the Hegelian subject, the observer. Faust is filled with desire. Gretchen is its object, or the object of his desire. 54. There you have it, Faust is the subject, Gretchen the object. Subject and object are potentially identical, but Faust doesn't recognize this. Then Faust too becomes a victim. He and Gretchen are now identical, both are victims. And Faust now realizes the truth. Remember, absolute knowing is truth, and in the final two sentences of Phenomenology Spirit, by realizing that all objects are itself, realizes the actuality, truth, and certainty of its infinitude, its being the divine. 55, that truth is that Faust, subject, and Gretchen, object, are both victims. Subject and object are identical. And so we have this subject-object identity dialectic. Thesis, subject, Faust. Antithesis, object, Gretchen. Synthesis, subject equals object, Faust and Gretchen are both victims. 10. The law of the heart. Hedonism gives way to sentimentalism, or what Hegel calls the law of the heart. 56. This law is the idea that what is morally right should be determined by sentiments generated within a person. The objects of sentiment, dear or antiques, for example, can be anything a particular person happens to get emotional about. We can see that the law of the heart is a person's inner self. As such, it is also a person's essence, or essential self. The dialectic thus has two theses, inner and essence. The law of the heart lacks universal appeal. Different people get sentimental about different things, and possibly some don't get sentimental about anything. By establishing a law that says, in effect, that an individual's sentiments rule, the individual has placed himself in conflict with the differing sentiments of other individuals whose sentiments are alien to his own. Others turn against the reality he set up, just as he turned against theirs. 57. These others convert what the first individual intended as a universal inner law into an outer morass of particularity. This conflict of sentiments is the state of actual existence that the law of the heart creates. And so we have a double antithesis, outer and existence. Eventually consciousness recognizes, begrudgingly, that an externally imposed law of every heart, which is the established living order, customs and standards that everyone upholds, is as much a part of its own essential being as its internally imposed law of the heart. 58. The resulting microdialectic has a synthesis that combines the internal, the law of the heart, and the external, the variety of sentimental concerns, into the law of every heart, which includes the heart of consciousness, the observing person. When the outer particularity is rephrased as existence, conflicting laws of the heart, the dialectic becomes essence, one law of the heart, existence, many laws of the heart, and essence equals existence. This, of course, is one of the variants of the macrodialectic toward which consciousness is creeping. The dialectic. Thesis, inner. Thesis, essence. Antithesis, outer. Antithesis, existence. Synthesis, inner equals outer. Synthesis, essence equals existence. In the law of the heart dialectic, we once more see parallelism with the macrodialectics movement from 1. A universal thesis stage where world's particulars go unperceived to 2. A particular antithesis stage of awareness of the outer world and its many particulars to 3. A reconciliation of the universal and the particular, the law of every heart. This is also a movement from one to many to their synthesis, the law of every heart. Two more microdialectics result. Thesis, universal. Thesis, 1. Antithesis, particular. Antithesis, many. Synthesis, universe. Synthesis, 1. Composed of particulars. Composed of many. 11. Virtue. The third and last moral viewpoint Hegel examines is virtue. Hegel calls virtue the antithesis of hedonism, Faust, and sentimentalism, the law of the heart. Hedonism and sentimentalism jointly constitute individuality. 59. The two egoistic viewpoints assume that what is best or, in a sense, right for the individual is whatever that individual wants, be it pleasure, Faust, or upholding a sentimental value, the law of the heart. Under this self-centered approach, 1. Thesis, person determines what is right. Virtue is the antithesis of individuality. Virtue assumes the existence of natural impulses or values that, because they are natural, are widely shared. Many, antithesis, persons supposedly determine what is right. We have arrived at a familiar Hegelian dichotomy, one and many. Leaping wildly from ethics to the laissez-faire economic doctrines of Adam Smith, Hegel argues that individually determined actions taken in self-interest actually have the effect of maximizing the welfare of the many, society. He thus presents a synthesis in which what is best or right for the one is also best or right for the many. This Adam Smith synthesis isn't exactly the macrodialectic synthesis of one composed of many, but it amounts to much the same thing. The microdialectic can be phrased as follows. Thesis, best for one, individuality, hedonism and law of the heart. Antithesis, best for many, virtue, universal concepts of what is right. Synthesis, best for one equals best for many, laissez-faire economics. 12. The matter in hand. Individualism gets a new twist when Hegel begins discussing personal actions having practical rather than moral implications. He begins with activity in the spiritual animal kingdom. This is the spiritual jungle where people behave like selfish animals. Consciousness first seeks what we today call self-esteem by finding worth in its own works. But it soon becomes apparent that the approval of others is necessary if those works are to boost the ego. To get this approval, consciousness does or at least pretends to do work related to some popular cause or recognized problem. Hegel calls this problem a matter in hand 60. Unfortunately, everyone else has the same idea, doing something that others are sure to approve of. All the animals rush to the matter in hand. The collective insincerity becomes apparent to all. This makes it impossible for consciousness to gain the recognition it seeks. Everyone's consciousness then recognizes the truth. The matter in hand is everyone's property, work on this matter serves both universal and individual ends, and consciousness of it is the ethical consciousness, contrasted with self-gratification. Point 61. The microdialectics thesis, then, is internal approval, individuality, analogous to the inward-directed orientation of the macrodialectics potential union. The antithesis is external approval, universality, the approval consciousness seeks from external beings who participate in testing laws. This testing by external persons is like subjects' perception of external objects in the macrodialectic. The synthesis is internal and external approval by both consciousness, the individual, and the community, universe, it participates in. The dialectic. Thesis, internal approval. Antithesis, external approval. Synthesis, internal and external approval. The matter in hand microdialectic is a transformation of variant 10 of the macrodialectic, chapter 3. The macrodialectic begins with inner essence, spirit as yet has no mind with which to perceive externality. This state is potential essence. Then the human mind arrives. Spirit becomes aware of external objects, which it interprets as alien things other than itself. The result is actual existence. Finally, spirit recognizes that the internal and external are both spirit. We get a synthesis of internal and external. This is actual essence. 13. Morality. Hegel is now finished with heading V, reason. He moves on to heading 6, spirit, and to its first subheading, A, the true spirit. In this context, true means true to moral principles. By becoming ethically conscious, consciousness has advanced to the realm of morality. Consciousness begins moralizing by trying to validate as rational such moral laws as everyone ought to speak the truth. This approach, the attempt to use reason as the basis of moral law, is that of theory. The ethical theorist soon finds, however, that society's given moral laws are too ambiguous. They must be interpreted and qualified in ways that render them meaningless. The laws are potentially valid but not yet actually valid, reason has failed to validate them. We now have the microdialectics thesis, potential plus validity. Still trying to validate the laws, consciousness turns from theory to a new criterion, practice, the antithesis of theory. The laws are tested. This approach seems to render the moral laws invalid. A law that says private property is good proves to have no more validity than a law that says the opposite, communally owned property is good. The test of practice results in the dialectics antithesis, actual plus invalidity. Hegel concludes that the universally accepted mores of a given society are valid simply because they are. That is, The mores are valid because everyone accepts them as valid, thus Sophocles' Antigone acknowledges them as the unwritten and infallible law of the gods. They are not of yesterday or today, but everlasting. Though where they came from, none of us can tell. 62. And with this conclusion we have the dialectic synthesis, actual, from the antithesis, plus validity, from the thesis. Summary. Thesis, potential plus validity. Antithesis, actual plus invalidity. Synthesis, actual plus validity. This microdialectic is not closely parallel to any variant of the macrodialectic. But it does repeat the basic separation and return pattern of dialectics, in this instance separating from and returning to validity. It also repeats the potential actual pattern of the macrodialectic. 14. Antigone. Greece had those universally accepted mores. Why, then, Hegel asks, did the supposedly happy ethical society of Greece fail? But that question is just a cover story. Hegel isn't really pondering Greek society or its failure. Neither is he displaying disorganized thought by returning to a topic, Greek thought, Stoicism and skepticism, that he has already discussed. And neither is he taking sides in the story of Antigone. Instead, his real purpose is to show spirit dialectically moving closer to the realization that the human, man, and the divine, spirit, are one and the same. The Antigone discussion revolves around the conflicting perspectives of women and men. Women represent both divinity, they obey the laws of the gods, and the family. Men represent both humanity, they subscribe to the human laws, and the state. Hegel uses Sophocles' tragedy Antigone to illustrate the conflict between the divine and the human and between family and state. Antigone, a woman of the city-state of Thebes, learns that her brother, Polynices, has died while fighting for the wrong side in a war against his own city-state, Thebes. Creon, king of Thebes, ordains that anyone who buries this traitor shall be killed. Antigone, out of loyalty to her brother, part of her family, upholds her perceived duty to her family. From a woman's perspective, the family ranks above the state. She defies Creon by burying Polynices. In doing so she also upholds divine law, the law of the gods, the law that is right because everyone accepts it as right. We now have three theses: woman, Antigone, family, and divine law. Creon, upholding his own duty to the state, orders that Antigone be buried alive in a sealed tomb, a slow, agonizing death, for violating the state's human law, of which he is the author. Creon's wife, Eurydice, and his son, Haemon, who is also Antigone's fiancé, beg Creon to relent. Creon refuses, insisting that human law his responsibility be upheld. Haemon departs, angrily. Hegel has given us three antitheses: man, Creon, state, and human law. Warned by a blind prophet that bad things will happen if Creon defies the gods by having Antigone killed, Creon relents. But it is too late. Haemon commits suicide. So does Eurydice when she learns of her son's death. And so does Antigone. Creon then makes it a foursome, he too takes his own life. Let us now search for syntheses. It is apparent that Hegel is treating this story and the Greek culture it represents as another microdialectic. This dialectic synthesis presages the macrodialectic synthesis, in which a union of the divine and the human occurs. Hegel first presents the Antigone dialectics thesis and antithesis in the subtitle of section VAA, Human and Divine Law, Man and Woman. The primary thesis is divine law, the law of the gods, to which women subscribe. The primary antithesis is human law, the law of the state, to which men subscribe. In the thesis, woman, Antigone, represents the family, which is governed by the law of the Greek gods. In the antithesis, man, Creon, represents the state, which is governed by human law. The woman seeks the welfare of her family and follows divine guidance. This is why Antigone flouts Creon's human law and buries her brother Polynices, a member of her family. Her highest loyalty is to her family. The man seeks the welfare of society and follows human guidance. Man's concern for the welfare of society is, in turn, the reason Creon orders Antigone's death. The dialectic synthesis is the union of woman and man, or woman plus man. Bailey's translation does a better job than Miller's of capturing the synthesis, so I will quote Bailey: "The union synthesis of man with woman constitutes the operative mediating bringing together agency for the whole, and constitutes the element synthesis which, while separated into containing the extremes of divine and human law, is, at the same time, their immediate union synthesis." 63 Continuing, this union, turns both those, mediate connections divine law and human law, Schluss, into, the same synthesis. 64 Union can be interpreted to mean sexual union, marriage, Creon and Eurydice, a betrothed couple, Haemon and Antigone, or brother and sister, Polynices and Antigone. Hegel probably gives it all four meanings. What matters is that man and woman are united, at least in Hegel's eyes. In the synthesis, both divine and human law are right, depending on whether you go by the male perspective or the female perspective. Pinkard does an excellent job of making this point. Both sides were in the right. Creon as the ruler of the city had the absolute obligation to protect it from attack by traitors, and he considered Polynices' alternate spelling to be a traitor, whereas Antigone had the absolute duty to perform the proper burial rites on her brother. Antigone sees Creon as directly defying the divine law, and Creon sees Antigone as someone willfully and stubbornly violating the conditions under which the community can exist and flourish. 65. The synthesis holds that both divine law and human law are right. We could say that right is the inner essence that unites human and divine in this context, and that right is also what unites man and woman. Both are right. And this joint rightness produces three dialectics. 1. Thesis, woman. Antithesis, man. Synthesis, union of man with woman. 2. Thesis, family perspective is right. Antithesis, state perspective is right. Synthesis, both perspectives are right. 3. Thesis, divine law, woman's law, is right. Antithesis, human law, man's law, is right. Synthesis, both divine law and human law are right. Human law equals divine law. The synthesis of divine law and human law in the last of the microdialectics three forms points to a deeper synthesis, still hidden from consciousness. The deeper synthesis, the real divine law, is the human law, because humans are spirit and thus divine. Humans, the source of human law, are divine. Man is God. With this deeper synthesis, still hidden, consciousness, spirit, moves a step closer to self-realization. That Hegel is far more concerned with dialectics than with substance in the topics he discusses is shown by his even-handed treatment of the two sides in the Antigone tragedy. Stern discerningly articulates Hegel's non-judgmental position. It is less clear exactly how Hegel wants us to understand the play, and thus exactly what lesson he wants us to draw from it. Hegel viewed Antigone sympathetically, but it seems wrong to infer from this that Hegel therefore thought Antigone was right. In fact, Hegel simply took Antigone to be representing her social sphere. Stern characterizes as a mistake the tendency of some analysts to look for evidence that Hegel wanted to take sides. 66. But why didn't Hegel take sides? The specific topic of Antigone is subsumed under the general topic of morality. Hegel is supposedly pontificating on morality. But if Hegel were at all concerned with defining morality, he would pulverize Creon for inhumane behavior. Almost any human being with a modicum of decency, Hegel belongs in this category, men as much as women, would side with Antigone. Human law must be upheld, yes. Violators of human law should be punished, yes. Personally, I would go so far as to say that divine law, such as that of the Old Testament and that of religious conservatives who decree that abortion and gambling and even patronizing physicians, Christian Science, are sinful, should be ignored. But almost everyone would agree that the punishment for violating human law should fit the crime. humane rulers don't execute poverty-stricken people for stealing loaves of bread. Neither do they execute sisters for burying their dead brothers or for burying anyone else. For that matter, humane rulers don't promulgate laws forbidding families to bury their dead. Such laws don't serve to protect the state, they don't deter treason, they are purely vindictive. Even where death is considered the appropriate penalty for a certain crime, that doesn't mean death by physical and psychological torture is an acceptable means of execution. Just as burning someone at the stake is death by torture, so is entombing someone alive. So why doesn't Hegel say what needs to be said, that both sides are partly right but Antigone's virtue or morality in this matter far outweighs Creon's? Having himself raised the topic of morality, why does he have nothing significant to say? And if he has nothing significant to say, why did he choose to discuss Antigone? The reason Hegel displays such a high level of impartiality is that his only serious concern here is to construct a dialectic, not to define what is or isn't moral behavior. Actually, he does have one other concern: he wants to once more hint at the basic message of phenomenology, the message that the human is the divine. This hint is visible in the implied conclusion that both human law and divine law are right. They are both right because they are the same. The true divine law is the human law, because the humans are collectively the divine. My conclusion, the conclusion that Hegel isn't concerned with the overt substance of his topic, supports the similar one I reached at the end of the physiognomy phrenology topic. Hegel wasn't seriously concerned about the two pseudosciences. He wasn't out to refute them. His real concern was covered. His purpose was to construct another microdialectic, one that imitates the macrodialectic. Much the same thing could be said about the Faust dialectic and the others. The microdialectics all presage either the phenomenology macrodialectic or, in one instance, history's freedom macrodialectic. Hegel is educating us in dialectics so as to enable us to apprehend the macrodialectic. It's time to repeat an earlier quotation from Hegel: the series of configurations dialectics which consciousness goes through along this road. The progression of dialectics is, in reality, the detailed history of the education of consciousness itself to the standpoint of science. Dialectics, Hegel's italics, point 67. 15. Lord and Master. Finished with Greece, Hegel and consciousness move ahead to Rome, 6 AC, legal status. Consciousness is still formulating conscious thoughts while subconsciously, that is, unconsciously, formulating dialectics that struggle to rise to the surface. With Rome, consciousness once more formulates the macrodialectics variant that moves from the thesis one to the antithesis many to the synthesis one composed of many. Rome consists of one emperor and its many citizens, who might better be called subjects. The emperor, whom Hegel calls the Lord and Master of the world, is the solitary person, one who stands over against all the rest. Many. 68. The rest, the emperor's subjects, are a fragmented society, a sheer multiplicity of personal atoms, to whom the emperor is alien because of the destructive power he exercises against his subjects. 69. Those atomistic, fragmented, particularized subjects, unlike the citizens of Greece, have only the most tenuous sense of unity. Whereas the Greek citizens, especially the men, had a strong sense of loyalty to their city-states, the Romans feel alienated from the person who represents the state, the emperor. Their only allegiance to the emperor comes from appreciation of the property rights accorded them by Roman law. Nevertheless, both the one emperor, Thesis, and his many subjects, Antithesis, constitute the state, one composed of many, Synthesis. Summary. Thesis, 1, the emperor. Antithesis, many, the subjects. Synthesis, one composed of many, the state. This dialectic reproduces the same concepts one and many found in the virtue dialectic. Both microdialectics imitate several variants of the macrodialectic. Consciousness is really beginning to get the hang of things. It won't be long now until it has matured enough to grasp the macrodialectic. That will happen on the last pages of Phenomenology. 16. Actuality and Faith. The next microdialectic differs from the preceding ones in that it bridges several subheadings and sub-subheadings. But, unlike the intermediate dialectics, it does require the reader's immersion in the text if the dialectic is to be perceived. For this reason, and because the microdialectic is far down in Hegel's outline, I view it as a microdialectic, not as an intermediate dialectic. The general heading is the world of self-alienated spirit. The relevant subdivisions are, IA, culture in its realm of actuality, IB, faith and pure insight, and, 2, the Enlightenment. The self-alienated spirit's world has two parts, the world of reality, actuality, and the world of faith, spelled with a capital F, which is an imaginary world. Hegel's discussion of the first world is incredibly complicated, verbose, and discursive. Conscious wanders through all sorts of tribulations. 70 But the essential development is that, after the failure of many serious and sincere endeavors, nobles ignobly turn to flattery. They create a monarch and give him both, a title, by which he is absolutely separated off from everyone else, and b, an ornamental throne around which the nobles gather and hypocritically praise the monarch. 71 But the nobles are inwardly alienated from the monarch, who, unknown to them, happens to symbolize, in Hegel's eyes, spirit, the true absolute. This alienation, in turn, symbolizes man's alienation from spirit subject's perception of external objects as alien entities rather than as itself in the macrodialectic. But that's really an aside. Hegel has taken a long time to get to the point, but the point is simply this: in the actual world of reality, a monarch rules. The dialectic's thesis has two facets: 1, the actual material world, and 2, human rule. In the microdialectic's antithesis, the monarch's subjects express their alienation by turning to a second world, the world of faith. Although faith refers to religion, Hegel distinguishes religion in the context of faith from the religion of the unhappy consciousness. Here in the faith context, however, religion is merely a belief. 72 Whereas the unhappy consciousness was concerned with religious practices: burning incense, ringing bells, giving thanks to the deity, confessing sins, doing penance, fasting, listening to uncomprehended Latin services, tithing, buying indulgences, and the like. This distinction between beliefs and practices is a distinction between spiritual, the world of faith, and material, the world of reality. Belief, the spiritual element, relates to intangible, spiritual things like God, the Holy Spirit, Mary, Satan, heaven, hell's fire, angels, demons, and divine law. Practice relates to earthly, material things like incense, bells, candles, churches, priests, churches, and money. We are now talking about the world of belief or faith, the spiritual world, not the material world of practices. Where the world of belief is concerned, the relevant belief is belief in the one supernatural God of Christianity, contrasted with the many gods of the Greeks. Just as the monarch is the real world's absolute, God is the absolute of the unreal world of faith. God is thus the antithesis of the real world's monarch. The monarch is real, God is imaginary, a creation of faith. Superficially, man seems to be united with God, man sincerely believes. But God is a false God. The true God, the one Hegel sometimes hypocritically calls God, is spirit. By uniting himself with the wrong God, man has alienated himself from the true God, spirit, whose mind is the mind of man. To overcome this alienation, man must become God so that reason can rule. The dialectic's antithesis, like the thesis, has two facets: 1, the imaginary spiritual world, and 2, divine, supernatural, rule. Faith with its divine ruler is one alternative to the real world of alienation from the human monarch, the Enlightenment is another. And it is the one that provides the synthesis for the microdialectic. The Enlightenment was an 18th century philosophical movement that, a, criticized both political and religious authoritarianism, that is, both monarchic authority and divine authority, b, advocated principles friendly to the common man, principles such as republican governance, a republic has no monarch, freedom of thought, and liberty, and c. generally upheld reason and science as the basis for authority. Hegel weighs the pros and cons of Enlightenment thought as it relates to faith. He finds both error and truth in Enlightenment thought. Although Hegel deliberately fogs his argument, his chief point is that faith in God is good when man becomes God, spirit, and rules with reason, the reason of the Enlightenment. The rule of reason is the essence of the Enlightenment. The truth of the Enlightenment is that it recognizes a material world, a world of matter that stands in contrast to faith's imagined world of thought. The world of matter displays man-made objects. These are, of course, spirit, that have utility and can promote human happiness, which is what God supposedly does. But whereas faith lacks actuality, useful artificial objects actually exist and, though Hegel can't say this, are God, because all material reality is God, spirit. Important, here Hegel is smuggling in a minor point of his two natural artificial dialectics. That point is that spirit includes artificial things in addition to natural things. In the Enlightenment, the two worlds, faith's world of thought and the real world of material things, are reconciled and heaven is transplanted to earth below. 73 Hegel means that, in Enlightenment thought, the divine God of faith and thought is transplanted into man, a material being, who produces reason. The result is a ruler who is neither the earthly monarch nor the celestial God. The ruler is man. His law is the law of reason. Now we have the dialectical synthesis, material world equals spiritual world. What Hegel won't say clearly is how this happens to be so. But we know the answer. It is so because Hegel has redefined the spiritual world by redefining the divine. The divine is now man, a non-spiritual material being who rules by reason. The Enlightenment made reason instead of the monarch or God the source of authority. Reason is the product of humans, who are spirit and therefore are also God. Spirit, which is God, rules in the real world when reason rules. Summary. Thesis, the material world, the monarch is the absolute. Antithesis, the spiritual world, God is the absolute. Synthesis, material world equals spiritual world, when reason is the absolute. The synthesis can also be viewed a second way. Since all humans are spirit, the monarch is spirit, and spirit is God. The monarch, reality, and God, spirituality, are therefore identical. Monarch equals God, if only when the monarch of reality becomes human reason. Summary. Thesis, human rule, man, the earthly monarch. Antithesis, divine rule, God, the celestial monarch. Synthesis, human rule equals divine rule, when man equals God. The actuality and faith, or material and spiritual, microdialectic is among those that are only loosely related to the macrodialectic. As with the Antigone dialectic, the thesis and antithesis must be transposed for the macrodialectic connection to be seen. The macrodialectic moves from the divine, one, to the human, many, to the synthesis of divine and human, one divine entity, spirit, composed of many separate particulars. 17. The Reign of Terror. The French Revolution and its attendant reign of terror arose as a sort of climax to the Enlightenment. In this development Hegel finds his next microdialectic. Its thesis is what Hegel, borrowing from Rousseau, calls a general will. 74. Representing the concept of universality, the general will amounts to unanimous agreement, one opinion, by all citizens on political matters. Its purpose is the general purpose, its language universal law, its work the universal work. 75. Don't forget, universality is a thesis concept. In the macrodialectic, the potential union of the thesis is the same thing as potential universality. And in the consciousness dialectic explored in Chapter 2, the thesis, developed under the heading sense certainty, is universality. Hegel very specifically states that the universal is the true content of sense certainty. The Reign of Terror microdialectics thesis is universality. Even the universal, however, needs government to accomplish the objectives of the general will. And government requires a specific will, an individual will. That will turns out to be the will of the victorious faction. 76 As it happened, the victorious faction was the 12-man Committee of Public Safety, dominated by Robespierre. We now have Hegel's antithesis, individuality. This individual, particular, entity, the committee, representing only 12 Frenchmen, produced the Reign of Terror. Almost 1,300 persons were beheaded with the guillotine in less than 7 weeks. The dialectical escape from this terror, though not the historical escape, the beheading of Robespierre, occurs when spirit leaves the real world and passes over into the world of thought, specifically, moral thought. For no good reason other than that moral thought comes from humans, who are essentially spirit, and as such are both universal and particular. Hegel implies that his synthesis is both